Chapter 347, Tier 4 Magic. Many players sighed in relief at Weissman's arrival. The Mechanical Slayer was too strong. Even though so many guards had attempted to slow its assault, over 50,000 players had died. Moreover, turned several White River City streets into ruins. If given more time, the Slayer would have slaughtered every player in White River City. Meanwhile, the city itself would become nothing more than rubble. Despite being only a level 50 mutant High Lord, the Mechanical Slayer had caused so much damage. If dozens of such powerful monsters appeared, wouldn't they obliterate White River City? However, among all of the players present, only Shifeng understood how powerful a mutant was. An ordinary High Lord could never be so strong. Mutants were considered natural disasters. I wonder which is stronger, a great wizard or a mutant. At this moment, Shifeng stood far from the commotion, quietly observing Weissman and the Slayer's every action. Great wizard was a Tier 4 class. Even in Starmoon Kingdom, Weissman was one of the heavyweights. Such a powerhouse would only offer protection to a major city like White River City. Smaller cities would only be guarded by Tier 3 NPCs at best. Meanwhile, the Mechanical Slayer was also unique. It was a mutant that had transformed from a High Lord. If classified as a tier, Shifeng's initial judgment placed the Mechanical Slayer at Tier 3 upper rank. Otherwise, it could not have defeated a Tier 2 guard general so effortlessly. At this moment, the level 200 Weissman and the level 50 Mechanical Slayer were only 30 yards apart. Staring each other down, the level gap between the two was very wide. No matter how one looked at it, they were not equals. Yet, when Weissman and the Slayer stood together, nobody felt any sense of disharmony from looking at Thema Mutant. No wonder the guards could not defeat it. Weissman did not rush to attack the Mechanical Slayer. Instead, he carefully observed the mutant. He then shifted his gaze towards his surroundings. The spacious streets around him no longer possessed the splendor they had in the past. There were collapsed buildings everywhere, and this caused Weissman's gentle gaze to chill with anger. Suddenly, Weissman's body exuded an intimidating authority. Even while standing hundreds of yards away, everyone could feel their bodies grow heavy, their breath quickening as this authority grew increasingly powerful. Some ordinary players who had withstood the pressure suddenly crouched, their faces filled with fear while their bodies trembled. Authority was intangible, and it could not physically influence substantial change. This was closer to spiritual pressure. It was an instinctual warning for when living creatures faced an enemy that was far superior, altering them to the danger. Humans had long since detached themselves from the various threats of Mother Nature, so their instincts were extremely weak. However, due to God's domain, players began to recover these instincts gradually. Although players had recovered these senses, they still sorely lacked spiritual training. As a result, many were unable to withstand Weissman's authority and had crouched in fear aside from exuding his frightening authority. Weissman had also enveloped an area 100 yards around him as his magic domain. As long as one were within this domain, the magic would suppress their strength unless they possessed equal or stronger magic. Simultaneously, this magic domain also strengthened Weissman. This was a frightening aspect of Tier 4 classes. As soon as a Tier 4 class used their domain, Tier 3 classes and below would be sheep for the slaughter. At this time, the Mechanical Slayer also began to move. Raising its serrated greatsword, it sent a powerful slash at Weissman just as countless air blades swept across the expanse. Weissman suddenly vanished. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on the other side of the Mechanical Slayer. Responding quickly, the Slayer swung its greatsword towards Weissman's new location. However, the result was the same. Weissman dodged the attack using instantaneous movement again after over a dozen consecutive slashes. Weissman had yet to receive a single point of damage. Meanwhile, Weissman's consecutive usage of instantaneous movement stunned the watching players. It was common knowledge that the instantaneous movement that elementalists possessed had a cooldown of 25 seconds with a maximum moving distance of 20 yards. However, Weissman's instantaneous movement looked like it did not have a cooldown. Moreover, every time Weissman used instantaneous movement, he moved over 40 yards from his original position as expected of a Tier 4 class. Even instantaneous movement has become far more powerful. If a Tier 4 assassin grasped this skill, the Slayer would have suffered over 100 attacks by now. Shifeng had fought his fair share of Tier 4 classes in the past, so he knew just how powerful they were. Among the many Tier 4 classes he had fought, quite a few were great wizards. So, Shifeng had a general understanding of great wizards from his knowledge. Shifeng knew that there were differences between Tier 4 great wizards. As for Weissman, a great wizard capable of using instantaneous movement effortlessly over a dozen times in quick succession, at the very least, he should be an upper-rank great wizard after a frenzied assault. Scars around 4 meters deep and 40 meters long were visible throughout the street. However, no matter how the mechanical slayer attacked, it could not land a single hit on Weissman. The slayer had also started to panic. Gripping its serrated greatsword with both hands tightly, it stabbed its weapon into the ground. It was obvious that the mechanical slayer intended to use Storm Domain once more. However, Weissman, who had continuously dodged the slayer's attacks, had begun his attack. One of his hands currently held up his white jade staff, gathering a horrifying amount of magic power around it, while his mouth chanted complex incantations, and his other hand swiftly traced lines of runes, such quick writing and complex runes. The incantation for an ordinary Tier 3 spell normally only has around a dozen lines or so, yet Weissman has already written at least 20. At the very least, he should be casting a Tier 4 spell. Shifeng was shocked as he watched Weissman's casting ordinary. Great wizards would need at least 6 to 7 seconds to write over 20 lines of runes. Meanwhile, Weissman had only needed 4 seconds. This is bad. This distance is still too dangerous. Shifeng knew how powerful a Tier 4 spell was. Such a spell possessed the destructive force of a missile. With his distance of 150 yards, he could easily be caught in the crossfire. Hence, Shifeng turned and Rana's the ground started to fragment. Blades of air shot up from the ground. Weissman suddenly flew upward and hovered in mid-air. The air blades exploded forth, shooting towards Weissman. At this moment, Weissman had also finished chanting his spell. He pointed the finger he had used to write the runes with towards the sky, and in the next instant, a gigantic blue magic array appeared above the city Tier 4 magic, Sky Piercer. Weissman lightly waved his white jade staff, pointing it at the mechanical slayer. Blue-colored gas flowed out of the magic array, transforming into a sharp blue spear that came crashing down. When the air blades and blue spear collided, a violent shockwave swept through the area. Even houses over 100 yards away were blown away. Players who stood within a 200-yard radius died instantly, while players who stood 200 yards to 300 yards away suffered varying degrees of damage after the brief collision between the two skills. Blue spear pierced through the air blades and struck the mechanical slayer's body. The spear was like a meteorite crashing into the ground. In the wake of the impact, strong winds blew and dust rolled. A shockwave far more powerful than the one before also spread from the site of impact. It was as if a huge earthquake had just occurred after the dust settled. Everyone's gazes shifted towards where the Sky Piercer had fallen. Immediately, everyone's jaws dropped in shock. The spear's landing site had become a massive crater that was over 30 meters deep. Chapter 348, Stealing Food from the Tiger's Mouth. The Sky Piercer's destructive power had far surpassed everyone's imaginations. The entire street had been destroyed, and other than Weissman and the mechanical slayer, nothing remained. It was simply a spell. Yet it carried the power to decimate the heaven and earth. Many of the players present even began to wonder whether they were still inside a game. The heavy air, the chilling wind, the pungent smell of blood, the vibrations from the ground, and the pain they felt were constant reminders of where they were. Suddenly, everyone realized that God's domain was completely different from the virtual reality games they had played in the past. In their opinion, a virtual reality game was merely an accumulation of numbers and data. Even if they grew powerful inside a game, at most they would deal higher amounts of damage. It wouldn't be surprising for a player to deal damage in the millions or tens of millions. After all, it was just a bunch of data. No matter how realistic God's domain was, at the end of the day, it was still only a virtual reality game. Nothing inside the game was real at this day and age. This belief was well rooted in players' minds, and they never strayed from it. However, they suddenly realized that they were wrong. So strong. Is this the strength of a Tier 4 class? If we can become Tier 4 classes, will we be that strong as well? Everyone gazed at Weissman, who was still hovering in midair. At this moment, excitement, fear, and longing filled their minds. There were no superheroes or espers in real life. No human was capable of flying freely in the sky. However, such feats could actually be achieved in this incomparably realistic world known as God's domain. It was as if everyone had arrived in a world of miracles considering the current situation. People no longer thought of God's domain as just another virtual reality game. Instead, God's domain was a world where they could start their second life. I have underestimated Weissman to think he could actually cast Tier 4 magic with such ease. Relying on his astonishing speed, Shifeng had managed to escape the effective range of Weissman's Skypiercer, so he had not received any damage from the resulting shockwave normally. High-tiered spells required a very long casting time. During this period, others could easily interrupt the caster and inflict significant amounts of damage. Normally, when one fought an opponent of the same tier, very rarely did they have the chance to cast high-tiered spells. Instead, they would use low-tiered spells with shorter cast times. It was extremely difficult to cast a Tier 4 spell in the midst of battle like Weissman had when faced with an equal opponent yet. Even when facing a mutant like the Mechanical Slayer, Weissman had still managed to cast a Tier 4 destructive spell effortlessly. It was apparent just how powerful Weissman was. While Shifeng had focused on Weissman, the Mechanical Slayer had flown out from the crater the Skypiercer had created. What? Still alive, even after taking a hit from a Tier 4 spell? Shifeng was slightly surprised when he saw the wounded Slayer. The effects of high-level magic weren't limited to HP damage alone. Could also damage the enemy's physical condition in battles. HP only served as a reference. In certain cases, even when players only had 1 HP remaining, their combat power would not be affected in the slightest. They could still display 100% of their actual combat power. Yet, sometimes, despite losing only a thread of their HP, players' combat power might be greatly affected. Leaving them capable of displaying only 10% high-tiered skills were so powerful was because not only could they cause a frightening amount of damage, but they could also greatly affect the enemy's combat power at this moment. Although the Mechanical Slayer looked like a mess with many wounds covering its body and less than 50% of its HP remaining, the spell had not significantly damaged its combat power. What an enviable physique. Shifeng had been a Tier 3 Sword King in his past life, so he understood how important a strong physique was to a player. Although the Mechanical Slayer had less than 50% HP remaining right now, its remaining HP was not much different than the HP Weissman possessed. With its combat power unaffected, the Mechanical Slayer could still challenge Weissman. However, the Mechanical Slayer's next action had completely surpassed Shifeng's imagination. After flying into the air, instead of launching an attack at Weissman, the Mechanical Slayer turned tail and ran. This scene stupefied every player present. Nobody could have imagined that the Mechanical Slayer would actually flee after realizing that it could not win against Weissman. The Mechanical Slayer's intelligence far surpassed any ordinary monster. Unfortunately for the Mechanical Slayer, Weissman had no intention of letting it escape. Using instantaneous movement, Weissman teleported to the Mechanical Slayer's side and immediately used Snowy Explosion. Countless frost arrows pelted the Mechanical Slayer's body. In the blink of an eye, the Mechanical Slayer had frozen into an ice sculpture. The Mechanical Slayer's frozen body then plummeted towards the ground, the impact creating a massive hole in the ground, following which, Weissman waved his staff. Suddenly, multiple aqua-blue magic arrays appeared around his body. Water dragons emerged from these magic arrays and shot towards the mutant. These water dragons wrapped around the Slayer and buried their vicious teeth in its flesh, restraining the Mechanical Slayer in a large ball of water. This was the Tier 2 spell, Water Binding. When used, it restricted the target's movements. Now unable to move, the Mechanical Slayer immediately used Bladestorm. Not only did the skill increase its movement speed, but it also made the Mechanical Slayer immune to all magical control effects. After breaking out of Weissman's Water Binding, the Mechanical Slayer spun towards the Great Wizard. Reacting quickly, Weissman immediately started chanting the incantation of another spell, his hand having already written 3 lines of runes. A moment later, an ice shield appeared, covering his body. The ice shield could absorb a massive amount of damage. At the same time, the shield would slow enemies who managed to land a hit. Even after the Mechanical Slayer's great sword repeatedly struck Weissman's ice shield for 3 full seconds, the ice shield remained in one piece. At this moment, however, multiple scars had appeared on the ice shield, and from the looks of it, the layer of ice would not hold on for long. At this moment, Weissman had also readied the Tier 3 spell, Earthen Spear. Suddenly, brownish-yellow spears protruded and shot out of the ground, bombarding the spinning Mechanical Slayer. Not only did these spears cause significant damage, but they had also forced the Mechanical Slayer into a constant retreat. After being struck by a total of 21 earthen spears, the Mechanical Slayer had been forced back over 30 yards in a fit of rage. The Mechanical Slayer threw its serrated greatsword at Weissman unperturbed. Weissman used instantaneous movement to dodge the simple attack. Immediately after, Weissman bombarded the Mechanical Slayer with dozens of lightning snakes while Weissman and the Mechanical Slayer clashed. Shurfeng quietly snuck closer to them after the battle had reached this point. Shurfeng could tell that the Mechanical Slayer was no match for Weissman, although the Mechanical Slayer was not weak. Mutants needed time to grow. Originally, the gap between the Mechanical Slayer and Weissman should not have been so wide. However, aside from having a severely lacking repertoire of skills, the Mechanical Slayer was also inexperienced with evading attacks and controlling its own body, resulting in such a wide gap between itself and its opponent. With the Mechanical Slayer's current combat power, it would have no problems dealing with Tier 3 upper-rank NPCs if given more time to grow. Even Weissman might not be a match for the Slayer. After all, a mutant transformed from a High Lord ranked monster possessed extremely frightening potential. Meanwhile, if such a powerful mutant were killed, whether it was the EXP or loot, the rewards would be astonishing. Now that everyone had witnessed how powerful both the Mechanical Slayer and Weissman were, unless they wished to die, nobody would be so stupid as to move closer as these powerhouses faced off. So, the players present quietly observed the battle from a distance. The moment Weissman killed the Mechanical Slayer, they would rush forward to fight for the mutant's loot. Hence, Shurfeng intended to make his move first. If he waited until after the battle ended to make his move, he would not stand a chance against tens of thousands of players. Moreover, Shurfeng was not interested in the Mechanical Slayer's loot alone. He also desired the EXP. The Mechanical Slayer would provide both the 7 Luminaries Ring and the Skill Flame Burst were of great use to Shurfeng. However, if he wanted to upgrade and increase their might, he needed a large amount of EXP. If he could steal the last hit of the Mechanical Slayer, he could obtain 60% of the Slayer's EXP for himself. This would not be a small number. Chapter 349, Skyrocketing Experience. While Shurfeng slowly approached the battlefield, the other players stared intently at the Mechanical Slayer's HP. As the battle grew more intense, the Mechanical Slayer's HP fell at an increasing rate. If they were a step ahead of others, they would have a higher chance of obtaining some of the Slayer's loot for themselves. Naturally, they all watched the mutant's HP intently, prepared to dash forward when it dropped to 0 at the same time. Various guild leaders began issuing commands to surround the battlefield. Although Shurfeng had killed many of their members with the aid of the Mechanical Slayer, many were still alive. At this time, these guilds no longer paid attention to Shurfeng. Including Lone Tyrant, who hated Shurfeng down to the bone, they all focused on the Mechanical Slayer guild leader. Tyrant, we have people stationed as close to the Mechanical Slayer as possible. Our men will charge forward as soon as the Slayer dies. An assassin standing beside Lone Tyrant reported. Good. If someone steals the loot, kill them. Lone Tyrant ordered. According to his estimation, the loot of such a powerful monster like the Mechanical Slayer, at the very least, would be dark gold items. It might even drop epic items. As long as they could obtain these items, they could make up for some of the losses they had previously suffered. Right? Have there been any movements from Zero Wing and Ouroboros? Lone Tyrant asked. None at the moment. I don't know what happened with Zero Wing, but none of their members have arrived. It seems they're not interested in this situation. As for Ouroboros, they are still focused on raiding the 3 great dungeons. They only sent a small contingent. On the other hand, Emperor's Light and Assassin's Alliance have sent quite a few members, the assassin reported. He then added, if we had not lost so many members because of Black Flame, we could have contended with these guilds evenly. Ha ha ha. Gentle Snow, in your eagerness to conquer the 3 great dungeons, you have missed out on the chance to conquer the 3 great dungeons. Pass down my command. Have everyone focus on grabbing the most valuable items. Don't let any dark gold items or epic items fall into other guilds' hands. Lone Tyrant's excitement grew as he thought about the bountiful loot of the Mechanical Slayer. Before, Darkstar had lost many of their members and suffered massive losses due to Black Flame. It would take a long time for the guild to recover. Lone Tyrant swore that he would personally avenge his guild sooner or later. However, if they could obtain some dark gold and possibly epic items, it would massively assist the guild's recovery. It was especially true for dungeon raiding. If they could use dark gold and epic ranked weapons and equipment to fight the bosses in the 3 great dungeons, They would have a much easier time conquering these dungeons by the time they obtained the first clear of the 3 great dungeons. Dark Star would take its place in the public eye once more, restoring its past glory. Time passed gradually. While everyone focused on the Mechanical Slayer's HP, the number of players in White River City who had gathered continuously increased after all. It was the first time a monster attack had occurred in Star Moon Kingdom shortly after the White River City system announcement appeared. A report appeared on the God's Domain official forums. Even players from other cities rushed over to experience this rare event. However, the teleportation fee between cities was very expensive, so there weren't a lot of players from other cities. Meanwhile, the players from other cities were those who were well off in God's Domain. A majority of these players were the elite members of guilds. At one point, over 500,000 players had gathered around the battlefield between Weissman and the Mechanical Slayer. That was practically a third of the total population of White River City. I am relieved. To see such a powerful monster, we have not wasted the trip. Only a few of us teleported here, and we haven't occupied any strategic locations. In a moment, if any of you manage to snatch some loot, escape immediately, understood? Don't stay behind to throw away your lives. A handsome man in black robes told the people standing around him. If Shurfeng could see this man's name, he would be shocked. This man was a famous expert in the virtual gaming world. His fame even surpassed Gentle Snow's. The man was also an individual ranked within the top 1,000 on the global experts list. This man was Red Feather, and he was one of the elders of the first-rate guild, Star Alliance boss Red Feather. Rest assured, you should know our strengths the best. Not in another 100 years could these noobs of White River City compete with us. A level 20 assassin with tan skin said disdainfully as he observed the various guilds members of White River City. Big Brother Red, you're being overly cautious. We are the trump card of Star Alliance. Since we've arrived, how could we not walk away with all of the loot? Flourishing Willow, a female ranger with an enchanting body, chuckled. You guys. Red Feather helplessly shook his head. His companion's confident words. There are still plenty of experts in White River City. Although Gentle Snow is not participating, don't forget that there are still the branch leader of World Dominators, Blood Halberd, the guild leader of the Assassin's Alliance, Cruel Sword, and the branch leader of Emperor's Light, 13th Swallow. There is also the expert that has recently appeared, Black Flame. In addition, experts from other cities have also come to take part in this event. No matter what, we have to act prudently. Unfortunately, Red Feather's reminder fell on deaf ears. None of his companions took his words to heart. After all, every one of them was above level 20, and a majority of the equipment they wore was Secret Silver rank. One of them even wore nothing but Secret Silver equipment. In addition, they were all veteran gamers who had fought in the virtual gaming industry for many years now. They were all top-tier experts. Their levels, techniques, and equipment were all first-rate. So, how could they possibly lose to any other guild? Big Brother Red, that Mechanical Slayer's HP is about to bottom out. Should we rush over there? Flourishing Willow asked. In a moment. The more powerful a monster is, the more powerful its counterattack will be before it dies. You have all personally witnessed how powerful the Mechanical Slayer is for yourselves. Anywhere within a 200 yards is a danger zone. If we don't have any invulnerability skills, the splash damage will kill us before we get close. Red Feather stopped his companions. However, we can approach the 200-yard range. Just as Red Feather finished speaking, suddenly, a black figure charged towards the Mechanical Slayer so fast that it left observers tongue-tied. Ha ha ha. What a fool. The Mechanical Slayer still has 2% of its HP left. Yet he dares to rush ahead. Based on his speed, that person should be an expert. Unfortunately, his greed has overpowered his judgment. If he waited until the Mechanical Slayer died, with his speed, he could have snatched 1 or 2 items. Many onlookers ridiculed the figure that had boldly charged into the fray. Nobody believed that the figure would survive to reach the Slayer. However, there was also a small number of players who rushed after him. Meanwhile, the black figure leading the charge was none other than Shurfeng. At this moment, the Mechanical Slayer was already on the verge of death. Weissman only needed 2 or 3 more skills to finish it off. Naturally, Shurfeng would not wait any longer. However, when Shurfeng was 100 yards from the battlefield, the Mechanical Slayer erupted, the mechanical slayer's body suddenly turned crimson, shrinking by half. The serrated greatsword also transformed into a blood-red scythe. A pitch-black aura of death surrounded the blade. Tightly gripping the scythe with both hands, the slayer swung it at its surroundings. Suddenly, black streaks of light shot out in all directions. Why does it have the Tier 4 skill, Death Sigh? Shifeng panicked at the sight of this skill. Hurriedly, he activated Fantasy World the instant the black lights collided with the barrier of light formed by the fantasy world. Although Shifeng had not lost any HP, he felt as if he had been struck by a sledgehammer. Shifeng had even wondered if Fantasy World could hold up against this Tier 4 skill. The black lights illuminated the surroundings for 6 full seconds, covering a range 200 yards in all directions. The area looked like it had been enclosed by a black dome. Everything within this dome was pitch black, and nobody outside the dome could see anything within it. After Death's Sigh ended, everything in the space was dead. Aside from Shifeng, who was safe inside his light barrier, every player who charged forward had died. Meanwhile, the Ice Guard Weissman had summoned also shattered. At this moment, Weissman had lost a significant amount of his HP. He even spat a mouthful of fresh blood. Evidently, the Slayer's attack had severely injured him. However, this could not be helped. Nobody would have thought the Mechanical Slayer would use such a frightening skill as its dying counterattack. When caught unaware, even a Tier 4 Great Wizard would receive heavy damage from such an attack. However, after using Death's Sigh, the Mechanical Slayer was like an oil lamp exhausted of fuel. It only had a final thread of HP remaining. Weissman then used Ice Descent, a Tier 3 spell. Suddenly, ice and snow fell from the sky, landing on the Mechanical Slayer. Wave after wave of icy air enveloped on the Slayer, devouring the last of its HP. Your head is mine. At this moment, seeing as the Mechanical Slayer was about to die, Shifeng had grown anxious. Immediately, he activated Windwalk and dashed at the mutant. The moment he was in range, he used Silent Steps to appear behind the Mechanical Slayer. As Weissman's spell was not yet over, Shifeng had to endure Weissman's Ice Descends as well. Shifeng then retrieved an intermediate frost grenade from his bag. After accurately gauging the Slayer's HP, Shifeng threw the intermediate frost grenade and dealt -500 damage to the mutant. The frost grenade destroyed the Mechanical Slayer's remaining 300 HP before the next wave of icy air. Shifeng had pushed himself to his very limit to grasp the Mechanical Slayer's HP, and he very nearly lost the last hit to Weissman after the Mechanical Slayer died. Over 100 items burst forth from the mutant. Meanwhile, Shifeng also received a series of system notifications. Before Shifeng could check the notifications, his experience bar started to soar. In just a moment, Shifeng's level 24 experience bar filled before breaking through to level 25. Even after reaching level 25, Shifeng's experience bar did not stop. Level 26, level 27, level 28, level 29. Golden light continuously flashed over Shifeng's body, only gradually fading after Shifeng reached level 34. In the end, Shifeng rose to 74% of level 34. Shifeng had leveled up 10 times consecutively. The EXP he had obtained had completely surpassed his imagination even in his previous life. Never once had he managed to level up 10 times in a row. It was clear how bountiful the EXP provided by the Mechanical Slayer was. If he had obtained 100% of it, he would have leveled up further. Chapter 350 Sword in the Stone. Before Shifeng could celebrate his success of stealing the last hit, he felt deep-seated malice directed at him from all directions. Although Shifeng was wearing the black cloak, and nobody had yet recognized Shifeng, the system notification that appeared after the Mechanical Slayer died had betrayed Shifeng's Star Moon Kingdom system announcement. Congratulations to Black Flame for being the first player to kill a mutant, rewarding 50 reputation points in Star Moon Kingdom, 30 free mastery points, and 30 gold coins. White River City system announcement. Player Black Flame has killed the Mechanical Slayer that invaded White River City, rewarding 50 reputation points in White River City, 10,000 merit points in Star Moon Kingdom, and 20 gold coins. These two notifications popped up 3 times. After reading these notifications, even a fool could tell that the cloaked figure covered in a golden glow was none other than Zero Wings Guild leader, Black Flame now. Not only Shifeng had obtained a wealth of EXP by killing the Mechanical Slayer, but he also received a bountiful reward from the system. How could others not be envious? Sure enough, his reputation is well-deserved. He actually stole the last hit while Weissman and the Mechanical Slayer fought. After watching Shifeng's previous performance, Red Feather could not help but compare himself to Shifeng. Suddenly, Red Feather discovered that, regarding timing, he was inferior. Black Flame is quite good. However, at the end of the day, he still can't make it onto the Secret Pavilion's experts list. How powerful could he possibly be? On the other hand, Big Brother Red Feather is an expert ranked within the top 900 on the experts list. Flourishing Willow giggled, smiling faintly. The Secret Pavilion's experts list contained the names of 1008 great experts in God's domain, and it was extremely hard to place on that list. After all, there were too many players in God's domain. Moreover, that number continued to increase. Hence, even if it were the 1008th ranked player on the experts list, that expert would be a monster-like existence in the virtual gaming world. Players took pride in ranking on the experts list. Not only was it a symbol of strength, but it was also a symbol of honor since Red Feather ranked in the top 900. It sufficed to say that he was very powerful. On the other hand, Black Flame's absence from the experts list showed that the Secret Pavilion judged him as inferior to Red Feather. However, Shifeng did not care what others thought about him. Without hesitation, he started picking up the items the Mechanical Slayer had dropped after the Mechanical Slayer died. Over 100 items had scattered around its body. Needless to say, everyone present knew that if one could take all of these items for themselves, it would massively assist Guild's development. Seeing as the Mechanical Slayer had been such a powerful monster, even the worst items it dropped should be fine gold rank. At this stage of the game, fine gold ranked weapons and equipment were extremely rare. With over 100 weapons and equipment of such quality, they could either fully arm a 20-man team, qualitative improve a 50-man team, or significantly upgrade a 100-man team. Damn. All of you, go! Those drops are mine! Lone Tyrant shouted in rage. Clenching his fists, Lone Tyrant's eyes resembled a poisonous snake's as he glared at Shifeng. The Dark Star members who had been on standby all this time charged forward naturally. The players from other guilds did not lag behind. They all simultaneously dashed towards the dropped items. Of course, Shifeng would not let anyone have any of the drops. However, due to time constraints, he could only take a limited number before the tide of players crashed down on him. 1, 2, 5 pieces. The moment Shifeng's hands reached an item, he would immediately throw the item into his bag, not even bothering to look at what he had picked up. No. Get rid of him. All mages. Bombard him with AoE spells. Lone Tyrant's heart bled as he watched Shifeng claim items, one after another. This was his biggest chance to recuperate Dark Star's losses. At this moment, however, Shifeng was destroying that chance right before his very eyes. As for the others, they, too, realized that they could not leave Shifeng alone. They needed to kill him immediately. Otherwise, there wouldn't even be scraps left. They sure are fast. Shifeng wrinkled his brows, his hands moving even faster than before. Unlike the items dropped by dungeon bosses, there was an additional rule for the loot from field bosses. Even if a player obtained an item from field boss, if someone killed them within 2 hours, that item would drop from their dead body with 100% certainty. It was the same for players who picked up the item later on. Only after 2 hours would this item not fall from the player's bag. Due to this reason, even if it was at the cost of their lives, the players charging forward wanted to destroy Shifeng. After all, Shifeng had already picked up over 30 items. The Mechanical Slayer had dropped over 100 items. Yet, Shifeng had already claimed over a fifth of them for himself. How could anybody accept such a situation? Shifeng's anxiety grew at the sight of the approaching crowd. Suddenly, however, he noticed an inconspicuous-looking item among the many drops. To be precise, this item was a sword fully encased in a crystal. Although this sword appeared ordinary, Shifeng could not help his attention shifting towards this ordinary-looking sword. At the moment, Shifeng was 8 yards away from this sword. If he used the time to run there instead of picking up the items around him, he could still claim at least 2 or 3 items. Moreover, the approaching players were only 40 yards away right now. Some rangers had even begun to aim and fire at Shifeng. Should I go for it or not? Shifeng hesitated. If he went for the sword, he would definitely lose the other items. Moreover, before the item was firmly in his hands, he could not confirm the quality of the sword. If he darted for it only to find out that he had picked up a common item, he would have missed out on obtaining items of better quality. As Shifeng hesitated, an arrow flew towards his head. Shifeng responded quickly. With the wave of the abyssal blade, he slashed this arrow in half. In the next moment, however, dozens more flew at him. After Shifeng reached level 34, his various attributes had improved immensely. Taking a step forward, he brandished his two swords. While dodging the incoming arrows, Shifeng sliced apart those that he could not dodge. I am running out of time. Shifeng decided to make the gamble. Immediately, he charged towards the sword in the stone. Even with so many items surrounding him, only this sword attracted his attention. There must definitely be a reason for this. Thus, Shifeng decided to trust his instincts this time. After Shifeng picked up the sword in the stone, the crowd arrived and surrounded him. Every one of them was like a hungry wolf as they glowered at Shifeng, malice flashing in their eyes. They only wished they could swallow Shifeng whole. Black Flame, don't even think about escaping this time. Know your place and hand over the drops and all of your equipment. Lone Tyrant laughed as he smirked at Shifeng. The encirclement around Shifeng was different this time. There was no forest for him to hide in. Moreover, players had him surrounded. Shifeng had no hope of escape at this moment. Red Feather, who swiftly approached the scene, sent a whisper to Shifeng. Guild leader Black Flame, you are a red name at the moment. You have killed so many players inside White River City. If you die, the penalty you will receive will be extremely heavy. Why don't you hand all the drops over to me, and I'll help you leave safely? Shifeng sent a contemptuous gaze at Red Feather, looking at Red Feather as if he was a fool now that there were thousands of players simultaneously casting their skills at Shifeng. Only a fool would believe that Red Feather could help Shifeng escape safely. Red Feather only made such an offer to convince Shifeng to approach him before taking the opportunity to end his life. Obtaining an easier time collecting the drops, this sort of trickery might deceive a child. But to deceive him? Maybe in another decade. Chapter 351, Original Sin. He didn't fall for the bait? Red Feather was slightly surprised when he saw Shifeng's contemptuous gaze. Indeed, he had planned to trick Shifeng all along. After Shifeng approached him, he would kill Shifeng, gaining easier access to the dropped items. When people were desperate, they would grasp at even the tiniest bit of hope. This was a basic human instinct, and Red Feather had sought to take advantage of this. For many, even if they knew they were being cheated, they would still choose the risk. However, what about Shifeng? Currently, tens of thousands of players surrounded Shifeng in all directions. Even a fly could not escape. Simply put, Shifeng had zero hope of escaping alive. Faced with such overwhelming numbers, any normal person would have long since broken down from the pressure. Even Red Feather could not guarantee that he would not be affected. No ordinary person could endure the condemnation of thousands, not to mention the murderous gazes of tens of thousands. Yet, even in such a situation, Shifeng seemed unaffected in the slightest. Shifeng even had the spare time to send him a contemptuous gaze. Red Feather started to wonder whether or not Shifeng was a human. Shifeng could actually maintain such calm. However, even if you don't take my bait, you still won't escape. Although Red Feather felt somewhat disappointed, his intention to kill Shifeng had not changed. Fire and arrows blotted out the sky above Shifeng. Even though he was level 34 now and possessed a severe level suppression over the other players, he still would not survive these attacks. A single person present believed that Shifeng could leave this place alive in the next moment. However, Shifeng confused everyone at this crucial moment. Shifeng activated Defensive Blade and continued to pick up drops. One after another, he placed the items in his bag, showing that he valued money more than his own life. Many players expressed their confusion. Does Black Flame really think he can escape? Does Black Flame believe that, as long as he claims the loot, those items will not drop after he dies? However, Shifeng still smiled faintly. He paid no attention to the incoming attacks, following which, wave after wave of spells and arrows landed within 20 yards around Shifeng, transforming the area into an ocean of ice and fire. Meanwhile, all players within this 20-yard radius turned into ash. Shifeng was no exception. Ha ha ha. Black Flame. Finally. Lone Tyrant laughed psychotically as he watched Shifeng turn into particles of light. Although Lone Tyrant had not done the deed personally, when the news of Black Flame's death spread, he would definitely become the laughingstock of God's Domain Zero Wings guild leader, Black Flame, had actually thrown his life away because of greed. What could be more ironic than this? Wait, none of the items Black Flame picked have dropped. A player with powerful eyesight suddenly shouted in surprise hearing this. A realization struck the crowd indeed, just as the player had said. Although Black Flame had died, the number of items on the ground had not increased. Rather, there even seemed to be a few more pieces missing. What was happening? Did this mean that there was no 2-hour wait to claim the loot from the Mechanical Slayer? At this moment, Lone Tyrant was stunned as well. His eyes were glued to the location where Shifeng had died. However, no matter how hard he racked his mind, he could not figure out what had happened even if there really was no 2-hour waiting time for the dropped items. As a red name, Black Flame should have at least dropped a few pieces of the equipment he wore upon death. Yet, he had not dropped a single item after he died. Big Brother Red. This is bad. If the items don't drop from a player's inventory, it will be far more difficult to steal them. Flourishing Willow panics. Since that is the case, we'll grab as many as we can. Let's go. Originally, they had prepared their path of retreat. However, he never would have expected that the drops from the Mechanical Slayer would play such a trick on them, destroying his plans. As for whether Shifeng had actually died or not, Red Feather had no doubts. Thousands of attacks had bombarded the area, and any stealth effects would have been useless. Moreover, even in the very end, he had not seen Shifeng activate any skills. Brothers, attack. Don't let the powerful guilds take the drops. As long as we put the drops into our bags, the items will be ours. Originally, the independent players had only intended to observe. They had no plans to compete for the loot. After all, without a guild protecting them, the moment they picked up an item would be the moment they lost their lives. At that time, not only would they lose the items they picked up, but they would also lose their own equipment and levels. Only a lunatic would try their luck. However, the situation had changed. Black Flame had picked up so many items as everyone watched. Yet, after he died, not a single item that he had picked up had dropped. This showed that the Slayer's loot would belong to whoever picked them up previously. None of the independent players saw any chances or hope of obtaining an item for themselves. Now that there was a glimmer of hope of obtaining a fine gold or even dark gold item, why wouldn't they be excited? Suddenly, the tens of thousands of players went into a frenzy. They frantically launched spells and attacks towards the dropped items, barring anyone from claiming the loot unknowingly. The largest war in the entire Starmoon Kingdom, no, in the entire God's Domain, had begun in White River City. The battle was a complete mess. Even great experts could not play much of a role in a war involving tens of thousands of players. They might even find it difficult to survive. Big Brother Shadow Sword, should we try for some of the drops as well? We might grab ourselves a dark gold item. If we're lucky, we might even get an epic item. If we do, we won't have to worry about futures anymore, Turtledove said in excitement. Currently, she stood on a rooftop far from the battlefield. A war of this magnitude would shock anyone. They would find themselves wanting to join the battle and display their skills and obtain some treasures while they're at it. Alright, we'll try out luck. As a person who pursued combat techniques, Shadow Sword would certainly not miss out on this golden opportunity. Although Shifeng had warned them not to involve themselves, Shadow Sword had to agree with Turtledove's suggestion. If they could be like Shifeng, grabbing 30 to 40 items for themselves, even if they died, it would be an admirable death. After all, facing the attacks of tens of thousands of players, even the top-ranking expert on the Secret Pavilion's experts list, the undefeated god, could not possibly survive. For your own good, I advise you to not to go. Even if you snatch an item, you won't get anything after you die. At this moment, a calm and indifferent voice reached Turtledove and Shadow Sword's ears. When the two heard this voice and promptly turned their heads towards the source, shock immediately appearing on their faces. You. How did you resurrect? Turtledove gaped at Shifeng with disbelief. Currently, Shifeng still wore his black cloak, a calm expression on his face. Resurrect? I never died, so why would I need to resurrect? Shifeng chuckled. Making one-way trips was not brave, but stupid. Since he had charged into battle, naturally, he had long since prepared an escape. Before Shifeng had charged towards the Mechanical Slayer, he had already activated Phantom Kill. He had then sent his doppelganger away from the battlefield while he forged ahead to steal both the last hit and the treasure. After he had his fill, he immediately swapped positions with his doppelganger, letting his doppelganger endure the rain of attacks while he departed from the battlefield. You didn't die. How is this possible? I saw countless spells hit before you turned into particles of light and disappeared. Turtledove walked up to Shifeng, her bright eyes scanning his body. After an extensive examination, she revealed a look that said, "You can't deceive me." Shifeng laughed and said, "That's only a doppelganger." Doppelganger. Originally, Turtledove had not believed Shifeng in the slightest. However, at the mention of the word doppelganger, she suddenly understood the gist of the situation, feeling slightly shocked. She never expected that Shifeng would have planned an escape. However, Shadow Sword was far more shocked by this revelation. With only the use of a doppelganger, Shifeng had managed to toy with the tens of thousands of players present, causing them to start a massacre of Shadow Sword, and Turtledove knew that Shifeng had come to this tall building to look for an opportunity to re-enter the battlefield. At this moment, Shifeng sat quietly before calling up the system interface for the 7 Luminaries ring. Finally, I can level these skills. Shifeng looked at the 7 great skills displayed on the 7 Luminaries ring interface. Growing excited even at level 1, these 7 skills were immensely beneficial. If he could level these skills several times, his combat power would definitely reach the next level. It would also significantly assist with his class change quest. Chapter 352, One Hit Asura 1. The battle on the streets of White River City was in full swing now, and a large number of players died with every passing moment. Surprisingly, however, even with such a massive war going on in the middle of White River City, none of the city guards had come forth to stop the players from killing each other. The guards had only sealed off the neighborhood around the teleportation hall where the battle took place. As long as a battle between players remained in this area, the guards would not pay it any mind. They would silently stand aside with spears in hand. Meanwhile, the players in question had already gone completely crazy over the loot of the Mechanical Slayer. None of them even noticed Shifeng, who currently sat on top of a building at a distance. All of their attention was directed towards the items scattered across the ground. However, when the female guardian knight, Turtledove, who stood beside Shifeng, used an identification skill on him, she abruptly jumped in shock. Level 34. How is his level so high? Currently, a majority of the players in God's domain had yet to reach level 20, yet Shifeng was level 34. The sight of Shifeng's level of 34 was enough to cause any player to despair in God's domain. The suppression of 5 levels was detrimental, let alone a suppression of over 10 levels. However, Turtledove had quickly discovered Shifeng's level falling by 1. She was confused. Shifeng had obviously not died, yet his level had fallen. Turtledove did not know that, at this moment, Shifeng had assigned a large amount of EXP to the 7 great skills of the 7 Luminaries ring. The amount of EXP that Shifeng possessed at level 34 was extremely abundant, and with the EXP of a single level, he had managed to upgrade all of the 7 great skills of the 7 Luminaries ring to level 3 Aura of Earth. Level 3 requires 6 million EXP to upgrade to level 4. Defense increased by 40%, damage taken reduced by 25%, activatable skill dash. Absolute defense provides immunity to 12 attacks. Cooldown 1 minute 20 seconds. Aura of Water. Level 3 requires 6 million EXP to upgrade to level 4. Received healing increased by 40%, cast consumption reduced by 20%, activatable skill dash. Life Bloom. Heals selected target for 15% HP every second for 30 seconds. Cooldown 1 minute 30 seconds. Aura of Wind. Level 3 requires 6 million EXP to upgrade to level 4. Movement speed increased by 30%, attack speed increased by 30%, agility increased by 20%, activatable skill dash. Wind Rider. Enables temporary flight and movement speed increase of 120% for 15 seconds. Cooldown 2 minutes. Aura of Fire. Level 3 requires 6 million EXP to upgrade to level 4. Defense increased by 35%, target's defense reduced by 30%, activatable skill dash. Firestorm. Inflicts 600% damage within a range of 15 by 15 yards for 5 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Aura of Time. Level 3 requires 10 million EXP to upgrade to level 4. Cooldown of all skills reduced by 25%. Enemies within a 100-yard radius will have their movement speed and attack speed reduced by 25%, and cooldown of skills increased by 30%. Activatable skill dash. Absolute time. Prevents enemies within a radius of 60 yards from using any skills or tools for 20 seconds cooldown. 2 minutes 30 seconds. Aura of Illusion. Level 3. Requires 10 million EXP to upgrade to level 4. All attributes increased by 25%. Enemies within a 100-yard radius will have all their attributes reduced by 30%. Activatable skill dash. Fantasy World. Immunity to all magic damage and 15% of magic damage received will be converted to healing to recover players' HP for 15 seconds cooldown. 3 minutes. Aura of Space. Level 3. Requires 10 million EXP to upgrade to level 4. Immunity to all control and restricting effects. Activatable skill dash. Space Movement. Instantly move to any location within a radius of 360,000 yards cooldown. 8 minutes. As expected, the EXP required becomes increasingly abundant at the further levels. However, the skills have indeed significantly improved. I wonder how far I can upgrade them to if I dump in all the EXP I have. Once again, Shifeng started assigning EXP to the 7 Luminaries ring. This time, Shifeng had upgraded all of the skills to level 5, reducing his level to 26. Aura of Earth. Level 5. Requires 12 million EXP to upgrade to level 6. Defense increased by 45%. Damage taken reduced by 35%. Activatable skill dash. Absolute Defense. Provides immunity to 16 attacks cooldown. 1 minute 20 seconds. Aura of Water. Level 5. Requires 12 million EXP to upgrade to level 6. Received healing increased by 60%. Cast consumption reduced by 30%. Activatable skill dash. Life Bloom. Heals selected target for 20% HP every second for 40 seconds cooldown. 1 minute 30 seconds. Aura of Wind. Level 5. Requires 12 million EXP to upgrade to level 6. Movement speed increased by 40%. Attack speed increased by 40%. Agility increased by 30%. Activatable skill dash. Wind Rider. Enables temporary flight and movement speed increase of 150% for 20 seconds cooldown. 2 minutes. Aura of Fire. Level 5. Requires 12 million EXP to upgrade to level 6. Defense increased by 40%. Target's defense reduced by 40%. Activatable skill dash. Firestorm. Inflicts 800% damage within a range of 25 by 25 yards for 5 seconds cooldown. 5 minutes. Aura of Time. Level 5. Requires 20 million EXP to upgrade to level 6. Cooldown of all skills reduced by 30%. Enemies within a 150-yard radius will have their movement speed and attack speed reduced by 30%, and cooldown of skills increased by 40%. Activatable skill dash. Absolute Time. Prevents enemies within a radius of 75 yards from using any skills or tools for 24 seconds cooldown. 2 minutes 30 seconds. Aura of Illusion. Level 5. Requires 20 million EXP to upgrade to level 6. All attributes increased by 30%. Enemies within a 150-yard radius will have all their attributes reduced by 30%. Activatable skill dash. Fantasy World. Immunity to all magic damage and 15% of magic damage received will be converted to healing to recover players' HP for 20 seconds cooldown. 3 minutes. Aura of Space. Level 5. Requires 20 million EXP to upgrade to level 6. Immunity to all control and restricting effects. Activatable skill dash. Space Movement. Instantly move to any location within a radius of 400,000 yards cooldown. 6 minutes. After Shifeng examined the attributes of the level 5-7 Luminaries ring, his calm heart inadvertently grew excited. In the legends, the 7 Luminaries ring was said to be a godly relic. Even if it were just an epic ranked replica of the item, its strength far surpassed any player's imagination currently. The 7 Luminaries ring replica Shifeng possessed was only level 5. Looking at the replica's current attributes, Shifeng had even wondered if the 7 Luminaries ring replica could rival the strength an actual legendary item. However, if Shifeng wanted to continue upgrading the 7 Luminaries ring, he would need a horrifying amount of EXP. In his current position, it was simply impossible to upgrade the ring to level 6 next. I need to work on the Surekill skill, Flame Burst. Shurfeng called up the skill interface and began to upgrade Flame Burst back in the Flame God's Cave. Shurfeng had upgraded the skill to level 5 Flame Burst. Level 5 requires 4 million EXP to upgrade to level 6. Channeling time, 2 seconds. Gathers the power of flames to a single point and causes 420% damage to the target attack count. 6 times. Cooldown, 3 minutes 30 seconds. In a single breath, Shurfeng upgraded Flame Burst 4 times, the skill reaching level 9. Meanwhile, Shurfeng's level had fallen from 26 to 21 Flame Burst. Level 9 requires 60 million EXP to upgrade to Tier 1 skill. Channeling time, 1 seconds. Gathers the power of flames to a single point and causes 750% damage to the target attack count. 12 times. Cooldown 3 minutes. Chapter 353, One Hit Asura, 2. I never really have enough EXP. However, I can only leave it for now. Even if I fall back to level 0, I won't have enough EXP to upgrade the skill. Shurfeng laughed bitterly as he looked at his own level 21. His current level was even lower than before he had returned to White River City. However, his combat power was much higher than any ordinary level 34 player. Meanwhile, Turtledove and Shadow Sword were completely stupefied right now within minutes. A level 34 player had fallen to level 21. Turtledove and Shadow Sword had even wondered if their eyes were playing tricks on them. How could a player's level decrease by itself? Although they both eagerly wanted to ask Shurfeng about his level, they felt embarrassed to do so. After all, they had yet to join Zero Wing officially. As the leader of a guild, how could they presume to ask for Shurfeng's secrets? Although Shurfeng could discern the doubts filling the minds of the 2 minds beside him, he did not bother to explain himself. This was his secret. If the matter of the 7 Luminaries' ring were revealed, a calamity would definitely befall him in the future at this moment. Shurfeng received another system notification system. Guild Crusade quest completed. Zero Wing's popularity increased by 30,000 points system. Congratulations player for completing a Guild Crusade quest. Rewarding 70 White River City reputation points and 5 million EXP suddenly. Shurfeng's level recovered to level 22 guild leader. We've secured all of the treasure in Creek Town. Everyone's reputation had increased beyond 100 points, and we've become nobles. We won't suffer any consequences if we enter the city as red names now. Fire Dance and the others have returned to the city to accept their class change quests. Aqua Rose suddenly reported through the team chat. Good. The rest of you should return as well. While you're at it, summon all members of Zero Wing to the teleportation hall. Shurfeng said, smiling faintly as he watched the current stalemate on the battlefield. Today was destined to be an extraordinary night. It was also the night when Zero Wing would fully emerge from the shadows. I understand. We'll hurry over immediately. Aqua Rose answered without hesitation before disconnecting the call. At this point, Aqua Rose no longer doubted Shurfeng's decisions after the call ended. Shurfeng remained sitting on the rooftop, quietly observing the intense battle below after another hour had passed. The number of players still alive on the battlefield had dwindled down from the initial 500,000 to less than 100,000. The brutality of the war far exceeded everyone's imaginations throughout this period. Other players would slaughter anyone who dared approach the loot from the Mechanical Slayer regardless of who they were, even when a guild had sent hundreds of members charging forward. The result was the same in the end. The situation had devolved into one where it became impossible for one side to steal any of the drops without annihilating everyone else. However, along with the decrease of players, guilds' advantages began to reveal themselves. Among the tens of thousands of players remaining, a large majority of them were guild players. Meanwhile, the number of independent players decreased as some independent players had opted to give up and retreat from the battlefield. Without the interruption from independent players, the various guilds had also started to make their moves. Gradually, one guild after another charged towards the unclaimed loot. However, how could the other guilds willingly sit by and watch as other guilds obtained the drops of the Mechanical Slayer? Hence, the guilds present split their members into 2 groups, one to hinder the other guilds and one to seize the items. As a result, The various guilds initiated another intense battle with each other. These items all belong to Darkstar. Do you think small guilds like you are worthy of fighting us? Lone Tyrant swung his shield, slamming it into a swordsman from a small guild and sending him flying. He then bellowed, "Assassins, go for the items. Everyone else, protect them." Immediately, dozens of assassins from Darkstar sped forward, while the other members of Darkstar opened a path for these assassins. You wish to take those items. Have you sought my permission to do so yet? Red Feather led his subordinates forward, gradually approaching the drops while hindering Darkstar simultaneously. Emperor's Light, the Assassins' Alliance, and World Dominators also began to fight their way forward. Although these powerful guilds were very strong, the small guilds were no fools. These powerful guilds' main target would be the highest concentration of loot. Hence, as unrated guilds, rather than competing over these locations, it would be far wiser for them to compete over locations with fewer items. That way, they would have fewer challengers. Meanwhile, seeing the various guilds picking up drops one after another, the independent players watching from the outskirts of the battlefield could not help but grow envious at this moment. However, the guilds that had managed to secure some drops for themselves also displayed grim expressions. Originally, they had been fighting vigorously while ignoring all costs in order to secure the loot. After all, as long as they put these items into their bag, even if they died, these items would not drop. However, now that they had gotten their hands on these items, the result was completely different from what they expected. Any players holding the dropped items had to stay alive and hold said items for 2 hours. If killed during this time, the dropped items would automatically fall from the player's bag. What the hell is going on here? Lone Tyrant looked at the dropped item inside his bag, his brows wrinkled to secure the dropped items. They had not held anything back while slaughtering their way forward, even at the expense of sacrificing their own companions. Meanwhile, the only reason Lone Tyrant Willing made such a huge sacrifice was because he knew that they could take ownership of the dropped items the moment they got their hands on them. At this moment, out of the 10,000 plus Darkstar members who had arrived, less than 1,000 remained. Yet, Lone Tyrant had made all those sacrifices only to find out that the battle was not over yet. The dropped items they had obtained could switch ownership at any given moment. At this moment, all those who managed to obtain a dropped item felt their blood rush to their heads due to this sudden change. Another change also swept through the battlefield. The various guilds immediately started relocating their members who had managed to obtain a drop. Simultaneously, they had also sent more people to kill the members of other guilds who held items. Suddenly, the battlefield became even more fierce than before. At this point, the more members a guild possessed, the greater the advantage it had. Meanwhile, as the guild with the most members remaining at this moment, Darkstar was also the guild that had looted the most items. Very quickly, Darkstar looted another dozen or so items. In addition to the ones they had previously obtained, the number of dropped items now in Darkstar's possession totaled 24. At this moment, aside from Shurfeng, Darkstar had the largest harvest. Just as the escort Lone Tyrant personally led was about to enter White River City's safe zone. Suddenly, a black figure appeared before Lone Tyrant. Black Flame, should I commend you for your bravery or stupidity? Despite managing to escape, rather than going into hiding with the items you obtained, you actually dare appear before me once again. Very well. Today I will finish you off. As for the items in your possession, they will all belong to Darkstar. Lone Tyrant recognized Shurfeng almost instantly. With a sneer, he waved his hand. Over 100 melee players surrounded Shurfeng, while the mages at the rear line started chanting their spells. The healers also began to back off. This time, however, they stood sparsely apart from each other. Obviously, they had done so to avoid getting caught by Shurfeng's large-scale OE magic and that silencing field which prevented them from using any of their skills or tools. Black Flame, you must feel so helpless when you see this formation, no? You will definitely die this time. If you have to blame someone, blame yourself for showing up in front of me. Lone Tyrant boasted. Shurfeng simply smiled at Darkstar's formation. If this had happened before he had upgraded the 7 Luminaries ring, this formation would have caused him a headache. With several hundred people standing so sparsely, the effective range of Firestorm and Absolute Time would indeed be insufficient to deal with all of them. Without the silencing field, as the battle drew on, he would have no choice but to escape. However, circumstances had changed. Looking at the hundreds of level 16 and level 17 melee players charging at him from all directions, Feng activated Absolute Time. At level 5, Absolute Time had an effective radius of 75 yards, so it covered a large majority of the scattered players. As for those that were outside the range of Absolute Time, they were no threat to Feng, following which, Feng switched out the Aura of Time for the Aura of Fire on the 7 Luminaries ring, increasing his damage dealt by 40%, while reducing his target's defense by 40%. However, Feng was not done yet. Feng then activated the additional skill of Purgatory's Shadow, Purgatory Power, increasing his attack speed by 100% and damage by 30% for 15 seconds. Immediately after, Feng used Windwalk and advanced, abruptly charging towards the members of Dark Star. Feng's first target was a level 17 Shield Warrior. Raising the Abyssal Blade, Feng lightly slashed at the Shield Warrior. The silvery gray Abyssal Blade transformed into a streak of silvery gray light. Before the Shield Warrior could lift his shield against Feng's attack, a deep slash appeared on his mysterious iron-ranked breastplate. A critical damage of -3,216 appeared above the Shield Warrior's head, following which, this level 17 Shield Warrior, which possessed slightly more than 2,600 HP, died before the Shield Warrior's body hit the ground. Feng had already arrived in front of a Berserker. Similarly, Feng struck once before leaving behind an afterimage and charging towards the next swordsman. From an outsider's point of view, they could only see a dark shadow passing by the members of Dark Star. Then, for reasons unknown, those Dark Star members suddenly fell to the ground, their HP bars completely depleted. Meanwhile, this dark shadow was so fast that it only took around 6 seconds to move through every single member of Dark Star. By the time the shadow stopped moving, the several hundred Dark Star members had become corpses. Only silence and hundreds of dropped items accompanied these corpses. The players watching this scene play out from afar were completely stupefied. This was too horrifying. Are you a ghost or a human? Lone Tyrant gaped at the hundreds of dead Dark Star elites in front of him in disbelief. Before he could make sense of what was happening, all of his companions had died. The word fear was no longer sufficient to describe what Lone Tyrant currently felt. What do you think? Feng said, smiling faintly as he shifted his gaze to Lone Tyrant. Lone Tyrant's heart jumped when he saw the ridiculing smile on Feng's face. At this moment, he no longer thought of retaliating. He even doubted that the person before him was Black Flame, but an evil Rakshasa of God's domain instead. Otherwise, how could he possibly explain the unbelievable sight before him? How was it even possible for a player to be so powerful? At this moment, escape was Lone Tyrant's only hope. Even if he had 10 lives, they wouldn't be enough against such an evil Rakshasa. However, as soon as Lone Tyrant turned around, he discovered that Feng had already appeared in front of him. Immediately after, he saw the Abyssal Blade in Feng's hand give off a dazzling light. He also felt himself melt at the immense temperature radiating from Feng's sword. This skill was none other than Feng's recently upgraded level 9 Flame Burst. Before Lone Tyrant could react, the scorching Abyssal Blade had run through his heart. The hell-like flames incinerated his body. At the same time, a massive damage of over -10,000 appeared above Lone Tyrant's head, following which, as if struck by a meteorite, Lone Tyrant was sent flying backward. However, before his body made contact with a solid surface, he had become nothing more than ash in the wind. Chapter 354: Hunter and Prey. After killing Lone Tyrant, Feng turned to face the remaining Dark Star members behind him. At this point, Feng had thoroughly frightened these players. He only required 1 strike per person, 100 strikes to bring about annihilation. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of players had died, just like that. Moreover, even their guild leader, Lone Tyrant, could not withstand a single hit before the evil Rakshasa burned him to ash. The remaining Dark Star members felt a chill crawl down their spines when Feng glanced at them. Their limbs felt like lead, incomparably heavy. At this moment, none of them had any courage to continue fighting. Meanwhile, many players watching from afar immediately uploaded the videos they had recorded to the official forums, creating a huge sensation. As a result, the name Black Flame became even more popular than before. No one knew who had shouted this single word. However, all of the remaining Dark Star members expressed their unanimous agreement as they scattered and ran in all directions, with hundreds of players running away from him in all directions. Even Feng, as fast as he was, could not possibly kill all of them. Hence, Feng decided to target the 9 assassins and rangers who were being protected by a group of their companions. These players bore the dropped items from the Mechanical Slayer. Feng might be able to ignore killing everyone else, but he could not ignore these 9. Damn. Why is my luck so rotten? One of the escaping assassins paled with fright when he saw Feng dart towards his group. Seeing his escape was no longer an option, the assassin spun around and prepared for a desperate battle. Face me if you can. However, by the time this assassin turned to face Feng, the blazing abyssal blade had already penetrated his chest. The assassin's HP quickly bottomed out, and 3 items dropped from his lifeless body. Among them, 2 were items dropped by the Mechanical Slayer. Feng immediately grabbed the loot from the Mechanical Slayer and tossed them into his bag. He then charged towards his next target. By the time everyone from Darkstar had run out of absolute time's effective radius, Feng had killed 6 people in quick succession, obtaining a total of 15 dropped items. As for the remaining 3, they had escaped. Not a bad harvest. Feng smiled satisfactorily as he looked at the new additions to his bag. Including these 15 items, he had obtained a total of 52 dropped items. That was practically half of the Mechanical Slayer's drops. Just as Feng prepared to leave, he suddenly discovered the players from other guilds all barreling towards him. Meanwhile, every one of these players wore greedy expressions, and they all thought of Feng as a fat sheep. If Feng had only taken a handful of the loot, they would not have dared strike at Feng even if someone put a gun to their heads. However, the number of dropped items Feng obtained was simply too shocking. Hence, their greed had overtaken their fear. Although the strength Feng displayed defied all reason, everyone had the courage to charge at Feng because they knew that his explosive strength could only last for a short time. Moreover, large-scale silencing skills like the one Feng used would definitely have a very long cooldown. Knowing that the situation had become unfavorable, Feng immediately turned and ran. He had only recently used absolute time, so the skill was still on cooldown at that moment. Without the skill, he stood absolutely no chance against thousands of players. Boss Red Feather. Black Flame is trying to flee. It will be difficult to deal with him if we allow him to escape into White River City's safe zone. Should we use that item now? A Cursemancer asked at this moment. Red Feather carefully considered the situation, standing by his side. Flourishing Willow said, "Big Brother Red, are we really going to make a move against him?" Flourishing Willow's words surprised her teammates. Normally, Flourishing Willow was the most bloodthirsty out of any of them. How could her change of heart not surprise them? "Willow, I thought you said that you wanted to teach Black Flame a lesson? What's changed? Don't tell me you're afraid." An assassin on the same team joked, "Huh? Who's afraid? Are you itching for a beating? Why don't we have a private spar once we return?" Flourishing Willow glared at the assassin. "No, I was just joking. You're a great expert who ranks on the experts list. Why would you bully me?" The assassin hurriedly said, concerned for his safety. Aside from their boss Red Feather, Flourishing Willow was the strongest powerhouse in their team, and nobody dared provoke her. Flourishing Willow proudly snorted. She then shifted her gaze to Red Feather, whose expression appeared melancholic, wondering what his decision would be. Previously, Feng had meant nothing to her. Even if Feng's past performances were outstanding, at most, he would only shine in White River City. However, things were different now that she had personally witnessed Feng's skilled and rapid movements. Flourishing Willow was sure that his strength would carry him beyond the confines of just a city. It was especially true for that frighteningly accurate swordsmanship of his. In just a few seconds, Feng had brandished his sword over 100 times. He had even done so while moving at high speeds. It would have been reasonable if Feng had simply killed the players of Darkstar. However, Feng had actually managed to bury his sword in the heart of every player. Even Red Feather could not achieve such a feat. In addition to being so highly skilled, Black Flame was also the guild leader of Zero Wing. His status was not low. Even if they discarded all pretenses and killed Black Flame, it would not benefit the Star Alliance move out. In the end, Red Feather still made his decision. They had an opportunity of obtaining a large number of fine gold and dark gold items. So what if they had to offend Zero Wing? Moreover, the Star Alliance was a first-rate guild. Even Ouroboros did not dare disrespect them, much less Zero Wing. "Okay." The several assassins in the team replied excitedly, each of them promptly retrieving a purple gold crystal ball from their bag. Activating wind steps and stealth, These assassins swiftly dashed towards Shifeng's movement speed was extremely fast, and ordinary players had no chance of catching up to him. Even rangers, assassins, and swordsmen, who all boasted high movement speeds, could not catch up to Shifeng surprisingly. However, the distance between Shifeng and the players chasing him gradually shortened initially. There had been a span of 100 yards between them. Now there were only 30 yards. If the distance shortened by just another step, the shield warriors and berserkers could use charge to pin down Shifeng. However, no matter how hard the warriors tried, none of them could reduce this distance of 30 yards any further. It drove them all mad that sure is a lot of people. Shifeng turned to look at the crowd chasing him, his lips curling upwards at this moment. None of the players pursuing Shifeng had discovered that, instead of moving closer to White River City's safe zone, they were actually moving farther from it soon. Shifeng would reach the entrance of the teleportation hall. Crap. He's trying to escape through the teleportation array. The crowd started growing anxious. If they allowed Shifeng to teleport from White River City, it would be extremely difficult for them to catch him. Look, there seems to be a group of people coming out from the teleportation hall. Hey, help us stop that person. That person has dark gold ranked treasures on him. Those treasures will fall off his body as long as we kill him. Seeing that the group walking out of the teleportation hall consisted of over 100 players, the crowd's hopes rekindled. They tried thinking of how they could convince that group of players to hinder Shifeng's escape. As long as those players could pin him down for a moment, they could surround him once more. When the players emerging from the teleportation hall heard these words, they immediately took action. Without hesitation, they blocked off the entrance of the teleportation hall. Seeing this, the crowd celebrated. Wait, why do those people look somewhat familiar? Aren't the two great beauties standing at the front Zero Wings, Fire Dance, and Aqua Rose? Why would they be here? As the distance between them and the teleportation hall shortened, the crowd could gradually see more details of those hundreds of players. Suddenly, they realized that something was wrong. The gaze Aqua Rose and the others shot them was the same gazes that they had used to look at Shifeng. It was neither a gaze of ridicule or laughter. Rather, it was the predatory gaze a hunter used while watching prey. Chapter 355, Biggest Winner. We've been had. This black flame is too cunning. He wasn't trying to run away at all. Instead, he was luring us over here. Everyone, be careful. What's there to be afraid of? They only have over 100 people. We have over 10,000 on our side. Do they think they can really turn the tide? Although the crowd had discovered that something was wrong, they couldn't care less. An arrow fitted on the bowstring couldn't avoid being fired. Shifeng had simply obtained too many dropped items. They might not get another opportunity to find such a fat sheep in the future. Right now, the total number of drops all of their guilds obtained was nowhere near what Shifeng carried. Hence, they would not hesitate, even if they had to start a war with these hundreds of players from Zero Wing. Ha. Excellent. We could only play the role of side characters back in Creektown. Now, I can finally exercise my hands, Blackie said joyfully as he watched the incoming crowd. Blackie, don't kill too many. Let the others get some practice as well. It isn't very often we get to participate in such a large-scale battle. Fire Dance smiled faintly as she unsheathed her daggers and entered stealth. Black and Fire Dance's excitement left their teammates speechless in Zero Wing. It was common knowledge that Blackie and Fire Dance were the two gods of slaughter in the guild. In the previous war involving 4 of the top 6 guilds of White River City, if Blackie had not wielded large-scale magic such as the Stars of Light, Fire Dance's total number of kills would have definitely surpassed his. Everyone be careful. Since these people have survived until now, they should have some strength. Aqua Rose simply ignored Blackie's and Fire Dance's actions. The attack power the two of them possessed was simply not something others could replicate. Big Sis Aqua, don't worry. Now that we have upgraded our equipment, this is a perfect chance to see how much we have improved. The others started laughing after the death of the Mechanical Slayer. The magic barrier protecting the treasures of the Blood Hand Association also disappeared. The Blood Hand Association's treasures were a great eye-opener for everyone. In total, they claimed several hundred mysterious iron items. There were also plenty of secret silver and fine gold ranked weapons and equipment. After distributing and equipping these items, everyone's equipment standard had significantly improved now. although their opponents numbered over 10,000, they possessed the advantage of levels and equipment. They also occupied a strategic location. After all, the teleportation hall could only hold so many people at a single time. It was not possible for all of the incoming players to squeeze into the hall simultaneously. In other words, despite the overwhelming odds, they were not without a chance for victory at this moment. Shifeng stopped right before the entrance of the teleportation hall. He then turned to face the various guilds charging at him. On one side, there were over 10,000 players, while on the other, there were 100 or so players. The difference in numbers was over 100 times. However, the various guilds abruptly stopped when the distance between them and Shifeng shortened to 50 yards. Black Flame, don't think that you are invincible just because you now have backup. If you hand over the loot, we will consider sparing your life. Otherwise, today will be the day that your legend comes to an end. Hand over the drops, and we'll spare you your life. Otherwise, you and your team will be finished. The guild leaders of the various guilds glared at Shifeng with crazed eyes. They wanted nothing more than to murder Shifeng right now. Previously, the massacre the Mechanical Slayer carried out under Shifeng's lead severely wounded their guilds. Afterward, due to Shifeng faking his own death, they even began to slaughter each other indiscriminately, decreasing their numbers once more. Now, so many reinforcements suddenly appeared. Who knew if Shifeng had anything else prepared? Now that Shifeng had suddenly turned to smile at them, how could they not feel worried? Hence, they all decided to halt their steps rather than continuing to charge forward. What if they recklessly rushed again, only to find themselves caught by another one of Shifeng's traps? Thus, nobody dared to be the first to charge over. What's the point of talking so much trash? You've chased me for so long, so shouldn't it be my turn now? Shifeng smirked at the army of players before him. Revealing a faint smile, he slowly unsheathed the abyssal blade. Shifeng's calm reaction began to unnerve some of the guilds present. Facing an army of over 10,000. Even a first-rate expert would react anxiously. However, even after observing Shifeng for so long, they could not detect the slightest hint of panic on his face. Did Shifeng truly possess another card that could allow his small team to defeat them? Big Brother Red, there is definitely something suspicious going on. Now that Black Flame has reached the teleportation hall, he can escape at any time. Yet, instead of doing so, he actually plans to take a stand. Flourishing Willow said, her brows tightening. Red Feather nodded in agreement. Feeling that something was indeed wrong with this situation before, Shifeng could have simply escaped into White River City's safe zone. At that time, with the protection of the city guards, it would not be so easy to steal the Mechanical Slayer's loot from him anymore. Yet, instead of doing so, Shifeng had gradually lured everyone to the teleportation hall. Why would Shifeng do such a thing? Crap! We've been tricked. Black Flame is trying to buy time. Red Feather suddenly panicked. Hurriedly, he opened the team member display to check whether or not his team members inside the White River City safe zone were safe. Big Brother Red, what's going on? Flourishing Willow looked at Red Feather. Confused. Black Flame is trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Zero Wing has over 5,000 members, yet only 100 or so are here. Since he could call over these 100 or so members, why didn't he send for even more reinforcements? Red Feather explained. The only reason he did not send for more reinforcements was that he had sent the rest to hunt the transport teams who are safeguarding the loot. Moreover, by blocking the teleportation hall, he can choose to attack or retreat anytime he wants. As soon as the other members of Zero Wing obtain the drops, they can leave immediately. Red Feather had not used the team chat when he spoke. Moreover, he had not kept his voice down, so the other guilds had heard his words very clearly. Suddenly, the guild leaders of the various guilds turned pale immediately. They started contacting the players that were transporting the dropped items. However, none of their calls connected. The results were the same when they tried contacting the other team members of the transport team. UVE only realized it now. Unfortunately, it's too late. Shifeng laughed, shaking his head as he watched the various guilds' actions. Indeed, just as Red Feather had guessed, even before he had slaughtered the members of Dark Star, he had arranged for Zero Wing's army to keep an eye on the transport teams of the other guilds. When Shifeng started his battle with Dark Star, Zero Wing's army took action as the various guilds had lusted after the items on Shifeng. They had not allocated many members to escort the transport team. Some guilds only allocated a few dozen members, while some had only allocated a dozen or so. Meanwhile, each of Zero Wing's groups consisted of at least more than 100. Some even possessed up to 400 members. There was no way they would fail. Moreover, in order to prevent these transport teams from reporting back to their respective guilds about the ambush, Shifeng had purchased a large number of information sealing scrolls from the magic shop. The information sealing scroll was extremely expensive, with each one costing 50 silver coins. This scroll could neither attack nor defend. It was also not a support item. In addition, the scroll could only target players. This scroll's only function was to prevent players from using the game's communication system for a certain amount of time. During this period, players could not receive or send any messages. The only form of communication they could use was ordinary speech. Hence, all this time, the information sealing scroll was an item that the player populace of God's domain had ignored. During the ambush, although these transport teams were just a short distance away from the battlefield, they could not contact their respective guilds to request reinforcements. Faced with troops several times their number, these transport teams had no chance of protecting the loot they carried. Also, even though these transport teams were inside the city's safe zone, the city guards needed time to come to their rescue. During this time, unless the transport team of a guild possessed only top-tier experts, their deaths were all but certain. Even if the city guards arrived later, the dropped items of the Mechanical Slayer could simply be passed on and claimed by the Zero Wing members who had not participated in the battle at this moment. Red Feather was livid. Although he did not know how Shifeng had sealed off their communication, when he saw the HP bars of his team members decreasing, he could guess what had happened without a doubt. His team members were definitely caught in an intense battle at this moment. Red Feather finally realized that he had massively underestimated Shifeng. He had been thoroughly fooled by Shifeng's facade of a first-rate expert. Compared to Shifeng's combat techniques, his cunning was far more terrifying despite the price so many players and guilds had paid. In the end, Zero Wing became the biggest, no, the only winner of this war. Rather than calling Shifeng a fledgling fox, it would be more appropriate to consider him an old demon fox that has lived for countless years. Chapter 356, One Man Holding Out Against 10,000. Big Brother Red. Their HPs aren't declining that rapidly. They should have started fighting not that long ago. Also, they're only a short distance away from us. If we run back there right now, we might still be able to save them. Flourishing Willow said hurriedly. However, the moment Flourishing Willow finished speaking, one of the members on their transport team suddenly died. Flourishing Willow looked at one of the HP bars on the list of team members in disbelief. The dark HP bar proved that this player was already dead. She was very clear on the strength of the team transporting the dropped items. They were all elites of the Star Alliance. Yet, just shortly after the battle started, one of these elites had already died. How could she not be shocked by this situation? It's too late. At this point, we can only kill Black Flame to make up for our losses. Red Feather shook his head. He then looked at Shifeng, rage burning in his eyes. In reality, Red Feather was not the only person present who was angry. The other guilds were similarly enraged. Shifeng had so easily taken away the dropped items they had paid such a large price to obtain. This also meant that, at this moment, Shifeng had obtained all the drops of the Mechanical Slayer. So how could they not feel angry? They had far underestimated Shifeng's ambitions. From the moment the Mechanical Slayer attacked the city, Shifeng never had any intention of letting anyone obtain a share of the loot. Now, they finally realized how naive they had been. They had lost the battle from the very beginning. The battle between their transport teams and the members of Zero Wing had been going on for some time now. It would be too late even if they tried to rescue the transport teams. The only thing they could do now was to get rid of Shifeng. In any case, the number of drops Shifeng had on him was almost the same as the number of drops of the guilds combined. Kill him. Kill him right this instant. Black Flame. Today will be your funeral. None of the guilds present could care less anymore. All of them started charging at Shifeng one after another, not caring whether or not Shifeng had set up any traps for them. However, when the various guilds started charging at him, Shifeng and the others of Zero Wing also retreated into the teleportation hall. Facing death with a smile, the various guilds rushed into the building without a moment's hesitation. Seeing the large number of players swarming into the teleportation hall, Shurfeng said in the team chat, "Start." Blackie, who had been eagerly waiting for this moment, immediately cast stars of light. The entrance and hallway of the teleportation hall was not very spacious, with a capacity of only around 100 players or so. Meanwhile, the range of the stars of light just happened to completely cover this area. One after another, stars of sacred light shot down from the sky, rocking the entire teleportation hall. Even with the preparations the guilds made, the might of the stars of light was simply too overwhelming. Despite the healers at the rear trying their best to save their companions, Blackie's stars of light destroyed even the MTs, who possessed the highest HP and defense, in just 2 to 3 rounds after the duration of stars of light ended. Many members of the various guilds had died. Shurfeng estimated the death toll for Blackie's skill at over 500. At this moment, Blackie's name looked more black than red. If not for the guards of White River City temporarily halting their management over the vicinity of the teleportation hall, the guards would have killed Blackie dozens of times by now. Meanwhile, Blackie's skill had thoroughly shocked the various guilds. The scene before them brought home to the crowd once more the importance of large-scale destruction spells. Even before their frontline players had a chance to clash with the enemy, their side had already suffered so many deaths. This was just like the battlefields of ancient times when archers would already fire their bows before the two sides could even clash. In this case, however, since their side did not possess any archers, they would naturally suffer a one-sided beating. The only thing they could do in this situation was to endure and hope they survived. Fortunately, large-scale destruction spells like this definitely had a very long cooldown time. After all, if such powerful skills could be used constantly, would there even be a need for them to fight? They might as well stand still and await their deaths. Don't be afraid. Charge. They should have used up their skills already. Red Feather calmly shouted a reminder to everyone, following which, the members of the various guilds charged at Shurfeng once more. In addition, the number of players that charged into the teleportation hall this time was even greater than before. At this moment, the members of Zero Wing were also ready for battle just in time. Let's see how powerful my newly improved skill is. Then, at this moment, Shurfeng finally utilized the 7 Luminaries ring and activated Firestorm. The level 5 Firestorm was even more powerful than Blackie's stars of light. Towering flames brightly illuminated the entire teleportation hall. The temperature inside the building rose by tens of degrees as well. Numerous butterflies formed by flames fluttered gracefully around the teleportation hall, creating a beautiful scene to behold. However, all the players touched by these flame butterflies instantly combusted, their bodies turning into ash shortly after. Before the healers standing at the back could react, countless players had already died. The number of deaths caused by Shurfeng's Firestorm far surpassed Blackie's stars of light. Why? Do they still possess large-scale destruction spells? The various guilds present had long since known about Blackie's stars of light. After all, the scene of Blackie using this skill had appeared on video recordings many times by now. Since they had been prepared for it, they had not sent their full force in the initial charge for their second charge. However, they had held nothing back yet. Now Zero Wing had revealed a second, and even more powerful large-scale destruction spell. This situation greatly confused everyone. Just where did Zero Wing manage to obtain so many large-scale destruction spells? Just having one of such spells was already a near impossible feat at this stage of the game. Not even first-rate guilds possessed a single one of such powerful spells. Yet, Zero Wing actually laid claim to 2. After Firestorm ended, the members of the various guilds turned silent. No longer did anybody dare to rush forward after seeing this second large-scale destruction spell unleashed. The various guilds present started hesitating. Instead of letting their blood rush to their heads, they started calmly observing the situation, looking at Shurfeng's leisurely behavior as he stood inside the teleportation hall. They could not help but wonder whether Shurfeng still had another card hidden up his sleeves. From beginning to end, Shurfeng had never considered the army before him a threat. The expression Shurfeng had, in particular, made it seem as if everything was under his control. If there were still members among Zero Wing capable of using large-scale destruction spells, wouldn't they just be seeking their own deaths by recklessly charging ahead? Before arriving at the teleportation hall, the various guilds present had already suffered immense losses. Now, the 2 spells they suffered were like fuel added to the fire. If they were to take another 1 or 2 of such blows, just how were they supposed to cope with the losses? Why aren't you guys charging? It is impossible for Zero Wing to possess any more of such large-scale destruction spells. Red Feather shouted anxiously as he looked at the various guilds. Brother Red Feather, it's not that we are unwilling to charge. However, our manpower is limited. What if they reveal another large-scale destruction spell? My guild can't hope to endure another blow like that. Brother Red Feather, why don't you lead the charge for us? If Zero Wing has indeed run out of large-scale destruction spells, we'll then follow you in your charge. Red Feather nearly spat out a mouthful of blood at these guild leaders when he heard their words. He had brought only a small number of members with him on this expedition to White River City. After going through the 2 great wars earlier, he had lost over half the members he had brought. Just moments ago, Zero Wing had also killed his transport team. In the end, the only thing he gained from this trip was losses. If he were to send his few remaining members at Zero Wing right now, wouldn't he just be seeking his own death? At this time, the various guild leaders present were also unwilling to let their own subordinates act as cannon fodder. Every death was a loss of money to them. As of this moment, they had yet to gain a single thing, so how would they be willing to continue throwing lives away? Previously, they had gotten caught in Shifeng's plots one after another. Now, Zero Wing's performance had even surpassed their expectations. After suffering successive blows, they were truly afraid. Now what? Not gonna charge at us anymore? If you guys aren't coming, then we'll be leaving. Shifeng stood at the stairs of the teleportation hall, looking at the various guilds that did not dare to enter the building. The calm and easygoing smile Shifeng wore made it impossible for anyone to guess at his thoughts. Looking at Shifeng's relaxed and indifferent attitude, as well as the low-grade provocation he used, the various guilds present became even more certain that Shifeng still possessed a hidden trump card. As long as they dared to charge at him, what awaited them would be an even greater loss. At this moment, the independent players observing from afar were completely stupefied by this scene. An army of tens of thousands. Shifeng actually intimidated such a force all by himself, such that they didn't dare to set even a single foot inside the teleportation hall. This scene was truly one man holding out against 10,000. Before today, nobody present would have believed such a nonsensical feat was actually possible. Now, however, they believed it. After all, Shifeng was the best proof. It would be an honor to die to such a player. After a stalemate of more than 10 seconds, Red Feather suddenly stepped forward. Everyone, don't be fooled by Black Flame. Do you think large-scale destruction spells can be obtained so easily? He is simply buying time. As long as we charge at him once more, the drops Black Flame obtained will be ours. Red Feather did not believe that Shifeng still possessed a third large-scale destruction spell. Shifeng was definitely tricking them. Emphatically, Red Feather advised, if anyone doesn't believe me, then our Star Alliance will compensate you with 5 times the losses you will suffer. Chapter 357, 6-Star Extermination Magic Array. Red Feather's offer of compensating 5 times the losses had they suffered was very tempting, and many guild leaders present hesitated at the offer. Unlike the powerful guilds in White River City, as unrated guilds, they did not have much financial support as unrated guilds. Their sources for gold coins were also limited. If they signed an agreement with Red Feather, their subordinates' deaths would only profit them in the future. If they took Red Feather's offer, however, they would sacrifice a lot of their guild's strength. Moreover, they would also lose the faith of their guild members. Seeing these guilds hesitate, Red Feather started to panic. Although he was unsure of whether Zero Wing still possessed large-scale destruction spells or not, he had a guaranteed method to kill Black Flame. As long as he could approach the man, Black Flame would die even if he were an expert ranked on the God's Domain experts list. Once Black Flame died, the dropped items he carried would fall from his bag. Meanwhile, Red Feather would be the first person to grab those items. Afterward, he could simply use the teleportation array to leave White River City. Now that the dropped items his team had previously obtained were no more, if he could not snatch the items on Black Flame's body, how could he walk away with satisfaction? Don't tell me that none of you want the loot from the Mechanical Slayer. That was a monster that even a Tier 4 Great Wizard struggled to kill. Not to mention dark gold items, it would not be odd to find epic items among the drops. Don't you want the power of an epic item? Red Feather's comments excited the various guild players. None of them had even seen a dark gold item before, let alone an epic item. If a guild obtained an epic item, it would instantly become a hot topic throughout the entire God's domain. At that time, even an unknown guild would become famous, attracting the attention of many guildless players. Although it would still be no match for a truly powerful guild, it could still become an overlord of a city. The might of an epic item was unimaginable in God's domain. Dungeons were one of the main sources for players to obtain weapons and equipment. As only a limited number of players could enter a dungeon, if one wanted an easier time rating, they could only do so by upgrading the combat power of a limited number of players. Hence, not only were epic items significant symbols to a guild, but they also played a very large role in the guild at this stage of the game. If a guild could obtain an epic item, the strength of the guild would instantly soar to the next level. The Mechanical Slayer's loot needed to be appraised before anyone could discern quality and attributes. Hence, nobody knew the exact quality of the Slayer's loot. However, seeing as the Mechanical Slayer had been such a powerful monster, it would not be surprising even to find epic items among its loot. As long as there was the slightest possibility, nobody among the crowd would easily give up on this chance charge. For the epic items, Black Flame, hand over the epic items, and we'll spare your life. The various guilds charged at Surefeng once more with passion. Setting aside Red Feather's offer, the lure of an epic item alone was worth any price at this moment. Aqua Rose walked up to Surefeng's side, suggesting, "Guild leader, they're charging at us once more. We've bought enough time now. Should we depart?" Although they had the absolute advantage of levels, equipment, and terrain, if they had to face so many players, death and injury would be inevitable. Since they have already achieved their goals, it was not necessary to continue fighting. Okay. Let's withdraw. Surefeng nodded. Pass me the Tier 3 magic scroll that you obtained from Creek Town. I'll stall for time and leave them with a memento. Take this chance to activate the teleportation array. Indeed, just as Red Feather had guessed, large-scale destruction spells were not so easy to come by. At this moment, only he and Blackie possessed such spells. Although they had plenty of small-scale AoE attack spells, the might and range of these spells were not enough. They would not play a significant role in this battle. Are we really going to use that Tier 3 magic scroll? That's the only one we received from the crusade. Why don't we just have everyone hold those players off for a bit? In any case, we only need to stall for a moment. If we don't have to fight for that long, we should not incur any casualties. Aqua Rose's heart ached when she heard Surefeng's intentions. The value of a Tier 3 magic scroll far surpassed a single dark gold item. It doesn't matter. Now is the best time to use it. Surefeng waved his hand. Aqua Rose simply sighed in response to Surefeng's decision. With a heavy heart, she handed the Tier 3 magic scroll over. She only had herself to blame for working under such a guild leader. Normally, Surefeng spent his money lavishly, not bothering with a budget. However, it was also a fact that the results of his spendthrift actions would always pay off. Go. Leave this to me. The Tier 3 magic scroll Aqua Rose had handed Surefeng was deep blue with gold inlaid around its edges. Upon receiving the scroll, Surefeng unrolled it and clicked, Use. The Tier 3 magic scroll they had obtained from the Bloodhand Association's hidden warehouse was entitled Water Dragon's Flurry. This magic scroll contained a very rare large-scale destruction spell with a 2-second cast. Tamiya's water-type mana began to gather around Surefeng. A large-scale, deep blue magic array formed beneath his feet. Crap. It's another large-scale destruction spell. The Tier 3 spell's generated momentum was so immense that the incoming tide of players quickly discovered its appearance. The crowd immediately panicked and tried to withdraw. At this moment, Red Feather's face turned ashen. He would never have thought that Surefeng still possessed another large-scale destruction spell. Although the crowd retreated quickly, it was too late as Surefeng had already unleashed the magic of the Tier 3 magic scroll in his hands. Water gushed down from the sky like a massive waterfall, rolling into a tidal wave that was over a dozen meters high. The wave smashed across all of the guild players within the teleportation hall, and in the blink of an eye, the violent tidal wave devoured hundreds of players, following which the turbulent water flooded from the building's entrance. It was like a tsunami. The massive wave devoured many of the players outside the hall, and every victim of the spell became nothing more than an icy corpse. As to how many players had died, even Surefeng himself was not sure. However, What Shifeng did know was that the Water Dragon's flurry had killed more players than both Stars of Light and Firestorm combined. It's about time for me to leave as well. Shifeng examined his surroundings, satisfied. The teleportation hall was void of any members of the various guilds, though? That's not right. Someone's still here. Shifeng suddenly sensed danger. Shifeng was very familiar with this feeling, so he knew to keep his guard up. Such a feeling only occurred when he encountered life-threatening danger. Hence, Shifeng immediately activated Omniscient Eyes since he had not seen anyone inside the hall. The only possibility left was Assassin's Omniscient Eyes allowed Shifeng to perceive any invisible or stealth units within 100 yards after activating the skill. A golden glow enveloped both of his eyes. He then observed his surroundings. Like a god overlooking all life forms, nothing could hide from his vision. 6 people. Is it? Shifeng quickly discovered 6 obscure figures slowly approaching him from 30 yards away. These 6 assassins felt a chill down their backs the moment Shifeng's gaze landed on them. Damn it. We've been discovered. Forget about it. This distances should be enough. We can't disappoint Boss Red Feather. The 6 assassins were all experts. Hence, they immediately decided to reveal themselves and take out the purple-gold crystal balls. That's the 6-star Extermination magic array. How could they have it? Shifeng was abruptly shocked when he saw the purple-gold crystal balls in the hands of the 6 assassins. These items were no less rare than a Tier 3 magic scroll. Though they were far more powerful than a Tier 3 magic scroll, the requirements and limitations were also far more troublesome than a Tier 3 magic scroll. Chapter 358, Cornered Beast. Although Shifeng knew that these assassins intended to use the 6-star Extermination magic array, it was too late for him to stop them in the next moment. The crystal balls released a dazzling purple glow. Purple flames then burst forth, enclosing Shifeng and the 6 assassins within a barrier of purple fire. This barrier only covered a small area of 30 by 30 yards. With their levels, it would only take a few steps to cross this distance. Guild leader Black Flame. Since you so arrogantly offended the Star Alliance, we've come to teach you some manners. Tiger, what's the point of talking to him? He is merely a frog at the bottom of a well. How could he possibly know how amazing our Star Alliance is? Let's finish him off immediately. Boss Red Feather is waiting for us. I'm trying to give him some time to mourn his own loss. Now that the barrier has been activated, nobody can possibly interrupt us. We can take our time dealing with him since there's no way for him to escape anyway. You're right. Wouldn't it be boring if we killed this insufferably haughty guild leader Black Flame in just 2 to 3 hits? Does guild leader Black Flame have any last words? Ha ha ha. The 6 assassins chatted merrily among themselves. They looked at Shifeng as if he were an ant. It was as if everything was within their control, and victory was already within their grasp. The 6-star Extermination magic array was a magic barrier that possessed several restrictions. Unlike a normal magic scroll, activation required 6 players. Moreover, once the barrier was cast in a specific location, excluding the 6 wielding the crystal balls, it would randomly choose 1 player within range and trap them within. As for everyone else who was within the magic barrier's range at the time of activation, all would be sent out of the magic barrier, including players, NPCs, and monsters. After erecting the magic barrier, not even an army of tens of thousands could penetrate it. The same went for those inside the magic barrier. They could not leave. The magic barrier would only dissolve itself when the targeted player died, or the 6 activators were annihilated. In addition, while the barrier did not impose restrictions on the 6 casters, the targeted player, on the other hand, was banned from using any skills to any player in God's domain. Losing one's skills was like a tiger losing its claws and fangs. It was similar to how Shifeng could one-sidedly massacre hundreds of players after activating Absolute Time. A regional silencing skill, although part of the reason Shifeng could achieve such a feat was due to his frightening combat power. The regional silencing skill Absolute Time played a similarly large role currently. Shifeng had to face 6 level 20 assassins who were capable of using all their skills. He was also trapped in this barrier until he defeated these 6 elite players. One could just imagine how dire the situation was. What a pity. Shifeng sighed as he looked at the purple flames surrounding him before shifting his gaze towards the 6 assassins normally. The The 6-star Extermination magic array was used to deal with high-tiered mage-type bosses. Compared to a high-tiered magic scroll, although barrier crystals possessed many restrictions, players could use it within a dungeon. On the other hand, Tier 3 magic scrolls like the Water Dragon's Flurry were useless inside a dungeon at this moment. However, these 6 assassins had used such a precious barrier crystal to deal with a single swordsman like Shurfeng. The word waste could not even begin to describe their actions. Guild leader Black Flame. So even you know the word pity? It would indeed be a pity if we were the only ones to witness your death. However, you can rest assured that we will upload a video of your death to the forums, showing everyone the end of your undying legend when that time comes. Guild leader Black Flame, you should not blame us for your ruin. Instead, blame yourself for being too arrogant and greedy. You actually dared to oppose the Star Alliance. The 6 assassins laughed maniacally, having already foreseen how Shurfeng would become the laughingstock of God's domain in the near future. As for the 6 of them, after killing Shurfeng, they, too, would instantly become the focus of Starmoon Kingdom. Saying so, the 6 assassins immediately activated stealth and advanced on Shurfeng. However, Shurfeng was a step ahead. Without the slightest bit of panic or hesitation, Shurfeng dashed towards the 6 assassins with frightening speed. The strength of assassins lay in death from the shadows. If exposed, however, they were only half as dangerous. Knowing this, Shurfeng darted forward without hesitation and sliced up the 6 assassins. Dang! 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 6 clangs of metal clashing resounded inside the magic barrier, and the assassins who had just entered stealth were immediately exposed. Enraged, they glared at Shurfeng. Black Flame. No matter how much you struggle, the result will be the same. Since you want to die in early, let me fulfill your wish. A tanned and short assassin named Gray Squirrel tightened his grip around one of his daggers and jabbed it at Shurfeng's abdomen. With even greater speed than before, Gray Squirrel drew a strange arc with his other dagger. Sliding it smoothly towards Shurfeng's side. Under normal circumstances, players would instinctively try to defend against the first attack and neglect the dagger from the side. Even if they managed to discover the second dagger, their instincts would still focus on the first. This deliberate misdirection clearly displayed how skilled this assassin named Gray Squirrel was. He was not an ordinary player but an expert. As long as the assassin's blade found its mark, Shurfeng would enter a fainted state. At that time, he would be at the assassin's mercy. They could simply incapacitate him indefinitely until he died. Moreover, while Gray Squirrel attacked Shurfeng, the other 2 assassins beside him had also aimed their daggers at the swordsman. The 3 remaining assassins standing at a distance, however, had not taken action. On the contrary, they simply stood there, watching with ridiculing smiles. In their opinion, Shurfeng was just a cornered beast struggling to stay alive. His initial charge was simply his last-ditch effort at survival. Just when the 2 daggers from Gray Squirrel were about to penetrate into Shurfeng's body, Shurfeng shifted his footsteps slightly and retreated half a step, effortlessly evading the 2 daggers. Immediately, he spun sideways, escaping the pincer attack of the 2 assassins behind him. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water without any excess movement. The assassins were inwardly startled. Shurfeng had actually evaded their perfect joint attack with such simple motion. Shurfeng's quick-witted response left the 6 assassins shivering slightly. However, he couldn't care less about his enemy's thoughts. Without a pause, Shurfeng brandished the abyssal blade and the purgatory's shadow, sending over a dozen afterimages slashing at the 3 assassins. Shurfeng's swords moved with lightning speed, the 3 assassins emitting ear-piercing screeches. As the blades found their vital points, the 3 attacking assassins were greatly shocked by this counterattack. In a panic, they hurriedly used their daggers to defend themselves, even going as far as using block. Although all 3 of them managed to defend against the afterimages sent at them, Shurfeng's superhuman strength forced them into a retreat, the clash leaving their hands numb. Such speed and strength. At this moment, these 3 no longer dared to underestimate Shurfeng. During their brief exchange, they could tell how powerful Shurfeng was. Normally, when the 3 of them attacked together, even Red Feather would temporarily retreat rather than face them directly. However, Shurfeng had done the exact opposite and fought them head-on. Surprisingly, he even forced them into a retreat. If they had not combined their strengths to block Shurfeng's attacks just now, They might have joined the many souls who had died under Shifeng's swords. All 6 of the assassins instantly came to a conclusion. Although the Shifeng before them had lost his fangs and claws, he was no tiger. He was a monstrous beast clad in human skin. He could easily suppress them by only relying on his strength. Faced with Shifeng, only death awaited them suddenly. The assassins realized that they had made a massive mistake. They had actually chosen to lock themselves up with such a monstrous beast. As expected, it isn't possible to get rid of them quickly without the 100% speed boost from Purgatory power. Shifeng's onslaught had failed to achieve its intended purpose, though it did allow him to gain a general understanding of his attacker's strengths. In conclusion, these assassins were definitely experts. The 3 assassins had exposed many holes in their defenses after Shifeng shook them off. Hence, he brandished his blades once more, intending to strike the iron while it was hot and finish them off before they could reunite with their other companions. At this time, however, the other 3 assassins had already circled and arrived behind Shifeng. They immediately launched a flurry of attacks, giving Shifeng no choice but to stop his attacks and deal with the immediate threat. First, Shifeng abruptly spun around, swinging his swords with all his might at the 3 new arrivals. Like before, his attack sent all 3 assassins flying. Shifeng then charged at the assassin in front of him, brandishing his swords multiple times. The assassin receiving Shifeng's attacks was greatly frightened. Immediately, the assassin used silent steps, hoping to take advantage of the short period of invulnerability the skill provided to defend against all these sword flashes. By doing so, he could also gain some precious time to allow his companions to come to his rescue. Otherwise, only death awaited him. The assassin's decision to use silent steps had undeniably given his 5 other companions plenty of time to react. After regaining their composure, the 5 assassins immediately dashed at Shifeng, forcing him into a momentary retreat. We can't let this continue. We can't hold back any longer. All of you, use the Berserk Potion, Gray Squirrel commanded. The other 5 looked at one another and nodded silently. At the same time, they all took out blood-red potions. This potion was none other than the extremely precious Berserk Potion. Originally, this potion was a last resort. They never thought that they would have to use it so quickly. Chapter 359, Breaking Through the Limit. First, they used the 6-star Extermination magic array. Now, there are even Berserk potions. Red Feather really is wealthy. Shifeng immediately recognized the blood-red potions in the 6 assassins' hands at this stage of the game. There were no players capable producing a Berserk potion. Moreover, the recipe was not easily obtainable. The only way to obtain these potions was through killing the bosses of a team dungeon. However, the drop rate was very low. Statistically, it was only 0.2%. In other words, one could only obtain 2 bottles after killing 1,000 team dungeon bosses. Hence, without sufficient strength, it was impossible for a guild to obtain 6 Berserk potions when consumed. The Berserk potion would stimulate a player's physical potential, increasing their strength and agility. The player's physique would also exceed its limits, allowing the player to carry out actions that they normally couldn't do. To put it simply, the Berserk potion was a very overbearing potion. Black Flame, we admit that you are impressive. However, playtime is over. After the assassin named Gray Squirrel drank the Berserk potion, his skin began to turn red. The blood vessels all over his body bulged, and his body started emitting waves of heat. His aura had also completely changed. The moment Gray Squirrel finished speaking, his body flickered, and the ground under his feet cracked. Leaving behind an afterimage, Gray Squirrel instantly appeared behind Shifeng. His bright snowy dagger transformed into a white flash that flew towards Shifeng's back, his speed reaching far beyond that of his previous attack. Startled, Shifeng hurriedly spun and used the abyssal blade to meet Gray Squirrel's dagger. Pung. Sparks flew in all directions as metal clashed. The collision forced Shifeng back by half a step. Gray Squirrel, on the other hand, was forced to take a full step backward. In terms of strength, Shifeng was still obviously superior. However, this single exchange forced Shifeng to take things seriously. From this single exchange, Shifeng could feel that the assassin's attributes were not far below his own. Facing Gray Squirrel and his team, Shifeng's small advantage of attributes was almost non-existent without the use of his skills. Even in a one-on-one battle, it would be very difficult to achieve victory, let alone a 1-on-6 battle compared to Shifeng's astonishment. Gray Squirrel and the others were even more shocked by their brief confrontation after drinking the Berserk Potion. They understood just how amazing the potion's effects were. Yet, even with the effects of the Berserk Potion, their attributes were still inferior to Shifeng's strength completely surpassed their imaginations. This revelation was astonishing. Just how excellent is Black Flame's equipment? Gray Squirrel kept focused on Shifeng, his expression becoming serious. He then said to his 5 companions, "We'll attack him together." The other 5 nodded. If they only relied on Gray Squirrel to deal with Shifeng, the final victor of the battle would most likely be Shifeng. Seeing all 6 opponents approaching simultaneously, Shifeng dared not underestimate them. Shifeng took out a basic frost grenade from his bag, tossing it at the assassins. Although he could not use skills, there was no restriction on the items inside his bag. Compared to absolute time of the 7 Luminaries ring, the 6-star Extermination magic array was inferior. When the frost grenade exploded, the 6 assassins charging at Shifeng failed to react in time and froze on the spot. The 6 of them knew the dangers of being restrained. Hence, they all used Vanish to dispel the freezing effect. Originally, they had intended to continue their charge. However, the 6 of them suddenly saw Shifeng remove an extremely familiar item from his bag, Berserk Potion. "How do you have one as well?" Gray Squirrel's eyes widened, intense fear appearing on his face. "What? Your Star Alliance can obtain this item, but our Zero Wing can't? Don't forget that I am also the leader of a guild. There should be a limit to how much you look down on us." Shifeng revealed a faint smile as he held the blood-red Berserk Potion before emptying the contents of the bottle in the next moment. Shifeng's skill turned blood-red. His entire body shone with a faint blue shimmer as well, following which, his body emitted a violent heat wave, and even the 6 assassins, who were over 7 yards away, felt it. The effects displayed after Shifeng drank the Berserk Potion were far stronger than theirs. Clearly, the increase Shifeng received was much greater than theirs. The Berserk Potion would display strength corresponding to the potential of the consumer's existing physique. Shifeng was superior to the 6 assassins in every aspect. Hence, after drinking the Berserk Potion, the resulting upgrade was far more impressive. "Let's start the second round. Shall we?" Shifeng cracked his knuckles. He could feel his entire body brimming with strength. Despite the fact that he stood still, cracks already began to form beneath his feet. His strength now far surpassed the strength he possessed after activating Purgatory Power. He then smiled at the 6 terrified assassins. The assassins stared at Shifeng as if he were the demon god, and they couldn't help but gulp. Taking a step forward, Shifeng suddenly disappeared. Before the 6 could react, Shifeng appeared before Gray Squirrel. The silvery gray abyssal blade descended. Gray Squirrel tried to raise his daggers to block the attack. However, he suddenly discovered that his speed could not keep up with Shifeng. As he had already used his life-saving skill, Vanish, Gray Squirrel could only stare helplessly as the abyssal blade cleaved down into his body. A damage of -2,641 points appeared above his head, decimating his HP that was barely over 2,000. Moreover, the strike had not been a critical hit. The other 5 broke down at this sight. The speed of that strike was far too fast today. They had finally witnessed what the words in the world of martial arts, "There are no impregnable defenses. Only swiftness is invincible," meant. Before Shifeng drank the Berserk Potion, they could cope with his speed and strength. After he drank the potion, however, they had no chance. If they had known, they would never have chosen to drink the Berserk Potions. However, it was already too late. Meanwhile, while Shifeng fought inside the 6-star Extermination magic array, the various guilds outside the teleportation hall also recomposed themselves. Once more, they charged into the building. The moment they entered the building, however, they noticed a giant magic barrier of purple flame blocking the corridor, preventing them from advancing. The various guilds grew anxious, having no idea what was happening. Red Feather, on the other hand, had an indifferent look on his face when he saw this purple flame barrier. The appearance of this barrier meant that Gray Squirrel and his group had succeeded. Shifeng, who was trapped within the barrier, would definitely die. As soon as the barrier lifted, the drops Shifeng had looted, as well as the equipment he wore, would belong to the Star Alliance. A moment later, the purple flame barrier began to vanish, holding everyone's attention. Good. The next thing we need to do is to get Gray Squirrel and the others out of here. Red Feather felt ecstatic in his heart. Although they had wasted the 6-star Extermination magic array, close to half of the Mechanical Slayer's loot belonged to them now. Compared to such a gain, the loss of a barrier crystal was insignificant after the purple flames completely dissipated. A figure appeared before the crowd. Red Feather's ecstatic mood instantly fell into an abyss, following which, his face turned pale as he glared hatefully at the lone figure that had appeared. Gnashing his teeth, Red Feather bellowed, "Black Flame!" Red Feather could not believe that Shifeng had actually defeated 6 expert assassins. Moreover, Shifeng had done so without the use of his skills. As a precaution, Red Feather had even given each of the 6 assassins a berserk potion. Yet, the result was still a resounding defeat. Crap. Zero Wing has activated the teleportation array. Black Flame is going to escape. A player shouted, reacting quickly. However, by the time everyone heard this reminder, it was too late. Shifeng's body flickered, easily throwing off the crowd as he drilled his way to the teleportation array. Aqua Rose promptly clicked, "Teleport." In the next moment, the members of Zero Wing disappeared from the teleportation hall, leaving behind a crowd of stupefied guild players, as well as Red Feather, whose heart bled in pain. Not only had Red Feather lost the 6-star Extermination magic array and the berserk potions, but he was also required to compensate the losses of the various guilds present. Meanwhile, he had gained absolutely nothing. As for pursuing Shifeng and the others from Zero Wing, that was impossible. Ignoring the fact that he had no idea where they had teleported to, even if he knew, it was impossible to kill them while inside the city's safe zone without overwhelming force. As of this moment, the war inside White River City had finally reached its end. In this war, aside from Zero Wing obtaining the most astonishing harvest, the Assassin's Alliance, Emperor's Light, and Ouroboros had also gained a small harvest. These 3 guilds had immediately fled the battlefield the moment they claimed some of the drops. They made no attempts to snatch the drops from Shifeng like how the other guilds had. As for the other guilds, every single one of them had suffered immense losses. As for the members of Zero Wing that had escaped, after the restriction on the dropped items lifted, Shifeng allowed everyone to get some well-deserved rest. After all, long battles were very taxing on one's spirit. Meanwhile, Shifeng also rented a room at a hotel and promptly logged off. During this war in White River City, many spectating players had recorded videos of the battles and uploaded them to the official forums. The videos caused a huge sensation throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom. It was especially true when everyone watched Black Flame's battle. He only required 1 strike per person, 100 strikes to bring about annihilation. Moreover, with his strength alone, he had managed to shake an army of tens of thousands. Everyone watching the video trembled with excitement. Suddenly, every player throughout the Star Moon Kingdom knew the name Black Flame. Say, do you guys think that Black Flame will make it onto the Secret Pavilion's experts list this time? What are you talking about? Of course he will. If he doesn't make it, then the Secret Pavilion is blind. I'm just wondering what rank Black Flame will get. Won't we know once the Secret Pavilion publishes the new experts list tomorrow? After the war in White River City ended, the Star Moon Kingdom official forums exploded with activity. Many people discussed Black Flame and the Secret Pavilion's experts list. Meanwhile, Shifeng simply chuckled as he read through these forum discussions. After drinking a bottle of nutrient fluids, he began his physical training. The Secret Pavilion was indeed a well-known existence in the virtual gaming world. Countless players dreamed of ranking on the Secret Pavilion's experts list. In the past, Shifeng had dreamed of the same thing. However, there were simply too many players in God's domain. Star Moon Kingdom was only one of the hundreds of countries within God's domain. If the positions on the experts list were averagely allocated, each kingdom and empire in God's domain would only receive several spots. In other words, among the hundreds of millions of players residing in Star Moon Kingdom, only a few would have the privilege of ranking on the Secret Pavilion's experts list. However, through the experts list, Shifeng had also discovered information relating to the experts of God's domain. For example, he had learned of the cleric god Violet Cloud, the mage god Aqua Rose, and many other god-ranked experts. What's going on today? Why have I suddenly become stronger? Shifeng, who was currently working out in his room, felt something amiss in the past. After completing a set of exercises, he would lay paralyzed on the floor for quite some time. Today, however, he could stand and move with ease. He could feel that his body was still far from reaching its limit normally. Physical improvement occurred gradually. It was impossible to significantly improve within a short time. Yet, such a situation had actually occurred. So, how could Shifeng not be surprised? It seems that I'll have to head to the Big Dipper Training Center to take a test. Unable to figure out the reason for his sudden improvement, Shifeng had no choice but to have himself examined. He might even learn some secrets to improving his physical fitness. Chapter 360 Deviated Path. When Shifeng thought of his sudden change, he lost his enthusiasm to train. He then threw on a blue tracksuit and left his new apartment. He hailed for a cab and headed towards the Big Dipper Training Center's the most famous training center in the city. The Big Dipper Training Center was located in the center of Jinhai. The training center was about the size of 3 stadiums. The training facilities were all top class within the country. Moreover, they also employed many top-class doctors and dietitians, as well as first-rate instructors. After arriving at the Big Dipper Training Center, Shifeng immediately noticed multiple large luxurious buses parked in front of the building. Handsome young men and beautiful young women alighted from the buses, one after another. They were all high school students, and at this moment, they all had excited expressions plastered on their faces. These high school students then orderly entered the building under the lead of a Big Dipper receptionist. Is Big Dipper holding a tour for students? Shifeng was slightly surprised. It was the first time he had seen such an occurrence. Even in the past, he had never heard of Big Dipper allowing students to tour its facilities. Ordinary people could not gain easy access to the Big Dipper Training Center. Only members were allowed entry into the building. If one were not a member, they were not even allowed through the entrance of the training center itself. Meanwhile, becoming a member of Big Dipper was no easy task. Without having a certain status in society or obtaining a referral from someone influential, it was impossible to become a member. If Zhou Yuhu had not entered the top 10 in Jinhai University's fighting competition, he would not have obtained a Big Dipper membership card. Now that hundreds of high school students suddenly entered the training center, no matter how one looked at it, something must have changed. However, this was no concern to Shifeng. He had only come here for a physical checkup. Fortunately, the Big Dipper Training Center possessed inspection equipment and other facilities that even the hospitals envied. Following which, Shifeng had also followed the crowd into the building. Excuse me, sir. Only members can enter, a robust security guard said as he blocked Shifeng's path. Here is my membership card. Shifeng swiped his Big Dipper member card at the electronic lock. The red display on the machine promptly changed to green, signifying that Shifeng was allowed to pass the tempered glass doors. Then parted. Seeing that there were no problems, the bodyguard promptly turned and left. The 15th floor of the Big Dipper Training Center contained equipment for testing punching power, grip strength, speed, reaction, and much more. At this moment, many people crowded around the equipment. Shortly after arriving on the 15th floor, Shifeng discovered a familiar figure, currently testing her reaction time. Why is she here? Shifeng was very surprised. It was none other than his female class monitor, Zhao Ruoxi. At this moment, Zhao Ruoxi had her hair pulled back into a ponytail. She wore a black sports vest and a pair of tight capris. Zhao Ruoxi's perfect figure, which she normally hid, was vividly displayed at this moment, and she looked completely different from when she was at school. The reaction machine would fire varying amounts of special rubber bullets at the examinee. One could test their reaction time by dodging these special rubber bullets. Faced with the flying bullets, Zhao Ruoxi danced like an elegant butterfly and effortlessly dodged the rubber bullets, one after another. Many of the men present were mesmerized by her fluid movements, and they only wished they could approach and strike up a conversation with her. However, this wasn't unusual. Zhao Ruoxi was already an alluring beauty. In addition to her elegant and noble demeanor, ordinary girls were simply no match for her. When the test ended, and Zhao Ruoxi exited the reaction testing room, many were startled. The result displayed on the testing machine was actually intermediate perfection. Who is this beauty? She can't possibly be a professional fighter, right? Many people inside the hall started a discussion among themselves. At this moment, even the handsome men who had intended to talk to Zhao Ruoxi hesitated. As frequent customers of the Big Dipper Training Center, they had an acute understanding of that result's significance. The reaction test was categorized into 4 ranks: basic, intermediate, advanced, and special. Meanwhile, every rank had the subcategories of unqualified, qualified, excellent, and perfection in the city. Even professional fighters could only obtain intermediate qualified on the reaction test, while only well-known fighters could achieve intermediate perfection. Shi Feng, why are you here? Zhao Ruoxi immediately discovered Shi Feng a short distance away and walked over to him quickly. I just came here to test myself. What about you? Why are you here? If the others in the class to find out about this, they will be shocked to think that the normally gentle and elegant class monitor actually has such a side to her. Shi Feng said. A grin plastered across his face when Zhao Ruoxi realized that Shi Feng has watched as she tested. Not knowing why, her cheeks burned slightly and a small shred of happiness filled her heart. Immediately after, she waved her little fist at Shi Feng, softly saying, You are not allowed to tell anybody about this. If you do, I'll get very angry, and you'll have to suffer dire consequences. Class monitor, since you have ordered it, I will naturally keep my lips sealed. Shi Feng laughed, failing to detect the minor changes to Zhao Ruoxi's expression. He only felt that Zhao Ruoxi was far more approachable than he previously thought. That's more like it. At least you have some conscience left in you. Zhao Ruoxi nodded with satisfaction. The testing machines here are somewhat complicated to operate. Seeing as this is your first time coming to this place, as your reward for helping me keep my secret, I'll introduce to you how the machines work. Originally, Shi Feng had intended to tell her that he already knew how to operate these machines. After all, he had frequently visited the Big Dipper Training Center after becoming the guild leader of Shadow in his previous life. However, to avoid suspicion, Shi Feng had no choice but to nod in agreement, following which, Zhao Ruoxi led Shi Feng, touring the facility and introducing to him the various testing machines. Many of the men in the hall looked at each other in confusion, their hearts filled with envy and hatred for Shi Feng. They could not understand why a frail and ordinary-looking person like Shi Feng deserved such treatment from a great beauty like Zhao Ruoxi. At this moment, they wanted to pull Zhao Ruoxi over, telling her to ditch Shi Feng and let them escort her instead. However, despite having sensed the jealous stares directed towards Shi Feng, Zhao Ruoxi still gladly pulled him along, introducing to him the various testing apparatuses. One just as Zhao Ruoxi was about to teach Shi Feng how he could operate these testing machines, a few Big Dipper staff members suddenly led a large group of high schoolers into the hall. This floor is Big Dipper's testing hall. All of you are the elites that Big Dipper has selected. In a moment, all of you will be tested here, and we will record your results to help determine what kind of privileges you will have in the future. So, all of you must give it your best when testing. One of the staff members leading these high schoolers explained slowly. The high schoolers started rubbing their fists and palms together in excitement when they heard the staff member's explanation. Many of them wished they could break Big Dipper's previous records. Big Dipper actually chose these high school students as elites? What is happening exactly? Shi Feng had overheard the staff members' words. Watching this situation, it would seem that the Big Dipper Training Center intended to cultivate their own group of elite fighters. However, Shi Feng simply could not understand why. After all, Big Dipper was only a training center. Why would they suddenly wish to cultivate their own fighters? In the past, Shi Feng had never heard of such a thing. In this life, however, it was happening before his eyes. Shi Feng had a bad feeling about this. History was already gradually deviating from the path he recognized. Chapter 361, Test. Big Dipper certainly acted quickly. It's only been a few days now, and they've already recruited so many students. Zhao Ruoxi was not surprised by the sudden arrival of the hundreds of students. She then looked at Shi Feng, who had stared at those students curiously all this time, explaining, These students are the elites that Big Dipper selected from the youths who will represent the city in the upcoming provincial youth fighting competition. They were brought here mainly to gain glory for our city in the upcoming provincial competition. To help them rank higher in the competition, Big Dipper had allowed these students to train here. After all, the environment and facilities here are valuable and would help these students improve. A realization struck Shi Feng after hearing Zhao Ruoxi's explanation. Indeed, it was just about time for the provincial youth fighting competition to begin. Only, he had never expected Big Dipper to be so generous. In reality, Big Dipper doesn't really have a choice in this. The sudden appearance of God's domain has made a tremendous impact on various industries and professions. It is especially true for the fighting industry. Many people who have focused on fighting competitions have shifted their sights towards God's domain, causing a downturn in the fighting industry. The number of people willing to exercise at Big Dipper has decreased. In order to recover from this decline, Big Dipper has no choice but to do something like this in the hopes of recovering the fighting competition's popularity. Zhao Ruoshi explained there are fewer people working out. Shifeng suddenly thought of a good method to increase the strength of the Zero Wing members in the past. Due to many players shifting their focus towards God's domain, the fitness industry had indeed declined for a certain period of time. Simply put, this decline had not happened as quickly in the past, only starting 3 to 4 months after God's domain launched, however. As more people became aware of the secret of God's domain, physical training became popular again, even bypassing the previous peak in popularity. Business boomed for the fitness industry. At that time, many large guilds would partner with training centers and gyms to allow the elite members of their guilds to train and improve themselves at any time, which would, in turn, allow these elites to improve more quickly in God's domain. Many first-rate guilds had even chosen to establish their own large-scale training centers specifically for their elite members. Zero Wing was still a small guild at the moment. However, as the guild continued to grow, sooner or later, a physical fitness center would be required. Although Zero Wing's workshop was only a short distance away from the Big Dipper training center, it was not a long-term solution. Now that the fitness industry was going through a slump, it was the perfect time for him to take action. Considering the situation, Shifeng did not dislike the idea of working with Big Dipper. If he established his own training center, he would need to spend an astronomical sum of money. He certainly did not possess that kind of money at the moment. By partnering with Big Dipper, not only could he encourage his guild members to train ahead of everyone else, but he could also obtain the best training environment at a significantly lower cost. While Shifeng pondered about how he could gain Big Dipper's cooperation, a few more people had arrived at the testing hall. As soon as these people arrived, the staff members rushed to greet these newcomers, displaying respect. Manager Xiao, the students chosen are all here. Following your instructions, we have already begun testing. One of the Big Dipper staff members said respectfully as he looked at a middle-aged man wearing black robes. Good. Have them continue. I've simply come to observe their conditions. This year's provincial youth fighting competition will affect Big Dipper's future development, so we must not be careless. The man surnamed Xiao instructed. Yes. The staff members promptly retreated and led the students to their tests. Due to the arrival of this manager Xiao, the students' fighting spirits soared. They were all eager to perform well and attract more of Manager Xiao's attention. That way, they could receive even more training resources in the future. As the tests began, many Big Dipper members who had also come to test stopped what they were doing, quietly observing the students' test instead. After all, they would not have an opportunity like this often. Most of the visitors of this testing hall were usually ordinary folk who only trained casually. Meanwhile, although these youths were only students, they possessed the ability to participate in the provincial youth fighting competition. They should be more powerful than the average person. Even Zhao Ruoshi seemed excited, and she demanded to go over and have a look as well. Helpless, Shifeng had no choice but follow her. The first test the students went through was the punching power test. An ordinary person's punch usually carried around 100 to 150 kg. Meanwhile, every one of these students managed to achieve a result of over 200 kilograms. Among them, a student named Wang Chang had even achieved a force of 356 kilograms. He was at least twice as strong as an ordinary person. Many of the spectators gasped in shock when they saw Wang Chang's result. Even Manager Zhao's eyes glowed with delight, and he praised Wang Chang as a talented youth. The punching power standard of the professional fighters in Jinhai City was only 320 kilograms. Meanwhile, Wang Chang, a high school student, had effortlessly surpassed that standard. Wang Chang obviously had a promising future ahead of him. After all, Wang Chang was still a kid. He still had growth potential. He would have no issues achieving a force of 400 kilograms in the future. Having a force of 400 kilograms meant that he could reach the standard of the well-known fighters in Jinhai City. These students are amazing. That Wang Chang, in particular, has already surpassed Zhou Yuhu. Shifeng, as our class's great hidden expert, do you think Wang Chang can enter the top 10 of the provincial youth fighting competition this year? Zhao Ruoshi asked as she shifted her gaze towards Shifeng. Curiously, she had personally witnessed Shifeng's strength. Even Chun Wu, the reigning champion of Jinhai City's fighting competition, had praised Shi Feng's power. Moreover, Shi Feng had even defeated Zhang Luowei, someone reputed as a fighting genius. Hence, she knew that her judgment was definitely incomparable to Shi Feng's. It's not that easy to tell. Victory and defeat aren't solely decided by a person's punching force. Shi Feng laughed bitterly as he shook his head. He was not a god, so how could he make a judgment based solely on a person's punching power? Zhao Ruoxi nodded, feeling that Shi Feng had a point. Following the punching power test was the reaction test. Of the hundreds of students, they all achieved a result of basic perfection or above. Among them, there were a few who achieved intermediate excellent. A student named Wu Chuan even achieved intermediate perfection, shocking everyone. Although the tests had yet to end, Wang Chang and Wu Chuan had immediately captured the crowd's attention. Manager Xiao treated them both like treasures, doubling their training resources on the spot. Many students had cast envious gazes at the two after the tests ended. Manager Xiao of Big Dipper had originally intended to take both Wang Chang and Wu Chuan to meet the best instructor in Jinhai City, someone whom the Big Dipper Training Center had gone through a lot of trouble to invite. However, after he noticed Zhao Ruoxi among the spectators, he halted his steps. Ruoxi, you little girl, why didn't you tell Uncle Xiao that you were visiting Big Dipper? Manager Xiao said as he walked over to Zhao Ruoxi. I was afraid that Uncle Xiao would be busy. Zhao Ruoxi giggled sweetly. Meanwhile, Wang Chang and Wu Chuan, who stood behind Manager Xiao, were immediately stupefied when their eyes fell upon Zhao Ruoxi's sweet and beautiful smile. If not for Manager Xiao's presence, they might have dashed forward and promptly introduced themselves to this great beauty. At this moment, Manager Xiao discovered Shi Feng, who currently prepared to take his own test, standing beside Zhao Ruoxi, and he could not help but ask, Ruoxi, this person beside you is? This is my classmate Shi Feng, Zhao Ruoxi introduced. He has come here today to test himself and check on his own physical condition. Uncle Xiao, haven't you wanted to nurture those students to participate in the provincial youth fighting competition? I have a great way to help them obtain a good rank, Zhao Ruoxi said, giggling. Really? Manager Zhao's eyes suddenly glowed. The provincial competition was incredibly important to the Big Dipper Training Center. Zhao Ruoxi would have really helped him big time if she had a way to help the students to get a good rank in the competition, of course. Zhao Ruoxi said with confidence. What kind of method is it? Manager Xiao asked concernedly. Seeing Zhao Ruoxi's serious expression, Manager Xiao did not think she was lying. Zhao Ruoxi then pointed towards Shi Feng. With a slightly prideful tone, it's him. Him. Manager Xiao shifted his gaze to Shi Feng's body, unable to discover anything special about him. Zhao Ruoxi nodded, explaining, he is our class's great expert. With him teaching those students, they will definitely succeed. Hearing this, before Manager Xiao could speak, Wang Chang and Wu Chuan started laughing. They were the elite seedlings chosen by the Big Dipper Training Center after undergoing a rigorous selection process. Let alone an ordinary university student, even some professional fighters had no right to instruct them. How powerful could the great expert of a class of university students possibly be? They could probably knock Shi Feng out with a single punch. Chapter 362. Rank. Although Wang Chang and Wu Chuan had not voiced their opinions, their expressions exposed the disdain they felt. If Manager Xiao had not been present, they might have even taught Shi Feng a lesson, teaching him what it meant to be wet behind the ears. As to why the two would not dare take action in front of Manager Xiao, it was not because of Manager Zhao's position in the Big Dipper Training Center. Rather, they feared Manager Zhao's personal strength. Because Manager Zhao's strength frightened Wang Chang and Wu Chuan, they would not make any casual remarks in front of him. Why else would geniuses like them remain silent at such a ridiculous statement? Manager Zhao's full name was Xiao Yan, and he was well known in Jinhai City. He had also been a professional fighter during his youth. However, after winning a championship, he retired as a professional fighter. He then joined the Big Dipper Training Center and developed himself there. Even though Xiao Yan was over 40 now, he would frequently spar with some of the top fighters in the city, thoroughly defeating them. Uncle Xiao, why do you look so surprised? Zhao Ruoxi's lips curled up slightly when she saw Manager Yan's face. Since you don't believe me, why don't we place a bet? Zhao Ruoxi's mesmerizing smile left Manager Yan greatly confused. He could not figure out what the little girl before him was trying to accomplish. However, since Zhao Ruoshi wished to play, he certainly wouldn't mind humoring her for a while. When all was said and done, her father was a good brother of his, and he had pampered her like a little princess since she was a child. It seems that you have a lot of confidence in your classmate Shifeng Ruoshi. In any case, since you've already made the offer, I'm guessing that you won't let your uncle say no. What do you wish to bet, then? However, I'll tell you this in advance. Your Uncle Xiao cannot get you the secret pavilion's information viewing rights. Manager Xiao laughed, having already prepared to lose hearing the words, secret pavilion. Both Wang Chang and Wu Chuan behind Manager Xiao were shocked. What was the secret pavilion? Anyone who played virtual reality games definitely knew about the secret pavilion. The secret pavilion was the creator of the experts list that recorded all the excellent individuals throughout the world. The secret pavilion's information gathering was unmatched throughout virtual gaming world. It had also been titled as omniscient. In the virtual gaming world, it was an exalted existence other than the experts list. One could also search for various information relating to the virtual gaming world through the secret pavilion's official website. However, depending on the type of information, the price varied. If one had a strong relationship with the secret pavilion, they could obtain different levels of information viewing rights. To those who played virtual reality games, that kind of access was a dream. Even Shifeng, who taken aback by Manager Zhao's words. He had not thought that the Big Dipper Training Center would have a relationship with the secret pavilion. I know. I never said I wanted to bet the viewing rights anyway. Although Zhao Ruoshi made that claim inwardly, she was somewhat disappointed. She then smiled and said, "Let's bet 3 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids. I know that you have recently received some." Manager Xiao laughed bitterly when he heard her offer. "Little girl, you are always thinking about taking what little family fortune I have left. I've only managed to obtain these few bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids after much difficulty, and I had planned to reward them to the most excellent students." When Wang Chang and Wu Chuan heard these words, their hearts began to pound with excitement. They had even thought that they had heard wrong for a second. Their even C-rank nutrient fluids were considered a luxury, let alone S-rank nutrient fluids. S-rank nutrient fluids could not be purchased even if one had the money for it. When consumed, S-rank nutrient fluids provided notable physical recovery and enhancements. It even played a role in delaying the body's aging process and was known as the water of life. Moreover, even if one found the opportunity to purchase these S-rank nutrient fluids, each bottle cost 1 million credits. Ordinary people could not afford it even if they bankrupted themselves. Only a wealthy organization like Big Dipper could willingly award such an item. If Wang Chang and Wu Chuan could each obtain a bottle of S-rank nutrient fluids before the provincial youth fighting competition, they would have more confidence in succeeding in the competition. Uncle Xiao, you aren't going back on your word, right? If so, I'm going to tell Big Sis Bingyu that you're bullying me. Zhao Ruoshi giggled. "Ha, you're the one who bullies your Uncle Xiao. Since I've already agreed to your bet, I won't go back on my word." "Say it, then. What are the terms?" Manager Xiao agreed without hesitation upon hearing the name Bingyu, his actions stupefying both Wang Chang and Wu Chuan. After giving it some thought, Zhao Ruoshi shifted her gaze towards Wang Chang and Wu Chuan. She then smiled faintly as she pointed towards the two, saying, "The two of them, then? What do you want the two of them to do? Don't tell me you want them to fight your classmate. Ruoshi, you should consider this carefully." Although Wang Chang and Wu Chuan are not professional fighters, an ordinary university student is no match for them. Manager Xiao kindly explained. Wang Chang and Wu Chuan both proudly raised their heads upon hearing Manager Xiao's words, expressing their agreement. After all, they were the most excellent candidates selected by Big Dipper. Of course not. It would be too unfair to them if we let them fight Shifeng, Zhao Ruoshi said righteously. For a second there, even Manager Xiao almost believed her. "So, let's compete using the punching power test and reaction test results. That way they can't complain when they lose." Zhao Ruoshi's words left both high schoolers utterly speechless. The two of them promptly shot a glare at Shifeng, provocation filling their eyes as if saying, "A brat like you thinks you're fit to compete with us? You'll pay for this." "Ha! Little girl, what goes through your mind all day long? You better not blame me when you lose." Manager Xiao sighed. He then looked at Wang Chang and Wu Chuan, asking, "What do you think? If you two lose, your S-rank nutrient fluid rewards will be gone. If you win, I will double the rewards. We don't have any problems. However, we wish to retake the test and use the new results. Will that be fine? Wang Chang and Wu Chuan had long since discussed the bet among themselves. Hence, they quickly put forward their request. This surprised many of the silently spectating crowd. They could not understand why the two students would request for a retest. After all, their previous test results were the best out of 3 tries. If they retook the test, they might not get better numbers. Only Manager Xiao understood the two students' intentions. Nodding his head, he said with a smile, "Okay, I knew you two little brats were holding back just now." The realization struck the spectators upon hearing Manager Zhao's words. They managed to get such high test results even while holding back? Are those two really high school students? Those two are simply too frightening. Many among the crowd expressed their shocks at this revelation. However, Shifeng was not the slightest bit surprised at this news. Only he was very surprised by Zhao Ruoshi's actions. He could not figure out just what she was trying to do. IVE earned you the chance to obtain 3 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids. The rest is up to you now. Also, I prohibit you from losing. Zhao Ruoshi walked up to Shifeng and smiled, not giving him a chance to say no. After Zhao Ruoshi issued her command, Shifeng finally realized what she wanted to accomplish. It turned out that she had played this little game just to gain him 3 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids before Shifeng could utter a word of gratitude. Zhao Ruoshi, with slightly red cheeks, cut him off, saying, "Don't think too much about it. Aren't we friends? I know that you've been secretly and desperately training to improve physically. Since we're friends, it is only natural that we help each other out. As for thanks, it isn't necessary. If you really wish to thank me, then come to my birthday party next month. Even if you're a busy man, you must come. You're also not allowed to be late, all right?" Shifeng's heart warmed when he heard Zhao Ruoshi speaking. Although he had many things he wished to say, after racking his mind on what he should say, a single simple sentence left his lips: "I'll be there." However, when Manager Xiao heard Zhao Ruoshi's demand, his originally friendly smile suddenly froze. He then shifted a stiff gaze towards Shifeng, looking at the youth with disbelieving eyes. For just what sort of demonic power does this brat have? Manager Xiao could not help but pay more attention to Shifeng. There must be a reason why the little swindling girl had such an optimistic opinion of him, following which Shifeng, Wang Chang, and Wu Chuan walked towards the punching power testing apparatus to begin their examination. Chapter 363, Breaking the Record. Is this really happening? They're going to compete with each other? Both Wang Chang and Wu Chuan are the most excellent among these students. Their results were so impressive despite their age. Calling them geniuses wouldn't be an exaggeration. That guy called Shifeng is only going to humiliate himself. You don't know? Shifeng didn't request this competition himself. Instead, it is the great beauty standing beside him who claimed that Shifeng could defeat Wang Chang and Wu Chuan in a fight easily. For fairness' sake, they chose to compete using the test results. That beauty is blinded by love. Does she really believe whatever that Shifeng says? What do you even know about it? This is called having skill. However, that Shifeng is going to suffer for his bragging. Soon, the tests will reveal his true colors. The testing hall had originally been very lively. Now, because of the competition between Shifeng and the two students, everyone immediately crowded around the trio. The spectators present had already witnessed Wang Cheng's and Wu Chuan's strengths, though none of them had ever seen Shifeng before. However, nobody among the crowd felt optimistic about Shifeng's chances. Shifeng possessed neither a strong and sturdy frame, nor a giant muscular body. Shifeng's appearance was simply too ordinary. Shifeng was overestimating himself by challenging Wang Chang and Wu Chuan's punching force and reaction time. Let's start with the punching test first. Each one of you will have 3 tries. Wu Chuan, you'll go first. Manager Xiao said from beside the testing apparatus. Although Wu Chuan's test results before had not been as eye-catching as Wang Cheng's, his strength was still over 320 kilograms. He was already at the standard of a professional fighter. Wu Chuan nodded before stepping up to the testing apparatus. Holding up and clenching his fists, His arms abruptly burst with strength as he sent 3 accurate strikes towards the leather target. Pong! 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 3 deep, muffled noises resounded simultaneously. Wu Chuan was satisfied with his punches. He then turned and walked away from the testing apparatus, smirking arrogantly at Shifeng. The numbers displayed on the testing apparatus continuously changed before finally displaying 3 scores: 341 kg, 346 kilograms, 342 kg. The crowd suddenly went into an uproar when these 3 scores appeared. Wu Chuan's results were close to Wang Cheng's previous results. Regarding pure strength, Wu Chuan definitely ranked second within the elites. Big Dipper had recruited manager Xiao was elated when he saw these numbers. His heart was already set on placing more emphasis on Wu Chuan's training in the future. After all, Wu Chuan was far more superior than Wang Cheng in reaction time and speed. Overall, Wu Chuan was more powerful than Wang Cheng. Next, Wang Cheng. Manager Xiao shouted. Wang Cheng walked up to the testing apparatus and took up his stance. Immediately, his muscles bulged, and the blood vessels across his arms also appeared. Wang Cheng sent 3 quick punches towards the leather target. Pong! 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 The punching power testing apparatus suddenly released 3 crisp sounds, and even the machine itself trembled slightly. Meanwhile, the score the machine displayed broke through the 300 kilograms threshold and continued to rise. Within a moment, it shot the 360 kilograms threshold. Wang Cheng had surpassed even his previous highest record. Finally, the punching power testing apparatus displayed the final results: 385 kg, 391 kilograms, 388 kg. 3 scores, and each one surpassed Wang Cheng's previous record. Impressive. I didn't realize how much you had held back. Manager Xiao laughed upon seeing the scores. His fondness of Wang Cheng grew the more he looked at the young man. The standard of a top fighter in Jinhai City was 400 kilograms. Meanwhile, Wang Cheng was only a thread away from reaching that standard. Based on the youth's potential, after Big Dipper nurtured him, he should have no problems entering the top 10 in the provincial youth fighting competition. Zhao Ruoshi's confidence wavered when she saw the results. Wang Cheng's punching force had surpassed even Zhang Luowei's. Although there was only a difference of around 30 kilograms between Wang Cheng's previous record and his current scores, it was exceedingly difficult to increase one's force by even 1 kilogram after passing the 350 kilograms threshold. Many years of effort were required to increase one's force by 30 kilograms. It was impossible to achieve such a feat in a short amount of time. Although Shifeng had defeated Zhang Luowei, Zhao Ruoshi guessed that the two of them were almost equal in terms of strength. Only, Shifeng's combat techniques and experience far surpassed Zhang Luowei's. Thus, he had effortlessly defeated the renowned fighting genius. If she had known that Wang Cheng had held back so much of his strength, she would never have chosen to compete using the test results. Next, Shifeng. Although Manager Xiao did not know why Zhao Ruoshi had such a favorable opinion of Shifeng, he knew that it was impossible for Shifeng to surpass Wang Cheng's record of 391 kg. Shifeng walked up to the testing apparatus, smiling bitterly at the displayed 391 kilograms. Inwardly, Shifeng thought he is just a high school student, yet, even before undergoing systematic training, he is already so strong. This should be the so-called genius. Originally, Shifeng had simply come to the Big Dipper training center intending on checking his progress. Yet, he had somehow gotten caught up in this farce. If he did not give it his all, he might really become a laughingstock. Although he did not mind being laughed at, the spectators behind him would ridicule Zhao Ruoshi for trusting the wrong person, and that was something he absolutely would not permit. I wonder how much I've improved. Shifeng then began to warm up, preparing a full-powered punch. The last time he tested himself, he only obtained 256 kilograms, placing him above the standard of ordinary people. Though he had improved since then, it was impossible for him to have improved overmuch. He would be impressed if he could achieve 290 kg. Damn. Can you be any slower? Isn't it just a punch? Is all this build-up necessary? I think he's frightened. He is just trying to stall for time. In a moment, he might even say that he feels ill. Watching Shifeng take his time warming up, many in the crowd began to grow impatient and taunt him. Shifeng paid no attention to the noisy crowd behind him and continued with his warm-up. That should be enough. After feeling his entire body loosen up, He clenched his fist and sent a quick punch at the target pung. The testing apparatus displayed a score of 302 kg. The heck? Here I thought he would be amazing, but he only managed to hit 302 kilograms. Many among the crowd laughed when they saw Shifeng's first result in the next moment. However, Shifeng abruptly took half a step forward, firing a punch once more this time. The crowd could faintly hear the joints all over Shifeng's body crack. Pa, pa, pa. A series of 8 pops resounded. In addition to the sounds, some of the spectators with sharp eyesight noticed that, while Shifeng launched his second punch, the hairs all over his body had stood on end, following which, Shifeng's punch landed on the target boom. This time, instead of a normal punch, Shifeng had used the 1-inch punch. This move concentrated the power of his entire body into a single burst. It was an advanced technique that required a certain degree of control over their own body. The testing apparatus trembled slightly from Shifeng's strike, and the score promptly changed to 437 kg. However, he was not done. In the next moment, Shifeng whirled his body around and threw out a punch, his fist striking the target suddenly. The testing target bent inwards, and the entire apparatus rocked back slightly. Meanwhile, as if struck by a sledgehammer, web-like cracks appeared on the marble floor where Shifeng's foot landed at the same time. The testing apparatus complained loudly, the machine's display revealing a frightening score of 576 kilograms. Shifeng's punch had broken the punching power test record of the Big Dipper Training Center. Wang Cheng's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets after seeing the score. What the hell? Wu Chuan was greatly shocked as well. Shifeng's final result stupefied every witness in the testing hall, every one of them falling silent. Chapter 364. Internal Force Expert. Not only did Shifeng knock the punching power testing apparatus back with a single punch, but he also cracked the marble floor with a single stomp. However, there was one point that confused everyone watching. Shifeng's punch and stomp both looked very light, and no matter how one looked at the two actions, it was impossible for them to exert such immense power. Yet, the impossible had actually happened. Moreover, the burst of power was simply terrifying. Shifeng's punch and stomp struck the testing apparatus and the marble floor, respectively. If they landed on someone's body, wouldn't the hits be fatal? Both Wang Cheng and Wu Chuan inadvertently gulped when they saw the cracked marble floor. They no longer looked at Shifeng with contempt. Instead, they gazed at him in awe. Only now did they understand why Zhao Ruoshi's claim. If they fought Shifeng, the result would not be pleasant. What a hateful bastard. Despite being so powerful, he is constantly trying to hide it. For a second there, I was afraid he might lose. Zhao Ruoshi finally sighed in relief after watching Shifeng's stunning performance, standing beside the testing apparatus. Manager Xiao gaped at Shifeng's flushed and sweating face with disbelieving eyes. He suddenly thought of a possibility for Shifeng's shocking results, and he couldn't help but ask softly, "Is this internal force?" Manager Xiao was well-versed in physical techniques and combat. He knew only Grandmaster martial artists could utilize an advanced technique like internal force. It is? Shifeng nodded, not expecting Manager Xiao to recognize the technique. Internal force was an advanced combat technique. It was not a myth or a legend, and it was not a superpower. In the past, in order to learn this technique, Shifeng had spent many years consulting several martial arts masters, constantly training and refining his skills in God's domain. Only after he finally achieved a certain level of control over his own body could he perform this technique. Although internal force granted vast destructive power, it was also extremely taxing on the body. A single strike fatigued him. Right now, he began to show signs of collapsing. If he launched another strike using internal force, he would most likely fall flat to the floor. Mr. Shi, I represent Big Dipper to thank you for breaking our all-time punching power record. According to Big Dipper's rules, we will award you 300,000 credits for this achievement. However, at my disposal, in addition to paying you 300,000 credits, Mr. Shi, in the future you will be a platinum member of Big Dipper. You can enjoy a 60% discount on all expenses at Big Dipper. You will also receive a specially reserved platinum suite at the Big Dipper Training Center for your pleasure, Mr. Shi. After receiving Shifeng's nod of recognition, Manager Xiao was nearly speechless from excitement. He no longer looked down at Shifeng as a member of the younger generation. Instead, He treated Shi Feng as his predecessor, even changing the way he addressed Shi Feng since his youth. Manager Xiao had been infatuated with martial arts. He had never stopped training his body. Even now, his dream was to achieve a higher level in martial arts and successfully practice internal force. However, despite his many years of effort, he had never been successful. So, now that an internal force expert stood before him, how could he contain his excitement? Martial arts did not judge by age. Only one's achievements were important. Although he was young, Shi Feng's capabilities with internal force signified him as Manager Zhao's predecessor in the man's eyes. Naturally, he would have to treat Shi Feng with respect. Uncle Xiao, since when were you so generous? For a second, Zhao Ruoshi even thought she had heard wrong. At this moment, her Uncle Xiao not only gazed at Shi Feng with respect and reverence, but he also addressed her classmate as Mr. He even upgraded Shi Feng from a normal membership to being a platinum member. There were less than 100 platinum members in all of Jinhai City. It was a symbol of status. Even she was only a gold member. Zhao Ruoshi could not understand what her uncle was thinking. Little girl, Mr. Shi is a true martial arts expert. Why would you be surprised by this upgrade? On the other hand, why didn't you tell me that Mr. Shi was a martial arts expert, little girl? You've really caught me by surprise this time, Manager Xiao said sharply, shooting a glance at Zhao Ruoshi. Didn't you say that you wanted Mr. Shi to teach these students? This isn't the proper place for such a discussion. Why don't we go to a meeting room and have a proper chat? Uncle Xiao, what about the results of the competition? Zhao Ruoshi pointed at the score on the testing apparatus. Of course, Mr. Shi won this bet. There's no need to employ the reaction test anymore. I'll have the 3 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids delivered to you later, Manager Xiao said. He then shifted his gaze to Wang Cheng and Wu Chuan, asking, do you two have any concerns? Both Wang Cheng and Wu Chuan hurriedly shook their heads. Even a person as skilled as Manager Xiao treated Shi Feng with great respect. Shi Feng's strength and skill were obvious. If they continued to compete with him, they would only humiliate themselves. Mr. Shi, now that this competition is over, let's go to a meeting room upstairs and talk. I have many things I would like to ask you, Manager Xiao said. Zhao Ruoshi's heart fluttered with joy when she saw her Uncle Zhao's respectful attitude toward Shi Feng. She also felt a little prideful, as if Shi Feng's success were her own. After the crowd in the testing hall dispersed, Manager Xiao led Shi Feng and Zhao Ruoshi to a meeting room on the 21st floor. Mr. Shi, would you be interested in becoming the head instructor of Big Dipper? Manager Xiao asked seriously. As long as Mr. Shi is interested, you can state any conditions you want. It was extremely rare to meet an internal force expert. After all, every one of these experts was a master of the martial arts world. Their statuses and positions were all extremely impressive. Manager Xiao could not meet such a master even if he wanted to. Employing such a master to Big Dipper was an even more impossible task. The Big Dipper Training Center was famous in Jinhai City and possessed a certain amount of influence. Outside of Jinhai City, however, it was unknown and insignificant. Big Dipper had no way to compete with the training or fitness centers commanded by martial arts masters. If Big Dipper had an internal force expert like Shi Feng in command, their longtime goal of becoming famous beyond Jinhai City might soon become a reality. Uncle Xiao, are you joking? Zhao Ruoshi was stunned. The position of Big Dipper's head instructor was no laughing matter. At that time, the rights Shi Feng would possess would surpass even Manager Zhao's. In her opinion, Shi Feng was only a university student slightly skilled in martial arts. In the beginning, she had pestered her Uncle Xiao with the intention to help Shi Feng get a good part-time job, as well as train the current batch of students. Now that the situation had evolved, even she was slightly caught off guard. Since when has your Uncle Xiao joked around before? I am very serious. I am only afraid that Mr. Shi Feng is unwilling to accept my offer. Manager Xiao did not know what to say to Zhao Ruoshi. Despite clearly having an internal force expert by her side, she had not realized the true value of an internal force expert. Manager Zhao's anxiety was overbearing. He was deeply afraid that Shi Feng would just stand up and leave, taking Big Dipper's dream of growing out of Jinhai City with him Big Dipper's head instructor. Shi Feng thought for a moment before saying, "It isn't impossible, but I have 2 conditions. Mr. Shi, Please speak your mind. Manager Xiao hurriedly said he wanted to become a member of Big Dipper's board of directors and establish a specialized training area. Meanwhile, I want full responsibility over this training area, Shifeng demanded earnestly. Chapter 365. Ranked. Shifeng's conditions were quite harsh. Manager Zhao's brows pinched upon hearing them. His expression turned somewhat grim, and he was at a loss on what to do if Shifeng had only wanted some of Big Dipper's shares. Manager Xiao could easily approve by himself. The chairman of Big Dipper would also happily agree with Manager Zhao's decision. However, it was a different story if Shifeng wanted to become a member of the board of directors. Manager Xiao did not have the authority to make that decision. The board of directors controlled every aspect of Big Dipper. In other words, the board of directors held absolute authority. Why would they allow an outsider to have access to such power? Moreover, Shifeng had also demanded permission to establish a training area that would be solely under his supervision. This request was equivalent to cutting off a portion of Big Dipper and giving it to Shifeng. It was more incredulous than his first request. If Shifeng were a famous martial arts master, the directors might even agree to his requests. However, no one knew of Shifeng. There was practically no chance that the company would accede to his demands. Sitting by the side, Zhao Ruoshi was similarly stunned by Shifeng's conditions, and she began to look at Shifeng in a different light. Is this really our classmate Shifeng? This question resounded in Zhao Ruoshi's heart. Shifeng's exorbitant demands surpassed even her greed. Head instructor was only a title. In reality, it was a very relaxing position, and normally Shifeng would not have much to do. However, the head instructor of Big Dipper status was extremely high, and countless people coveted the position. Even the famous fighters of Jinhai City yearned for this position. Unfortunately, Big Dipper had never found anyone worth consideration. On the other hand, despite being offered such a coveted position, Shifeng still demanded such a high price. Zhao Ruoshi could not understand what Shifeng was thinking. In Zhao Ruoshi's opinion, Shifeng's actions were somewhat excessive. However, Zhao Ruoshi felt they were justified. Shifeng was not an unreasonable person indeed, just as Zhao Ruoshi had guessed. Shifeng was completely reasonable with his demands. His price was actually quite low. If not for his consideration of Zhao Ruoshi, his demands would have been more exorbitant than a position on the board of directors and a training area under his supervision. Although Zero Wing's strength was limited to White River City at the moment, after the looting war in White River City, Zero Wing had become famous throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom. Moreover, Zero Wing had long since established a strong and sturdy foundation. It already qualified to fight for the position of Overlord of Star Moon Kingdom. It was possible that only the higher-ups of first-rate guilds knew what this signified. There were hundreds of millions of players. Moreover, this number increased with each passing day. Only a few million people lived in Jinhai City. At most, it was as large as White River City. As for the authority Zero Wing commanded in White River City and the Big Dipper's authority in Jinhai City, it would not be an exaggeration to describe the difference between them as the difference between heaven and earth. Moreover, as God's domain grew increasingly popular, the number of people Zero Wing could influence would also grow. That influence could massively impact whichever training center it partnered with. What about the training center itself? To put it bluntly, it was simply a place for people to improve physically. What sort of influence could it possibly have? A casual remark made by a first-rate guild could allow a training center to rise to prominence at any given minute. Hence, rather than sharing the profits with others, wouldn't it be better just to establish their own training centers? What is your opinion on this, Manager Xiao? Shifeng looked at Manager Xiao and asked, Mr. Shi, your conditions are a little harsh. How about 5% of Big Dipper's shares? Manager Xiao could tell that Shifeng was not some random knowledgeable person, and Shifeng most definitely knew the value of an internal force expert. Hence, after giving it some thought, he offered the highest possible benefit that he could authorize by himself. Although 5% of the shares of a successful company like Big Dipper is generous, my conditions are firm. It would truly be a pity if you cannot agree to them. Shifeng shook his head. Mr. Shi, I do not have the authority to agree to the demands you've stated. Can you give me some time? I'll report this to my superiors. After they have reached a decision, I'll give Mr. Shi an answer. How about it? Shifeng's unwavering attitude frightened even Manager Xiao. Originally, he had thought that a young man like Shifeng would jump with joy when offered the position of head instructor and 5% of Big Dipper's shares. However, he had never expected anything like Shifeng. Manager Xiao refused to believe that Shifeng was only a university student. 5% of Big Dipper's shares was a lot of money, enough to grant one a lifetime of luxury. However, Shifeng had insisted on his original demands. If Shifeng were not insane, then he was absolutely confident. Certainly. I'm not in a hurry for this matter. I'll wait for your reply. Shifeng smiled. He had not expected to deal with Zero Wing's training issues in a short amount of time. He still had many things he needed to do in God's domain. Zero Wing's workshop had also just opened, and he needed time to allow all these changes to settle in. He had simply come here today to test his physical limits. However, Shifeng also had Zhao Ruoshi to thank. If not for her, establishing a dialogue with Big Dipper's upper management would have been a struggle and taken some time. His current progress had already surpassed his expectations, following which, Manager Xiao had consulted with Shifeng on some matters relating to martial arts. Although Zhao Ruoshi was indifferent to such topics, when she saw how her uncle Xiao looked up to Shifeng, she could not help but find the scene funny. If she related this matter to her father would definitely be shocked. After roughly 3 hours of lengthy conversation, Manager Zhao's admiration towards Shifeng had grown by leaps and bounds. If not for the lack of time, Manager Xiao would have continued the conversation for 3 days and 3 nights after Shifeng left the Big Dipper training center. Zhao Ruoshi drove him back to his rented apartment. Meanwhile, Manager Xiao immediately contacted Big Dipper's chairman, his elder brother, Xiao Yu. Manager Xiao was prepared to discuss Shifeng's demands in detail. As the sun set, a bright red luxury sports car stopped in front of Shifeng's apartment complex. Shifeng, you must store these 3 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids properly. Unlike other nutrient fluids, S-ranks need to be kept below freezing. Otherwise, their effects will gradually weaken, and after 2 or 3 days they will lose their effects completely. Also, you can only consume them once every 5 days. It would be detrimental to your body if you drink them more often. You must keep this in mind, alright? Zhao Ruoshi said, carefully handing over the metal briefcase containing the S-rank nutrient fluids. She reminded Shifeng repeatedly, worried that he would carelessly waste the S-rank nutrient fluids as he had never consumed them before. Although 1 million credits was only a small matter to her, S-rank nutrient fluids were impossible to obtain even if one had the money. Shifeng could not easily get more. Big Dipper was only lucky enough to procure a few bottles after much difficulty because of some of its connections. I understand, Shifeng said, a bitter smile on his face. In reality, this was not his first time consuming an S-rank nutrient fluid. However, Zhao Ruoshi did not know about that. I'll take off. Then, don't forget about my birthday party next month. I know where you live now, so if you're not there, I won't let you off lightly. Zhao Ruoshi brandished her little fist through the car's window. She then sped away in her hovering red sports car. At this moment, Shifeng finally reacted. It turned out that Zhao Ruoshi had actually sent him home with such intentions. Although he was almost never on time, he shouldn't be that unreliable of a person, right? When Shifeng turned around and was about to enter the apartment complex, he suddenly discovered someone squatting by the building's entrance. That person stared at Shifeng with a wretched smile on his face. It was none other than Blackie Brother Feng. You're simply too amazing. I don't see you for a few days, and already, you've managed to hook up with class monitor Zhao. You need to teach me some of your skills. If you don't, I'll tell Sister Fire Dance. Blackie said, giving Shifeng a meaningful smile. Scram. Don't think that I don't know how frequently you hook up with some of the beauties in the guild. Shifeng rolled his eyes at Blackie. Although Blackie had attempted to behave himself ever since he joined Zero Wing Workshop, a man's nature would not change easily. Currently, he was already growing closer with one of the female mages in the guild. Speak. Why are you here? Okay. I admit, I have important news that I needed to relay to you personally. After you hear it, don't get too excited, Blackie said excitedly. Clearing his throat, he happily announced, 1 hour ago, the Secret Pavilion published its latest experts list. Meanwhile, Brother Feng, your ID has been included. Right now, the entire Star Moon Kingdom is going crazy. Chapter 366, Virtual Gaming Cabin. Listening to Blackie's excited report, Shifeng was speechless. Even if Blackie hadn't told him the news, he would have discovered it after he entered God's domain. There was not necessary for Blackie to hunt him down. Did you run all the way here just to tell me this? Shifeng asked. Of course not. Sister Aqua said that using the advanced virtual gaming helmet constantly would affect your strength and growth in game. After all, the helmet only has a synchronization rate of 90%. The cabin, however, has a synchronization rate of 97%. So, some time ago, she tried to buy a few virtual gaming cabins, Blackie said. However, there aren't many of them. Even with Sister Aqua's influence, she could only purchase 5 cabins for us. I came to deliver your unit. The workers have already installed the cabin in your apartment. You can use it immediately. Virtual gaming cabin? Where did you guys get so much money? Shifeng could not help his shock, although there was quite a lot of money in the workshop's bank account. It was not enough to buy 5 virtual gaming cabins. A single unit cost 3 million credits. Moreover, virtual gaming cabins were always scarce as they were extremely difficult to manufacture. Unlike the virtual gaming helmet, the materials the virtual gaming cabin required were very rare, so they only produced and sold a limited number each day. Wealthy tycoons usually snatched up the cabins the moment they came out of production. Many people usually wondered why these virtual gaming cabins were so popular despite the cabin being so expensive and only having a 7% sync rate increase over the helmets. It was still immensely popular in the past. Shifeng had thought similarly. Wasn't it just 7%? How much would a player's strength in-game possibly increase after using the cabin? Why bother wasting so much money for such a measly improvement? However, after Shifeng obtained his own cabin and subsequently tested it, it instantly changed his mind that 7% made a world of difference. In the past, an expert had been involved in an experiment using the 2 machines to test combat power. In the end, the expert exhibited 71% of his combat power while using the virtual gaming helmet. However, when using the virtual gaming cabin, the expert managed 75%. Furthermore, not only could the gaming cabins allow a player to raise their combat power, but they could also allow a player to improve their techniques at a quicker rate. The cabins could also develop the potential of a player's brain, as well as restore and enhance their physical fitness in the past. If Shifeng had purchased a virtual gaming cabin earlier on, he would not have stagnated at the peak of Tier 3. He had poured his heart and soul into God's domain to build his own legacy. In the process of doing so, he had neglected his physical fitness, which deteriorated with each passing year. By the time he realized the problem, it was already too late. Sister Aqua paid for them with her own money. She said that, as the #1 workshop in Jinhai City and the sensational guild of White River City, if others discovered that the guild leader of Zero Wing still used a virtual gaming helmet, Zero Wing would become a laughingstock. Hence, we needed to buy the cabins no matter what, and you, Brother Feng, must use one. This concerns Zero Wing's reputation, Blackie said eloquently, leaving Shifeng with no room to refute. All right, then, I'll accept the cabin. However, we must pay Aqua back for all of the money she spent. There's still around 2 million left over from the White River City guidebook sales. Send that to Aqua for now. I'll think of a way to gather the rest. Shifeng agreed that he needed a virtual gaming cabin. However, he couldn't have purchased one before because he lacked the proper channels. Since Aqua Rose had already bought one for him, he would gladly accept this favor, but there was no room for negotiation regarding money. However, he did not possess a lot of credits right now. Although he had previously earned quite a bit and received the 50 million compensation from Twilight Echo, he had already spent most of it purchasing the real estate and all of the necessary equipment for the workshop. He now had very little credits on hand. Coins, on the other hand, he had a lot of. If he converted the coins into credits, he would have more than enough to repay Aqua Rose. However, unless he had no other choice, he would never trade his coins for credits. There was not much time left to complete the Epic Quest Gospel project. After his few recent large purchases, the gold coins he had on hand had grown further and further from his target of 30,000 gold. He could no longer afford to trade coins for credits. He could only search for other avenues to earn credits. Brother Feng, Sister Aqua truly understands you. She knew you would say such a thing. So, she told me to tell you that since she was paid 5% of Zero Wing's shares for doing nothing, you can consider this as her investment in Zero Wing. Also, if you really wish to repay her, make Zero Wing a guild that surpasses Twilight Echo. To her, this would be the greatest form of repayment, Blackie said. He laughed when he heard Shifeng reply exactly how Aqua Rose said he would. The cabin has already been installed in your home. Since I finished my report, I'll return to the workshop now. You have no idea how busy the guild is right now. Finished speaking, Blackie quickly departed from the apartment complex surpassed Twilight Echo. Huh? Shifeng muttered as he watched Blackie leave. His goal was not just to surpass Twilight Echo. However, there were still too many things he needed to deal with in White River City right now. It was especially true for Underworld. They had been too quiet during the looting war. This was out of character for them. After a short moment of silent contemplation, Shifeng turned and walked into the apartment complex, returning to his apartment inside his home. As expected, Shifeng discovered a white virtual gaming cabin that was 2.5 meters long, 1.8 meters wide, and 1.5 meters tall, quietly laying inside his bedroom. He would no longer have to rely on the virtual gaming helmet to play God's Domain. There were nutrient fluids, as well as various health monitoring devices implemented in the cabin. Players would not have to worry about hunger or physical discomfort for extended periods of time while inside. On the contrary, they would get plenty of rest and recovery. Moreover, with the 97% sync rate, players would find their 5 senses reaching new heights in the game. With the cabin, Shifeng could finally display his true strength in God's Domain. Shifeng examined the cabin before shifting his gaze towards the furnishing around the room. His apartment suddenly felt empty. There was absolutely nothing in his home that was even close to rivaling the value of the virtual gaming cabin. Rather, the cost of a single cabin could pay for the whole apartment. It should be about time. Shifeng looked at the time. It was currently 8 p.m. and about time for him to enter God's Domain once more. Following which, Shifeng went to the kitchen and stood before the fridge. He then removed the bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids from the metal briefcase. Shifeng placed 2 bottles in the freezer, opening and drinking the last bottle. Compared to the lower-grade nutrient fluids, the S-rank nutrient fluid was very special. Despite being stored in freezing temperatures, when he drank the liquid, it felt as if he had swallowed a mouthful of liquid fire. Every organ the liquid passed, from his mouth to his stomach, felt as if they had been scorched. There was no pleasure when drinking the S-rank nutrient fluid, only piercing pain. Moreover, this pain quickly spread throughout his body. Even his skin started to redden. It felt as if hot air flowed through his body, cleaning away all the toxins and restoring the vitality of his cells. His previous efforts had paid off, increasing his punching power from 256 kilograms to 302 kg. Everything in life involved balance. It was the same with the human body. If there were gains, then there were bound to be losses as well. Such a huge and sudden improvement would definitely cause plenty of damage to his body. Originally, Shifeng had intended to purchase an A-rank nutrient fluid to recover slowly. However, that was no longer necessary. A single bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid could completely heal all the damage to his body. It's been so long since I've drunk this. I almost forgot about the burning sensation. Shifeng smiled faintly. Although he was in pain, his body had never felt better. As for the remaining 2 bottles, he planned to leave them for his parents. That way, it could also help strengthen his parents and relieve some of the exhaustion they had piled up from work. Following which, Shifeng lay down in the virtual gaming cabin and connected to God's Domain. The drops from the Mechanical Slayer still waited for his appraisal. After all, aside from a 2-hour waiting period, there was also a 12-hour period before the drops of field bosses could be unsealed, appraised, or used. Fortunately, by the time Shifeng logged in, that 12-hour period should be almost over. The drops of a mutant. Just thinking about them excited Shifeng. In the past, the drops from a common mutant were enough for guilds to drool over. Meanwhile, the Mechanical Slayer was a High Lord mutant. Shifeng couldn't even begin to guess just how amazing its drops would be. Chapter 367 Asura. A series of notifications flooded Shifeng the moment he logged into the game. There sure are a lot of people trying to contact me. Shifeng slowly browsed through the notification list, discovering that a vast majority were friend requests or private messages. Among them, there were plenty of messages from high-ranking members of first-rate guilds. Most of them wanted to acquire Zero Wing. There were also a few first-rate guilds who had messaged Shifeng with different intentions. These first-rate guilds stated that, as long as Shurfeng Willing joined their guilds, they promised to promote him into an elder position in their guild immediately and offered him a significant percentage of the guild shares. Shurfeng couldn't understand these offers. Since when had he become so valuable? Even Feng Xianyang sent me a message? Interesting. Shurfeng read Feng Xuanyang's message, feeling slightly surprised. Although he had yet to discard all pretenses with Feng Xianyang, they were already mortal enemies. Neither would rest until one side was annihilated. Based on Feng Xuanyang's arrogance, it would be a miracle if he stopped trying to dispose of Shurfeng. So why would Feng Xianyang contact him? This wasn't his style at all. When Shurfeng opened and read Feng Xuanyang's message, he could not but laugh. Feng Xianyang sure is quick to change his attitude. It's no wonder he was promoted to Underworld's management. In the message, Feng Xianyang had expressed his agreement to the conditions Shurfeng had previously stated. He was willing to invest 1 billion credits in Zero Wing in return for 10% of Zero Wing's shares. As for the finer details, they could discuss that further once Shurfeng contacted him. What the hell happened while I was away? Everything had happened too suddenly, and Shurfeng was at a loss. The looting war in White River City should not have warranted such a change in Feng Xianyang. There must be some other reason. Although Zero Wing had become a major force, in the end, it was limited to White River City. There are over 100 cities in the kingdom. To first-rate guilds, the gain or loss of a single city was insignificant. As for Underworld, they surpassed even first-rate guilds. Moreover, among some of the messages Shurfeng had received, a few of the major guilds from the other countries in God's domain had invited Shurfeng to their guilds. They even offered very enticing salaries. No matter how Shurfeng looked at it, there was definitely something wrong with this situation. However, even after a long moment of contemplation, he still couldn't figure it out. Hence, he logged onto the official forums to get a better understanding of the situation. The moment he logged in, however, he was stunned. Under the Star Moon Kingdom's forum section, posts about Black Flame and the God's Domain experts list flooded the page. Star Moon Kingdom's top player, Black Flame. Appearance of the experts list top 500 in Star Moon Kingdom. God amongst men. 1 against 10,000. Killing thousands and escaping alive. Experts analyze of the various guilds in Star Moon Kingdom. Zero Wing overall strength ranked first. However, among the numerous posts, the most popular was titled One Hit Asura, with a view count of over 10 million. God's Domain experts list, rank 481. Black Flame. Class, Swordsman. Title Asura. Black Flame had undergone numerous great battles in White River City. He once successfully killed Lone Tyrant, the guild leader of Dark Star, while surrounded by over 1,000 Dark Star members. Afterward, he fought several hundred elite players in White River City, killing every player with a single hit. Nobody could stop his mighty sword as he effortlessly annihilated over 100 players. Shortly after, tens of thousands of players from multiple guilds hunted him down. Not only did he paralyze those players with shock, but he also killed thousands of players by himself before safely departing the battlefield. Secret Pavilion's evaluation. 1 hit per person. Possessing strength like a demon, the Secret Pavilion hereby gives Black Flame the title of Asura. Below the introduction, the post contained video highlights of Black Flame's battles. Black Flame is simply too amazing. He is the role model of a swordsman. I must take him as my teacher. I heard that the Secret Pavilion doesn't give out titles casually. It's a pity that Black Flame has been in so few battles. Otherwise, he would definitely get a higher ranking on the experts list. You don't say? 1 hit per person. Black Flame even killed a level 19 shield warrior with a single hit, and he only took a few seconds to kill over 100 players. With such godlike strength and techniques, no matter how you look at it, he should not rank at just 481. In my opinion, first place should be just about right. The Secret Pavilion is definitely pulling some strings, so they're using the title of Asura to divert people's attention. I had hesitated about joining Zero Wing before. Now, however, I've decided to head straight for White River City. I must join Zero Wing no matter what. Ha! I've long since arrived at White River City. I heard that the benefits Zero Wing offers to its members are superbly good. The weapons and equipment available for trade are also top tier. In particular, The core members' equipment is a feast for the eyes. You'll just be ashamed if you wear secret silver equipment in front of them. The lowest quality equipment is at least of fine gold rank. Moreover, Zero Wing also has a guild residence. I hear that there are private rooms in the guild residence, and even normal members can rent these rooms. After I join Zero Wing, it will only be a matter of time before my equipment surpasses a major guild leader's. Many players had begun discussing Shifeng's title of Asura and the revelation of the various benefits that Zero Wing offered its members. At this moment, Black Flame and Zero Wing had become the most popular existences in Star Moon Kingdom, and their fame far exceeded first-rate guilds like the Star Alliance and Ouroboros. As Zero Wing did not recruit players outside of the city, White River City had become Zero Wing's recruitment center. Many players throughout the Star Moon Kingdom began pouring into White River City, causing the population to rise suddenly. Unknowingly, Zero Wing had become the most dominant force in White River City while the reputation of one-hit Asura spread. Many players also cursed Shifeng as a shameless villain. Shifeng had lured the Mechanical Slayer to kill countless innocent players, dragging many players into the fray. These players claimed that Shifeng should compensate them by handing over all the drops from the Mechanical Slayer. Meanwhile, these players cursing Shifeng were all the subordinates of Lone Tyrant and the guild leaders of the various guilds in White River City who had joined to take down Shifeng after the looting war. Their hatred for Shifeng was higher than the sky and deeper than the ocean. Any players who the Slayer had killed had lost 2 levels. They also had to wait 1 natural day before they could revive. Moreover, after reviving, they suffered a weakened state for 2 natural days. During this time, all of their attributes had reduced by 30%, and their EXP gain reduced by 50%. Darkstar had already suffered severe losses during the looting war. However, Lone Tyrant had never imagined that it was only the start of his nightmare. With this penalty, how Darkstar ever catch up to the other guilds in the future? The other guilds were in a similar situation as well. At this moment, their eyes had turned bloody red with rage. Just why had they so foolishly sent their members after Shifeng? Thinking up to this point, their hearts crumbled. However, regardless of how much regret filled their hearts or how many curses they spewed at Shifeng's despicable behavior, at this moment, nobody paid them any attention. Rather, they had set themselves up to become the joke that served to uplift Zero Wing's fame even further. So that's why. Rank 481 and a title. It's no wonder why even first-rate guilds from other kingdoms and empires have made such grand offers. Even Feng Shenyang has swallowed his pride and agreed to invest in Zero Wing. Reading up to this point, Shifeng finally understood the reason behind all those messages. There were countless experts in God's domain. However, there could only be 1,008 players on the experts list at a single time. These players were at the apex in God's domain. Players capable of placing on the experts list were also symbols of strength and status for guilds. The more experts list players a guild possessed, and the higher the rank of said players, the more potential and strength a guild would have. As a result, players on the God's Domain experts list became targets for first-rate guilds and various organizations. Take Red Feather, for example. Despite ranking only within the top 900, the Star Alliance treated him like their precious baby. The Star Alliance had even given Red Feather a certain percentage of the guild's shares. As for Shifeng, not only did he rank within the top 500 on the experts list and was the #1 player in Star Moon Kingdom, but he had also received a title from the Secret Pavilion. Naturally, he was quite valuable. Just as Shifeng was about to contact Aqua Rose and have her appraise the drops from the Mechanical Slayer with him, he suddenly received a call request from Feng Shenyang. Shifeng had only logged into the game moments ago, and already, Feng Shenyang had contacted him. Feng Xuanyang's speed left even Shifeng speechless. Chapter 368 Lunatic against Lunatic. Maple City was one of the major cities in Star Moon Kingdom's eastern region. Although its population was no match for White River City, it was not too far off at this moment. Over half of Maple City had fallen under Underworld's control, and it was only a matter of time before the organization controlled the city entirely. Young Master Feng, do you really plan to contact Black Flame? South Wolf asked curiously, watching Feng Shenyang as he sat on the sofa enjoying delicacies. Currently, Black Flame had become one of the great experts ranked on the God's Domain experts list and had even received the title of Asura from the Secret Pavilion. He had now become an expert recruiting. However, Black Flame had once rejected their kind offer in the past, going as far as to toy with Feng Xianyang. He had even ruined Underworld's plans. Based on Feng Xuanyang's personality, he would continue to plan Black Flame's destruction now. However, Feng Xianyang had actually taken the initiative to contact the Black Flame he hated so fiercely. There are some things you will never understand. Based on our previous investigations, that Mechanical Slayer was a very special monster, Feng Xianyang said as he examined the compiled data in his hands, a playful smile appearing on his handsome face. A special monster? South Wolf was confused. That's right. According to the information I have here, any player killed by the Mechanical Slayer had to wait 1 natural day before reviving. Even healers' resurrection skills were ineffective on these players. Moreover, the penalty for death doubled. After these players revived, they also entered a weakened state for 2 natural days. During this period, all their attributes have decreased by 30%, and the EXP they can receive has decreased by 50%. Feng Xianyang reported pleasantly as he lightly shook his head. Do you understand what this means? South Wolf shook his head, growing more confused at Feng Xianyang's words. Have you ever seen a monster with such strength? With God's domain's basic settings, the stronger a monster is, the greater its loot will be. The Mechanical Slayer's loot must be stunning. There might even be many epic items among its drops. Meanwhile, Zero Wing is the largest beneficiary from the looting war. They claimed more drops than any other guild in White River City. Obtaining these drops could skyrocket Underworld's future development. However, it is simply too difficult for us to obtain them. Moreover, we don't have any concrete information about the loot. Trying to steal it from Zero Wing would not be easy. Hence, I've decided to invest in Zero Wing. Although we would have to spend a large sum of money, when I become one of Zero Wing's stockholders, I can easily obtain any information I want. Afterward, I can just set up a trap to steal those items and, slowly but surely, destroy Zero Wing from the inside. Isn't it just money? I have plenty of that. Feng Xianyang was determined to join Zero Wing. Nobody could resist the enticement of 1 billion credits. As long as he could get a hold of a small percentage of Zero Wing's shares, he could obtain all information relevant to Zero Wing fair and square. Previously, not only had Shifeng acted so arrogantly before him, but Shifeng had also caused his plans to support Darkstar to fall short. So why would he ever let Shifeng escape his punishment? South Wolf trembled upon hearing Feng Xuanyang's plans. Suddenly, South Wolf realized that he was still naive. His understanding of Feng Xianyang was still too shallow. Feng Xuanyang's plans were simply insane and terrifying in South Wolf's opinion. Feng Xuanyang's plans weren't related to the Mechanical Slayer's loot at all. Feng Xianyang just wanted his revenge on Shifeng. The drops were an excuse to take action. To think that Feng Xianyang was actually willing to spend 1 billion credits just to destroy Zero Wing and get his revenge. He was a lunatic. Young Master Feng, I'm not trying to overstep my boundaries, but we have gone looking for trouble with Black Flame many times before. We have hunted Zero Wing's core team. Now that we are trying to become the guild's shareholders, won't he just reject us outright? South Wolf said softly. Of course. I have already considered that. Although we were behind the attacks on Zero Wing, Darkstar stood in the forefront. I have never personally made an appearance. Although Black Flame knows the truth, on the surface we maintain our pretenses with each other. Moreover, the reason I've contacted Black Flame during his time of glory is that I want him to think that I noticed his potential and that I am willing to pay any price to obtain him. That way, I can smoothly become a shareholder of Zero Wing without arousing any suspicion. Feng Xianyang smiled coldly as he gazed into the wine glass in his hand. After taking a sip, he added, "Besides, is there anyone who would willingly refuse money? I've investigated Zero Wing's background. This guild does not possess any sort of funding. If Black Flame wishes to develop his guild further, he will inevitably need large sums of credits. To Zero Wing, 1 billion credits is like a heaven-sent fortune. If Black Flame is intelligent, he will set aside personal feelings and act logically. He has no reason not to accept my offer." South Wolf's heart suddenly pounded. He never expected that his guess would hit the mark. Feng Xuanyang's true goal had never been to obtain the drops of the Mechanical Slayer. Instead, he only ever cared about Zero Wing's destruction. To put it another way, Feng Xianyang planned to incidentally obtain the drops after he destroyed Zero Wing. As fear began to grip South Wolf's heart, Feng Xianyang contacted Shi Feng. "Oh, Vice Leader Feng, to what do I owe the pleasure of your call today?" Shi Feng asked rhetorically the moment the call connected Guild Leader Black Flame. "Regarding the matters we discussed during our last meeting, I have thought them through. Regarding a guild with boundless prospects like Zero Wing, Underworld is willing to pay 1 billion credits to become one of its shareholders. At that time, with the support of Underworld, Zero Wing will certainly grow to become the overlord of Starmoon Kingdom's eastern region." Guild Leader Black Flame, when will you have time to sign the contract with us? Feng Xianyang asked. Smiling, "It looks like you have finally realized Zero Wing's value. Although your previous conduct was slightly excessive, I will be magnanimous and forgive you this time. Let's first talk about the shares, then. If there are no problems after our discussion, we can discuss a time to sign the contract. After all, the shares of the utmost importance to Zero Wing," Shi Feng said. Expressing his interest, however, the moment Feng Xianyang heard Shi Feng's words, he very nearly erupted into a flurry of curses. The wineglass Feng Xianyang had held, however, was less fortunate as it fell from his trembling hand and shattered on the floor. Shi Feng spoke, as if he thought Feng Xianyang was a child who had done something wrong, and that Feng Xianyang was currently pleading for Shi Feng's forgiveness. Why wouldn't such blatant humiliation enrage the proud and arrogant Feng Xianyang? "Black Flame, I will endure today's matters. The moment I become a shareholder of Zero Wing, I will sign your death certificate." Feng Xianyang inwardly swore as he suppressed his anger. As calmly as possible, he said, "Of course, Underworld will willingly purchase 10% of Zero Wing's shares for 1 billion credits. We will also supply Zero Wing with 100 gold coins every week, as well as send a large number of experts and talents from various fields, allowing the guild to become the overlord of White River City." 1 billion for 10% of the shares? Shi Feng shook his head. Revealing a cold smile, he said, "I think we may have a misunderstanding. Vice Leader Feng, do you know what times have changed means? Is Guild Leader Black Flame planning to reject my well-intentioned investment because of our previous issues?" Feng Xianyang hurriedly said. "It was truly just a misunderstanding. I had no knowledge of the actions against Zero Wing. Lone Tyrant was responsible for those attacks. Despite my explicit command barring him from taking action against Zero Wing, Lone Tyrant insisted on doing so. Underworld never intended to strike Zero Wing. Vice Leader Feng, you misunderstand me. I'm not saying that I don't agree to Underworld's investment. However, 1 billion for 10% of Zero Wing's shares? Vice Leader Feng, don't you think you're being a little too greedy?" Shi Feng shook his head slightly. He said seriously, "Vice Leader Feng, greed can ruin one's life. However, seeing Vice Leader Feng's sincerity, I will sell you 0.1% of Zero Wing's shares in exchange for 1 billion credits. What do you think?" At this moment, Shi Feng's tone implied that this was an incredibly generous offer. There was no sense of disharmony in Shi Feng's words, and it sounded as if his every word was true. "Black Flame." Feng Xianyang's face immediately flushed red upon hearing Shi Feng's remarks, the hair all over his body standing on end and the blood vessels on his forehead surfacing. Feng Xianyang was no longer capable of suppressing the rage within him. Word by word, he angrily bellowed, "Have you gone insane? Why don't you rob a bank instead?" Shi Feng's offer even frightened South Wolf a 100-fold increase, even if Zero Wing had grown. Chapter 369, King's Return. By demanding such a price, Shi Feng made it clear that he was still angry about Feng Xianyang's previous actions. Misunderstanding was just another form of deceit. Everybody knew this. After all, if anything could be chalked up to a misunderstanding, why would anyone need the police? Vice Leader Feng, I'm really losing a lot with this transaction. If you aren't interested, there are many others who will jump at the offer. Shi Feng chuckled. In fact, Shi Feng wasn't lying. Many guilds and organizations outside of Starmoon Kingdom had expressed interest in collaborating with Zero Wing. In addition, there were also major corporations who had offered high prices to purchase the guild. At this moment, Feng Xuanyang's complexion darkened, and his eyes flashed with a fierce chill. Even South Wolf, who stood by Feng Xuanyang's side, silently lowered his head, his legs trembling. He was deeply afraid that Feng Xianyang would erupt with rage and take it out on him whenever Feng Xianyang was this angry. He would secure a painful ending for any who incurred his wrath. Meanwhile, Shifeng had toyed with Feng Xianyang many times now. No one knew what Feng Xianyang would do next after a long moment. Guild leader Black Flame, I am very sincere here. How about this? In exchange for 1 billion credits, I will ask for 5% of Zero Wings shares. Feng Xianyang suppressed his anger and expressed an extraordinary serenity. No negotiations. I will only do 0.1%. This is the very limit that I can offer. If Vice Leader Feng is not interested, then forget it. I won't demand your acceptance. Feng had only probed since he doubted Feng Xuanyang's intentions. He had not expected that Feng Xianyang could actually endure his games so well. Feng Xianyang had always possessed a dominant approach. He would immediately take action against anyone who disagreed with him. Now, however, he actually controlled his anger to negotiate with Feng. Why wouldn't Feng be suspicious? There must be a reason for Feng Xuanyang's attitude change. Feng Xianyang gnashed his teeth to the point of almost cracking them when he heard Feng's reply. 1 billion was not a small number. If he had to give away so much money, even his heart would ache. If it was in exchange for 10% of Zero Wings shares, he could barely accept it. However, he could never accept 0.1%. Black Flame. You dare treat me like a fool. Sooner or later, I will make you pay this debt 100-fold. Feng Xianyang inwardly bellowed. As long as he became one of Zero Wing's shareholders, he could investigate Zero Wing fair and square and insert his own men into Zero Wing's core. When that time came, he could crush everyone in Zero Wing. Hence, suppressing his anger right now, he said in a low tone, I understand. I hope that Guild Leader Black Flame will not disappoint me. Let's sign the contract as soon as possible, then. Feng Xuanyang's agreement surprised and concerned Feng. Originally, he thought he could anger Feng Xianyang and send the young master flying into a rage. He had expected Feng Xianyang to break off their relationship completely, spouting a few curses and making some vengeful statements such as not resting until one of them was annihilated and the like. However, Feng had never expected this ending. Feng Xianyang had actually endured such an insult to his reputation. Feng Xianyang was actually willing to exchange 1 billion credits for 0.1% of Zero Wings shares. Unless Feng Xianyang had truly lost his mind, he was definitely plotting something considering the events up to this point. Feng revealed a faint smile and said, Vice Leader Feng, why are you in such a hurry? I still haven't finished. Aside from the 1 billion credits, I also want 50% of Underworld's shares. If you can promise that, I won't hesitate to sign. Black Flame, you're courting death. Feng Xianyang exploded. He was now fully aware that Feng was not deliberately raising the price out of anger. Instead, Feng was wholeheartedly toying with him right now. Not only did Feng want to sell 0.1% of Zero Wings shares for 1 billion credits, but he also wanted 50% of Underworld's shares. What was Underworld? It was a force that far surpassed a first-rate guild. Not to mention 50%, Feng Xianyang did not even possess 1% of the organization's shares. Yet, Feng wanted 50%. Vice Leader Feng, you're not going to keep up the act anymore? Feng faintly smiled. I wanted to play around with you for a little longer. Black Flame, don't think that just because you are invincible in White River City that I can't do anything to you. You underestimate Underworld too much. Zero Wing is merely the overlord of White River City. Meanwhile, the several cities surrounding White River City have already fallen under our control. It won't be long before I personally finish you off and eradicate your guild. Feng Xianyang could no longer control his anger. Like a berserk beast, he let out a lung-piercing roar, causing everyone who heard it to shiver with fear. Black Flame, originally, you could have had 1 billion credits as your retirement fund. Now, you no longer have that chance. I will force you into a corner, bit by bit, and make you regret all your actions today. At first, Shi Feng was slightly surprised when he heard Feng Xuanyang's fury. In the next moment, however, he smiled and said, "I will be waiting." Afterward, Shi Feng disconnected the call, although he had only said 4 words. His statement contained utter confidence and determination. Even Feng Xianyang was slightly stunned. Having no comeback, Feng Xianyang fully understood the meaning behind Shi Feng's word. Zero Wing is not afraid to start a war. If you think you're strong enough, bring it on. However, Feng Xianyang was confused. Just how had Shi Feng remained so calm even when facing 1,000,000,000 credits? It seems that I need to speed up my plans. Shi Feng thought after he disconnected the call. His surprise during the call had not been due to fear. Instead, it was because he had not expected Underworld's background to be so powerful. They had acted so quickly and had already conquered the cities surrounding White River City. If it were not for Feng Xianyang losing his cool for a moment and revealing this information, Shi Feng would not have known how serious the situation was. However, Shi Feng could now release a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had not discovered this too late. He could still prepare if he started taking action right now. It wasn't Underworld's iron grip on those several cities. Rather, they were under the absolute control of the guilds beneath Underworld. Otherwise, Feng Xianyang would not have tried to spend 1,000,000,000 credits to bury Zero Wing. Currently, the average player's level was still low, so interaction between cities was limited. However, when players reached higher levels, they would have to head to higher-leveled areas. Meanwhile, these high-level areas were close to the common borders between cities. At that time, Underworld could trap Zero Wing. With enemies on all sides, Zero Wing's members would not be able to level up safely, as they would face the risk of an enemy ambush at any time. In the end, Zero Wing would slowly but surely be pushed into a corner. However, thanks to Feng Xuanyang's temper tantrum, Shi Feng could act early to prevent such a situation. Otherwise, by the time everyone had leveled up, Zero Wing would be declawed. Considering the situation, Shi Feng hurried back to White River City. Upon his return, Shi Feng discovered that the area outside the teleportation hall had already been fully repaired. Meanwhile, many players wandered the streets. A majority of these players were independent. Whenever these independent players saw someone wearing Zero Wing's emblem, they would watch that person enviously, letting the Zero Wing member feel very proud. As for the members of Dark Star and other guilds, whenever they saw a member of Zero Wing, they would consciously avoid contact. These guild players were no longer as arrogant as before. Moreover, Shi Feng discovered that the independent players walking around on the streets possessed very high levels. These independent players were clearly above the standard of ordinary players. Currently, many of these independent players were trying to form parties to raid high-level dungeons or grind in high-level areas. Before Shi Feng had even left the teleportation hall, the atmosphere on the street changed. Practically everyone turned to stare at him. He one-hit Asura. Black Flame. Guild leader Black Flame has returned. Where? Wah! It's real. It's the real deal. He's just too handsome. Crap. I'm going to faint at this rate. Shi Feng was not currently wearing his black cloak, so he was easily and quickly recognized. Suddenly, everyone on the street grew excited. Some female players looked as if they would pounce on Shi Feng as soon as he passed, and many of them squealed in excitement. However, before these female players even had the chance to pounce on Shi Feng, a group of players wearing dazzling equipment quickly swarmed over from a distance. The poorest quality weapons and equipment these players had were secret silver rank, and every one of these players was above level 20. They all wore a 6-winged emblem on their chests, and the appearance of this group immediately attracted everyone's attention. This group of players was none other than Zero Wing's core team. In addition to these core members, there were also over 1,000 elite members behind them. These players moved in unison, and the extraordinary momentum they displayed caused the players to make way for them unconsciously. Meanwhile, all of these members of Zero Wing were here to receive Shi Feng. Guild leader, welcome back. Aqua Rose, Fire Dance, and everyone else walked over, smiling faintly as they looked at Shi Feng. This grand welcome left Shi Feng utterly speechless. He could only silently nod in reply. Afterward, Shi Feng walked back to the Starstreak trading firm with the crowd from Zero Wing. Throughout their journey, the players of White River City had all promptly moved aside. These players gazed at Shi Feng with wonder as if welcoming the king's return. Chapter 370, Legacy Stone Sword. Starstreak Trading Firm, 3rd floor meeting room. At this moment, all of the core members of Zero Wing had gathered here compared to other guilds. Zero Wing was more fortunate as it had a meeting place exclusively for its own members. Normally, other guilds would have to use the temporary rooms available at the Adventurers Association. However, those temporary rooms could only hold a limited number of people at a time. Other than the Adventurers Association, guilds could also pay a large sum to rent conference rooms at hotels or bars. However, only wealthy and powerful guilds could afford such rentals. Guild leader, we have completed all of the necessary preparations for tomorrow's recruitment. We can start as soon as the guild residence's construction has completed. In addition, here is the detailed list of tomorrow's tasks. Everyone can take a look at what they need to do tomorrow. Aqua Rose presented a list of tasks on the meeting table system screen and explained them one by one. Aqua Rose had long since prepared for Zero Wing's recruitment. However, when she considered the large number of players coming from other cities as well, she had to revise her plan. Moreover, she had also made detailed adjustments to the guild's benefit system. Now, they would not have to fear the sudden influx of members overloading Zero Wing's capacity and harming the guild's development. Aqua Rose's list shocked everyone present. The information Aqua Rose had compiled so impressively organized. They felt as if they were reading a university textbook. The section relating to Zero Wing's benefit system consisted of over a dozen pages. Moreover, Aqua Rose had carefully planned how they were going to counter the spies sent by other guilds. To access more information about the guild and its benefit system, members would need to be promoted to a higher rank within the guild. However, the lowest-ranking members could still view the benefits that Zero Wing offered, and they were enough to impress many players. What? There are actually 150 private rooms available for rent in the guild residence? I thought there were only going to be 7 or 8 rooms available. That's only what is available for the normal members. Look at the benefits for elite members. They can actually rent 2-star private rooms. Moreover, there are a total of 52 2-star private rooms available. Just how huge is our guild residence? Many of the core members present were shocked by the information revealed. Their curiosity about their guild residence grew. Look at their surprise. If they knew that our guild residence is White River City's largest and most valuable residence, the Purple Sun Mansion, I wonder what kind of expressions they would make. Blackie chuckled softly. Although Zero Wing's core membership had grown past 100, only a few actually knew where their guild residence was located after everyone had their assigned tasks. Aqua Rose suddenly stood. Clearing her throat, she said seriously, "The next thing we are going to talk about is classified information regarding Zero Wing. It is also what that everyone present is most concerned about today. The loot from the Mechanical Slayer. Other than the people here, no one is allowed access to this information." Everyone nodded nervously in reply to Aqua Rose's words. Every player who had been invited to this meeting today had a huge responsibility to the guild. The Mechanical Slayer was extraordinarily powerful. So, the items it dropped were also extraordinary. The importance of the role these items could play went without saying. Whether it was competing for a dungeon's first clear or fighting in a guild war, these items would definitely be of immense help a guild's development. If the information of these items went public, not only would their enemies have an edge against them, but it would also rouse the greed in others. At that time, their enemies would definitely plot to steal these items. Looking at the anticipation in everyone's eyes, Shifeng slowly reported, "We have obtained a total of 102 items. Of them, there are 37 fine gold items, 14 dark gold items, 7 forging designs and recipes, 12 Tier 2 magic scrolls, 3 Tier 3 magic scrolls, 8 potions, 2 epic items, and 19 rare materials." What? There are actually epic items. Awesome! With epic items, our guild will flourish in dungeons. We can claim all of the first clears easily. Everyone grew incomparably excited after listening to Shifeng's report. The large number of fine gold and dark gold items alone had greatly shocked the team. They could fully arm a 20-man team with so many items. Just the thought of having a 20-man team fully geared in fine gold and dark gold ranked weapons and equipment was enough to give them the shivers. Not even first-rate guilds could produce such a powerful team. Fully arming a team with secret silver equipment was already impressive. As for a 20-man team in fine gold equipment, that was simply impossible. Meanwhile, If Zero Wing could establish such a powerful team, they would be invincible in 20-man team dungeons. The dungeon bosses would become pushovers. At that time, they could continuously supply the guild with loads of precious equipment. Most importantly, there were even 2 epic items among the loot. Previously, epic items only existed in their thoughts and dreams. After all, since the launch of God's domain, there had yet to be any mention of anyone obtaining an epic item. Now, their guild actually had 2 epic items. Everyone's breath began to grow heavy at this revelation. Don't get too excited. Although we obtained quite a few weapons and equipment, the lowest level requirement is 30. The same goes for the 2 epic items. Shifeng smiled in response to their enthusiasm. He could understand how his team felt at the moment. Epic items. In God's domain, they were symbols of extraordinary strength. In Shifeng's previous life, he, too, had been elated when he first saw an epic item. After all, it was an item every player dreamed of having. I know that all of you are eager to see how powerful the epic items are, so today, I'll let all of you have a look at them. While we're at it, I'll let all of you know that I do not plan to allocate these 2 epic items to anyone in particular. Instead, I'll place both of them in the guild warehouse. However, only core members can see them. Once you have accumulated sufficient contribution points, you can trade your points for any of these 2 epic items at any time, Shifeng explained. He then presented the information of the 2 items on the screen of the meeting table. Song of Beatrice. Staff, epic rank. Level 30, level 90. Equipment requirement. Intelligence 200. Attributes will be adjusted according to user's level. Magic damage increased by 25%. Cooldown of all spells reduced by 20%. Casting speed increased by 20%. Spell critical rate increased by 15%. Cast range +3. All magic type skills +2 levels. Ignore levels +15. Durability 200/200. Additional passive skill. Song of Elements. All successful attacks have a chance to trigger this skill, increasing players' magic damage by 20% for 15 seconds. Does not stack cooldown. 1 minute. Additional skill 1. Forest Sprites. Summons 3 forest sprites to battle for you. Forest sprites can also be sacrificed to recover players' mana. Each forest sprite sacrificed will recover 15% of players' maximum mana cooldown. 20 seconds. Additional skill 2. Elemental Domain. All allies within a radius of 50 yards will have their magic damage increased by 15%, cast speed increased by 15%, and mana consumption decreased by 20% for 1 minute cooldown. 30 minutes. Additional skill 3, Song of Sprites. Increases the effect of a specified spell by 300% cooldown. 5 minutes. Shadowcraft, Leather Armor, Epic Rank. Level 30, Level 90. Equipment requirement. Agility 200, Strength 150. Attributes will be adjusted according to user's level. Agility increased by 25%. Strength increased by 10%. Evasion +20. All magic resistance +20. Defend +4 levels. Ignore levels +10. Additional passive skill 1, Dark Shadow. Movement speed increased by 20%. In dark places, movement speed increased by 30% and agility increased by 10%. Additional passive skill 2, Rapid Movement. Agility increased after receiving damage. Agility increases by 5% with every 10% decrease in HP. Additional skill. Shadowless. Player can consecutively appear behind targets within a distance of 40 yards. Each use consumes 1 charge. Replenishes 1 charge per minute up to a maximum of 3 charges of the 2 epic items. The Song of Beatrice required 600,000 guild points, whereas Shadowcraft required 400,000 guild points. 1 guild point was the current equivalent to around 30 copper coins. Even Aqua Rose and Fire Dance would require a relatively long time before they could accumulate so many points. When everyone saw the attributes on the 2 epic items, they were all stupefied. The equipment they wore was simply too inferior compared to these 2 items. Meanwhile, when everyone thought about how they could trade guild points for these items, a passionate flame lit up in all of their eyes. The absurdly high demand of guild points didn't deter their passion at all. At this moment, They wanted to rush out of the room and start earning guild points immediately you've seen the attributes on these items for yourselves. As to whether or not you can trade for them, that will depend on the effort you put in. In addition, I also have some good news to tell all of you. I will reward guild points to the first 100 members in the guild to get promoted into a Tier 1 class. First place will receive a reward of 50,000 points, so all of you work hard. Seeing the high morale of the crowd, Shifeng added more fuel to the fire currently. Not a single player had become a Tier 1 class in the entire Star Moon Kingdom. The various guilds around the kingdom were all focused on raiding the 50-man team dungeons in their respective cities. None of them knew the importance of Tier 1 players. Presently, only Shifeng knew that Tier 1 players were the key requirement to raid a level 20, 100-man team dungeon. In addition, Tier 1 players also played an important role in the competition between guilds. The sooner a guild possessed Tier 1 players, the more beneficial it would be to the guild's future development. This was the reason why Shifeng had ordered his guild members to level up quickly rather than waste time competing over the first clear for the level 10. 50-man team dungeons. Everyone's fighting spirit soared once more. When they heard Shifeng's announcement at this moment, they all viewed their decision to join Zero Wing as the best decision they had ever made. No other guild would offer fine gold and dark gold items to its members, much less epic items. On the other hand, not only had Shifeng made the items available for trade, but he also spent a large sum of money to encourage everyone to raise their strengths. Players would never find these opportunities in any other guild if they could earn the reward of 50,000 guild points. Even if they didn't want the epic items, they could still gain several fine gold or dark gold items, greatly increasing their prowess. After the meeting ended, the core members headed towards the class association to receive their class change quest. Afraid that the others would beat them to the top prize, it should be about time for me to upgrade my class as well. Shifeng smiled faintly. Shifeng had wanted to take on his class change quest for a while now. However, he celebrated the fact that he had not already done so. He would have regretted that decision before the meeting started. Shifeng had already appraised the drops from the Mechanical Slayer. In the looting war, Zero Wing had actually managed to obtain 103 items, not 102. There was one item Shifeng had not revealed. The item Shifeng hid was none other than the crystal-encased ancient sword. Shifeng had kept it hidden because that item was simply too frightening. Even if he added together the value of the other 102 items, it would not reach even 1/100th of the sword in the stone. If others learned about this item, it would definitely cause a sensation to sweep throughout God's domain, which was why Shifeng had decided to keep silent about it. The sword in the stone was neither a weapon nor armor. It was a legacy item. Moreover, the legacy it contained was no ordinary legacy. It was a legacy item even more powerful than the magic weapon Star's Reminiscence. Chapter 371, Peak Legacy. A legacy hinted at a hidden class. This was also one of the reasons why legacy items were extremely rare in God's domain previously. The fact that they had obtained the Astromancer's legacy from the Bloodhand Association stronghold had already blown Shifeng's mind. Now, however, he had an even more powerful legacy. Moreover, only berserkers and swordsmen could use this legacy. Shifeng knew that the legacy contained within the sword in the stone was more powerful than the Astromancer's legacy was because of its unsealing conditions. Violet Cloud's legacy item, the magic weapon Star's Reminiscence, required a Tier 3 Great Mage to help unseal it. Based on these stringent requirements, the Astromancer's legacy should be superior among the many legacies that existed in God's domain. However, Shifeng's sword in the stone was far more amazing than the Star's Reminiscence sword in the stone. The sword inside the crystal faintly emits a power from the ancient era. It occurs naturally with no signs of being crafted. However, a frightening power had damaged this ancient sword severely in the past. If one wishes to awaken the power contained within and gain a better understanding of this sword, they need to gather the power of 3 Tier 4 classes and expend 21 mana stones. Class restriction: Berserker and Swordsman. Not to mention the 3 Tier 4 NPCs, just the number of mana stones required was a huge headache for Shifeng. Mana stones were extremely precious in God's domain. Although they weren't as valuable as 7 Luminaries crystals, they were not far from them either. Mana stones were rare materials required to craft epic ranked weapons and equipment. However, the most dreadful aspect of mana stones was that nobody sold them in God's domain. Only bosses in 100-man hard mode team dungeons dropped mana stones. Moreover, the drop rate was a minuscule 2% currently. Throughout all of God's domain, Shifeng had yet even to hear news about anyone obtaining the first clear of a level 10 50-man team dungeon, not to mention a level 2100-man team dungeon. Even Zero Wing, his own guild, was only in the preparation stage of raiding a level 20 100-man team dungeon. Only players who had gathered 100 Tier 1 players had a chance of success in the hard mode versions of those dungeons. In other words, it was simply impossible for Shifeng to get his hands on a mana stone right now, let alone 21 of them. The difficulty of unsealing the sword in the stone far surpassed the magic weapon star's reminiscence. Hence, Shifeng was certain that the legacy contained within the sword in the stone was far superior to the star's reminiscence. At the very least, it should be one of the peak legacies of God's domain. I can only give it a try. Shifeng smiled bitterly as he gazed at the sword in the stone inside his bag. The awakening conditions of the sword in the stone were too high. Ever since Shifeng had appraised the legacy item, he had constantly been thinking of a way to fulfill those conditions. He could not afford to wait until Zero Wing obtained the first clear of a 100-man hard mode team dungeon before gradually collecting 21 mana stones. If the guild leader of any other guild stood in Shifeng's place right now, activating the class change quest of the sword in the stone would be nigh impossible. And ordinary players could never meet these conditions. Only after racking his brain did Shifeng think a way to awaken the sword in the stone early soon. Shifeng left the meeting room as well and headed to one of the forging rooms on the 4th floor of the Starstreak trading firm. They had obtained a total of 7 forging designs and recipes from the looting war. Of them, 3 were forging designs. All 3 forging designs produced different types of basic strengthened armor kits, which were respectively meant for plate armor, leather armor, and cloth armor. Although these basic strengthened armor kits were a lot weaker than the basic mana armor kit, their effects only half of the latter, they were still very valuable. After all, Shifeng was not a dedicated lifestyle player. He could not afford to spend a large amount of time producing the basic mana armor kits. Meanwhile, the supply of basic mana armor kits available on the market would not meet the demand. Hence, these 3 basic strengthened armor kit forging designs were extremely important at this moment. A knocking came from the door of the forging room. "Guild leader, the ones you called for are here?" Melancholic Smile said respectfully as she entered the room while Shifeng had been busy. Melancholic Smile had grown to have the aura of a strong and capable woman. The current Melancholic Smile was already an advanced forging apprentice, and she was only a short distance from her promotion to a basic forger under Melancholic Smile's management. The Horizon Alliance, the lifestyle guild Shifeng had secretly established, had grown to house over 3,000 members. These lifestyle players had been recruited from various places. Currently, these members had crafted a majority of the products sold at the Starstreak trading firm. Not even Aqua Rose and Blackie knew about the Horizon Alliance. In the eyes of the public, the members of the Horizon Alliance were simply players that the Starstreak trading firm had hired. Come on in, then. Shifeng nodded, following which a man and a woman entered the forging room. The woman who followed Melancholic Smile was none other than the forging genius Cream Cocoa. She had already become an advanced forging apprentice. Meanwhile, the man who entered with Cream Cocoa was a 40-year-old man called Roasted Ironheart. Because of his age, the guild's Roasted Ironheart had joined in the past had looked down on him. However, after he passed the test set by Melancholic Smile and became a member of Horizon Alliance, he had poured his heart into forging items and displayed frightening talent. Regarding forging techniques, he was even more talented than Melancholic Smile. Currently, he had already become one of the 5 great forgers of the Horizon Alliance after the 2 entered. Upon seeing Shifeng, Roasted Ironheart immediately grew cautious. Normally, Melancholic Smile was responsible for dealing with all matters within the Horizon Alliance. So, no one had ever met the true owner of the guild. The members of the Horizon Alliance only knew that their guild leader was extremely mysterious, and he had actually managed to form a relationship with the Starstreak trading firm. Not only did this great personage possess frightening wealth, but he also had great talents such as Melancholic Smile and Cream Cocoa working under him. The members of the Horizon Alliance all felt reverence and curiosity towards this mysterious boss of theirs today. As Roasted Ironheart finally met the mysterious boss behind the Horizon Alliance, his heart was filled with incomparable shock. Originally, Roasted Ironheart had believed that the force behind the Horizon Alliance was a wealthy tycoon. However, he would never have imagined that proprietor of this lifestyle guild was actually White River Cities. No, the entire Starmoon Kingdom's #1 expert, the one-hit Asura, Black Flame. How could this revelation not shock him? Moreover, Black Flame was also Star Moon Kingdom's publicly acknowledged #1 forger at this moment. Roasted Ironheart's mind was a complete mess. There is no need to panic. I don't eat people. Shifeng could not help but console Roasted Ironheart when he noticed the man's trembling legs. Hearing Shifeng's words, Roasted Ironheart nearly slumped to the ground. The #1 expert of Star Moon Kingdom, the guild leader of Zero Wing, the great character that dominated White River City. There was simply no chance that a small fry like Roasted Ironheart could meet such a great character like Shifeng. Yet, not only had such a situation occurred, but Roasted Ironheart was also speaking directly with such a great character. How could Roasted Ironheart not panic? Uncle Ironheart, relax. Our guild leader is a very kind and friendly guy, Cream Cocoa said. Smiling, Roasted Ironheart silently nodded. After taking a long moment to calm down, he said, "Hello, boss." Melancholic smile, and Cream Cocoa giggled at this sight. Shifeng had grown speechless at Roasted Ironheart's actions as well. He was not a monster. Why was he so intimidated? All right, I have some important matters to discuss with you. I've called the three of you here today because of these. Saying so, Shifeng took out the 3 basic strengthened armor kit forging designs. Each of you will take one. Your task for this is to produce these items. The more, the better. As forgers, Melancholic Smiles group was stunned when they saw the forging designs. They understood the value of the basic strengthened armor kits. By producing these items, not only could they increase their promotion speed to basic forgers, but they could also use these items to dominate the forging market and create names for themselves. When the trio thought about how Shifeng was actually willing to let them learn such precious forging designs, their hearts were moved. I'll leave these forging designs to you, so research them properly. If you can achieve a 20% success rate, then you can start mass-producing them, Shifeng said. Although the basic strengthened armor kits were not as difficult to produce as the basic mana armor kits, advanced forging apprentices still had a low success rate. Melancholic Smile and the others would be lucky if they could successfully produce 1 or 2 pieces out of 10 tries. Guild leader, rest assured, we will accomplish this task. We definitely won't disappoint you. All 3 of them guaranteed, following which, the 3 returned to their respective forging rooms and began their research on the forging designs. Meanwhile, Shifeng also departed from the Starstreak trading firm and hurried towards White River City's bank. He planned to start the first step of awakening the sword in the stone. Chapter 372, 5 Big Cities. Walking in the middle of the street in White River City, Shifeng had used the demon mask to change his appearance back to Yifeng. The color of his ID reverted to white as well. All this while, Shifeng had used his artificial ID of Black Flame. It had been a long time since he used his actual ID. In a rapidly changing game like God's Domain, not only were there tons of new players flooding into the game every day, but there were also many experts rising and falling with every passing moment. Meanwhile, the duration of Yifeng's disappearance from the public eye had been long enough for everyone in White River City completely forget about him. Throughout Shifeng's whole journey to the bank, not a single player he passed by had recognized him. Although some players had glanced his way, they had not done so because of Shifeng's identity. Instead, it was because of the equipment he wore. The magic weapon Abyssal Blade and the dark gold ranked Purgatory's shadow hung from his waist. Even if Shifeng had removed the 2 weapons' glow effect, when one saw the intricate patterns carved onto the swords as well as the flowing lights flashing on the blades, no one believed they were ordinary weapons. White River City sure has changed. Even the average level of ordinary players is almost the same as Star Moon City. Making a casual observation, Shifeng discovered that a majority of the independent players wandering the streets were level 15 or 16 and armed with a few pieces of bronze equipment. Shifeng occasionally saw some independent players who were level 17 or 18 and fully geared in bronze equipment with a few pieces of mysterious iron equipment. In the past, this sight could not have been found in White River City. Suddenly, Shifeng thought of an idea. What if he transformed White River City into the heart of Star Moon Kingdom? Originally, Shifeng had intended to develop a branch guild in Star Moon City once Zero Wing was sufficiently powerful to compete for the resources available there. After all, Star Moon City was the heart of Star Moon Kingdom. It was a gem that incited fierce competition among the many first-rate guilds. Star Moon City was also the hub for elites. The player population there was simply immense, with no other city within Star Moon Kingdom capable of being its rival. Meanwhile, controlling Star Moon City meant obtaining the large number of elite players and resources there. A guild's development in Star Moon City would be much faster than in any other city in Star Moon Kingdom, however. When Shifeng saw the current state of White River City, a thought suddenly came to his mind. Why must he torture himself to compete over Star Moon City with all those first-rate guilds? Most players went to Star Moon City was because it had far more opportunities for development. The city also contained many advantages that no other city possessed, but what about now? Due to Zero Wing's existence in White River City and the fact that the guild did not recruit members in any other city, many players had now migrated to White River City. As for the reason behind this migration, wasn't it because Zero Wing offered advantages that no other guild possessed? As long as Zero Wing offered its members more benefits than other guilds, players would continue to flood into White River City. Moreover, as players' levels increased, their income would increase as well. Soon, the teleportation fee between cities would no longer be a problem. At that time, it was not entirely impossible for White River City to surpass even Star Moon City. Is it about Underworld's inside information? Shifeng suddenly heard the arrival of a message. Absolute Heaven had contacted him. Meanwhile, the assassin's message was perfectly timed. Underworld had already become the dominant force in the several cities surrounding White River City. As for how much control they possessed over those cities and exactly which cities they controlled, Shifeng had no clue. Without that information, he could not take appropriate measures against Underworld. Shifeng did not want to waste too much time searching for Underworld and subsequently ruining the organization's plans. If he could find access to detailed information about Underworld, he would have a much easier time preparing for the future. There sure is a lot of information here. Shifeng was inwardly surprised when he opened up the file attached to Absolute Heaven's message. The file was dozens of pages long, and its level of detail was above and beyond what Shifeng had expected. An outer member like Absolute Heaven should not have had access to the kind of information contained in the file. Most likely, only those at Feng Xuanyang's level would possess the authority to know such information. Did Absolute Heaven kidnap and interrogate Feng Xuanyang? I'm impressed that he could obtain such detailed information. Now that he had such detailed information about Underworld, without wasting any time, Shifeng quickly found a quiet spot inside the bank and sat down. He then started carefully reading through the file Absolute Heaven had sent him 2 hours later. Shifeng finished reading the final page. He could not help but exhale deeply. Although I already expected as much, I did not realize that Underworld is actually so terrifying. They control a total of 316 guilds in Star Moon Kingdom's eastern region. It is no wonder even Gentle Snow is wary of Underworld. Making a rough estimate, Shifeng guessed that Underworld controlled over 1 million players in Star Moon Kingdom's eastern region. Alone Zero Wing's current member count was just over 5,000. To Underworld, Zero Wing was no more intimidating than an ant. Furthermore, there were also the Underworld Guards, a group of elites that the organization secretly nurtured. Although the Underworld Guards only had around 400 members, each one was an expert. If they formed a 100-man team, they could effortlessly annihilate hundreds of elite players out in the fields. In addition, Blue Frost City, Maple City, Gale City, Twin Lion City, and Cold Star City, the 5 big cities neighboring White River City, had all been dominated by the guilds under Underworld's control. Moreover, these guilds were not inferior to Underworld in the slightest. Without any powerful enemies, these guilds had grown rapidly. Of these guilds, Overwhelming Smile, the guild holding dominance over Gale City, was currently even more powerful than Dark Star had been during its peak. Without any obstructions, it was a matter of time before these powerful guilds became the overlords of their respective cities. Underworld really is a headache. This situation is much worse than what I had imagined. Shifeng wrinkled his brows and scratched his head, considering the situation carefully. Based on Zero Wing's current strength, moving out and dealing with just one of the 5 cities under Underworld's control would be a massive undertaking. As for dealing with all 5, it was simply impossible. Setting aside the disadvantages of fighting in enemy territory, Zero Wing would first need sufficient strength. With the current number of members Zero Wing possessed, it wouldn't even be a threat for any of these guilds. For such an endeavor, not only would Zero Wing need to pay a large number of teleportation fees, but it also had to waste a lot of manpower and material resources. As for Shifeng himself, although he was strong as an individual, he wasn't strong enough to threaten an entire guild with tens of thousands of members. I need to hurry and get my class change done. Shifeng looked at the sword in the stone inside his bag, a sense of urgency overwhelming his thoughts of upgrading his class, no matter how. Shifeng racked his mind. He could not think up of a proper solution. The only thing he could do now was to increase his own strength. There was a large gap in combat power between a Tier 1 player and a Tier 0 player, not to mention a hidden class. If Shifeng could successfully upgrade his class and become a Tier 1 player, he could cause some trouble for the guilds controlled by Underworld and buy Zero Wing more time to grow, following which, Shifeng walked towards the bank's counter, retrieving the larger of the 2 Philosopher's Stones from inside his personal warehouse. He then retrieved a large number of magic crystals from the guild warehouse. Guild members had come across these magic crystals while they had raided dungeons. Originally, these magic crystals were intended for equipment crafting, but as of yet, nobody within the guild could produce equipment that required magic crystals. Hence, a large stockpile had accumulated inside the guild warehouse. Now, however, Shifeng emptied their stock. Following which, Shifeng returned to his forging room inside the Starstreak trading firm. He then took out the Philosopher's Stone and all of the magic crystals. Mana stones were originally born from the minerals inside magic crystals. If magic crystals were refined, there was a chance to obtain a mana stone. Hence, Shifeng intended to utilize the Philosopher's Stone to refine mana crystals into mana stones. However, mana stones were extremely rare and precious. The chances of obtaining a mana stone from refining a magic crystal were extremely low, and even Shifeng himself wasn't very confident in success. Hopefully, this works. Shifeng then grabbed a transparent magic crystal with one hand and the Philosopher's Stone in the other. Praying silently, he refined the magic crystal. Chapter 373, Alchemical Synthesis. With his right hand, Shifeng lightly tapped the Philosopher's Stone on the magic crystal in his left hand. In the next moment, the Philosopher's Stone released a faint blood-red glow, following which, the magic crystal in Shifeng's left hand transformed into dust and scattered across the floor, leaving nothing behind. A magic crystal, which cost 8 silver coins, was gone. Just like that. In the god's domain, 8 silver coins were the current equivalent of a day's income for an entire elite team. However, without even blinking, Shifeng snatched a second magic crystal from the table and attempted the elemental refinement once more. 2 seconds later, another pile of dust scattered to the floor. After over 100 consecutive attempts and failing every time, Shifeng stopped and reevaluated his actions. Is it not possible with elemental refinement? Shifeng frowned at the dust-covered floor. There were not many members in Zero Wing, so the number of accumulated magic crystals was not high. There had been only around 600 in the guild warehouse. Meanwhile, Shifeng had not obtained a single mana stone, even after refining over 100 magic crystals. At this rate, he would never refine 21 mana stones. No, it is just because the success rate is so low. Do I need to raise my chances before it'll work? Mana stones are the product of polymerization of magic crystals. Logically, it should be possible to refine a magic crystal into a mana stone. Is it because the magic crystal's quality is too poor? Thinking up to this point, Shifeng took another magic crystal and tested his theory this time. After clicking refine, Shifeng thoroughly focused on observing the changes that occurred during the refinement process of the magic crystal. After God's domain underwent its first evolution, both forging and alchemy had become far more realistic. Moreover, Shifeng was currently playing the game using a virtual gaming cabin which possessed a synchronization rate of 97%. Hence, if he observed the refinement process of the magic crystal carefully, he might discern the cause for failure. However, the refinement process happened far too quickly. Even if Shifeng had exceptional dynamic vision, everything still happened in a flash. It was too hard to see anything. System recording. Activate full simulation mode. Shifeng suddenly said, "System, please hold for system identification. System. Interface used by player detected as the virtual gaming cabin. Full simulation mode is supported. System. Full simulation mode has activated." After the system activated full simulation mode, Shifeng picked up a magic crystal and attempted elemental refining once more. As expected, the magic crystal still crumbled into dust that scattered all over the floor. And perturbed, Shifeng said, System: play the video recorded through full simulation mode. In the next moment, a 3D holographic image appeared before Shifeng's eyes, showing the exact scene when Shifeng had attempted elemental refinement on the magic crystal aside from allowing players to experience a synchronization rate of 97%. The virtual gaming cabin also allowed players to activate full simulation mode in the game. With this function, the videos players recorded in-game could be viewed as a holographic projection rather than on a flat surface. This function was unavailable to those who used both the ordinary and advanced helmets in the God's domain of the past. If one were a master lifestyle player, they would have definitely purchased a virtual gaming cabin for themselves. They did so for the sole purpose of this holographic recording function. Through this function, players could realistically reproduce the videos they recorded. Players could experience what they normally couldn't through a flat-screen video, and this included the refinement process of the magic crystal. However, the main purpose of the full simulation mode lay in the analysis of enemies. Players could record their battles with enemies to study their enemies' fighting habits, defenses, attacks, dodges, and other detailed actions. After analyzing their enemies' habits and weaknesses, even if they were weaker than their opponents, players could take advantage of said habits and weaknesses to triumph against their enemies. In the past, this often happened in God's domain. It was especially true for fights between experts. At the same time, players could also utilize the holographic recording for self-reflection, improving weaknesses and discovering new techniques. This was one of the quickest ways for a player to improve themselves. This was also why players who used the virtual gaming cabins improved so quickly in the past. Shifeng had done countless self-evaluations through using the full simulation mode, continuously improving his combat power. Back then, if he had used the virtual gaming cabin a few years earlier, he might have reached even greater heights. Unfortunately, Shadow had only a few million credits. A single virtual gaming cabin cost 3 million. How could Shadow possibly afford a virtual gaming cabin? Moreover, even if they purchased one, Shifeng would not have had access to it, following which, Shifeng adjusted the settings of the holographic recording and played the refinement process into slow motion. That way, he could fully observe and analyze the entire process in detail without needing to waste magic crystals and stress his eyesight over and over after observing the process dozens of times. Shifeng finally discovered the reason. As expected, the mana density inside the magic crystals is too low. I wouldn't get a single complete mana stone even if I used the elemental refinement 10,000 times. Although Shifeng had discovered the cause of his failures, he didn't have a solution. In God's domain, there was no difference in quality between magic crystals. In other words, it was simply impossible to obtain a mana stone through refining mana crystals. Shifeng could not help his frustration if refinement could not work. Then he had to go at it from another angle. The only method he had left was to use alchemical synthesis, combining two magic crystals into one. Once the accumulated mana inside the magic crystals reached a sufficient level, it would become a mana stone naturally. However, how could alchemical synthesis be easy? Even a grandmaster alchemist would struggle with alchemical synthesis. The price they had to pay would also exceed the value of the final product. Normally, nobody would willingly take on such a risk. Meanwhile, Shifeng was merely a forging apprentice. He was not even an alchemist to begin with. His chances of successful alchemical synthesis were abysmal. On the other hand, the Philosopher's Stone and Alchemy Treasure had such an ability. However, the Philosopher's Stone Shifeng had right now was a defective product. He could only use alchemical conversion and elemental refinement, not alchemical synthesis. That's right. If one Philosopher's Stone won't do, what about two? Shifeng suddenly recalled the fragmented piece of Philosopher's Stone that he had obtained from the god's grave. The Philosopher's Stone had been broken into 5 fragments, so its abilities had greatly weakened. However, the Philosopher's Stone was inherently of one body. As long as Shifeng could gather all 5 fragments, he could restore the Philosopher's Stone. Although Shifeng did not possess all 5 fragments at the moment, if he fused the 2 fragments he had, it should become much stronger than 1 fragment alone. I can only give it a try. Shifeng had no other options. The Philosopher's Stone was his only hope. The Philosopher's Stone had broken into 5 fragments of different sizes, and the abilities each fragment possessed were different. The Philosopher's Stone Shifeng had obtained from the god's grave was slightly smaller than the first one he had found. As it only possessed alchemical conversion, Shifeng had not intended to use it. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng rushed back to the bank and retrieved the other Philosopher's Stone from his warehouse before hurrying back to his forging room. Inside the forging room, Shifeng carefully combined the two Philosopher's Stone system. Do you wish to fuse the two Philosopher's Stones? Shifeng immediately clicked the fuse button. Suddenly, the two Philosopher's Stones transformed into a pool of blood-red liquid and fused. The liquid then solidified into a fist-sized blood-red pearl. It was no longer an uneven block of stone after the fusion completed. Shifeng picked up the newly formed Philosopher's Stone and checked its information. He wanted to know how powerful the Philosopher's Stone had become. Chapter 374. Results Beyond Imagination. Good. Shifeng sighed in relief when he read the information displayed. Philosopher's Stone. 36% completed. Epic rank special item. Dropped upon death. A sacred item for alchemy. The Philosopher's Stone can be used to turn stone into gold, revive the dead, and more. However, the Sword Emperor Knight shattered the Philosopher's Stone into 5 pieces. However, the Philosopher's Stone possesses immense strength. As long as one gathers the 5 pieces, it will recover to its full strength active effect. Due to being damaged, the Philosopher's Stone possesses less than a 1/7 of its original strength. Can only be used for alchemical conversion, elemental refinement, alchemical synthesis, and elemental strengthening. Now that the Philosopher's Stone was capable of alchemical synthesis, Shifeng should be able to obtain mana stones easily. Just as he was about to begin the alchemical synthesis, a system notification alerted Shifeng. Moreover, it repeated 3 times Star Moon Kingdom region system announcement. Congratulations to Overwhelming Smile for becoming the first team to conquer the hard mode Bone Ruin. Rewarding 10,000 guild reputation and 10,000 guild popularity. All players within the team will be rewarded 100 reputation points in White River City and 10 reputation points in Star Moon Kingdom region system announcement. Congratulations to Overwhelming Smile for becoming the first team to conquer the hard mode Bone Ruin. Rewarding 10,000 guild reputation and 10,000 guild popularity. All players within the team will be rewarded 100 reputation points in White River City and 10 reputation points in Star Moon Kingdom region system announcement. Congratulations to Overwhelming Smile for becoming the first team to conquer the hard mode Bone Ruin. Rewarding 10,000 guild reputation and 10,000 guild popularity. All players within the team will be rewarded 100 reputation points in White River City and 10 reputation points in Star Moon Kingdom. What? The Bone Ruin is a 50-man team dungeon. A guild has already defeated it? Thinking that he had heard wrong, Shifeng quickly opened the system message log to take a look. However, they had indeed cleared the Bone Ruin. Overwhelming Smile? Isn't that one of the guilds controlled by Underworld, a second-rate guild dominant in Maple City? Shifeng could not help his surprise. He then carefully read the member list of the team that cleared Bone Ruin. How could they have cleared it first? There were over 100 cities throughout Star Moon Kingdom. There were simply too many guilds and experts within the kingdom to count. There were also plenty of first-rate guilds. Among the countless teams, the one with the greatest chance of being the first to clear a 50-man hard mode team dungeon belonged to Gentle Snow in White River City. On this, Shifeng was certain. Immediately after Shifeng had entered White River City, he produced the White River City guidebook. Gentle Snow had even spent a large sum to purchase the most detailed version, gaining a huge advantage over the other guilds right off the bat. Moreover, to secure the first clear of the 3 great dungeons, Gentle Snow had assembled many of Ouroboros experts in White River City. She even purchased multiple fine gold-ranked arclight shields and a large stock of basic mana armor kits from Shifeng. Not even the core team of the most powerful first-rate guilds in Star Moon Kingdom could compete with Gentle Snow's team in terms of personnel or equipment yet. Gentle Snow's team had actually lost to a second-rate guild like Overwhelming Smile. Although Overwhelming Smile received plenty of support from Underworld in the form of money and experts, the first clear of 50-man hard mode team dungeons was not easy to claim. If that were the case, Gentle Snow would have long since claimed the first clear of the Land of Death. Moreover, in Shifeng's memories, Overwhelming Smile had always been a very ordinary guild. In the end, Assassin's Alliance took them out, and they were swept away by the torrents of God's domain. Just what sort of secrets is Overwhelming Smile hiding? In the information Shifeng received from Absolute Heaven, there was nothing special about Overwhelming Smile. Despite Underworld going all out with its support, even sending 50 Underworld guards to help the guild, Shifeng did not believe for a second that Overwhelming Smile could take the lead in claiming the first clear of a 50-man team dungeon yet. Overwhelming Smile had done exactly that. This showed that Overwhelming Smile's team had an advantage that not even Gentle Snows could compete with if Overwhelming Smile continued to develop without rival guilds. In addition to Underworld's hidden support, even Shifeng could not guess how powerful the guild would become. The appearance of the 3 system notifications had immediately caused a sensation throughout Star Moon Kingdom. Previously, everyone had their guesses as to which first-rate guild would be the first to claim the first clear of a 50-man team dungeon. However, no one expected this result. A second-rate guild had actually accomplished what first-rate guilds couldn't. For a time, Overwhelming Smile had become the focus in Star Moon Kingdom. I need to hurry as well. Shifeng clutched the Philosopher's Stone and started the alchemical synthesis. No matter how powerful an enemy was, one's personal strength still mattered the most. Shifeng stored one magic crystal after another in the Philosopher's Stone. In the next moment, the synthesis bar began to slowly increase. The synthesis bar only reached 100% after Shifeng stored 50 magic crystals. Although Shifeng could now synthesize mana stones using magic crystals, the Philosopher's Stone in his possession was still incomplete. Hence, the synthesis rate was only 50%. This item really is an alchemical treasure. The power of this stone awed Shifeng. If Grandmaster Alchemists could see the synthesis rate and the number of required base materials, it would leave them speechless. With Grandmaster Alchemist's synthesis rate only hovered around 20%, which was already quite high. Meanwhile, normally over 200 base materials were required. Hence, nobody would willingly sacrifice high-tiered materials through alchemical synthesis. However, Grandmaster Alchemists paled in comparison to the Philosopher's Stone. It was as expected of a treasure of alchemy. Meanwhile, alchemical combination was only a small part of the Philosopher's Stone's abilities. It was no wonder so many kingdoms and empires had gone to war over the Philosopher's Stone. Let's start. Then, Shifeng clicked the synthesize button. 3 seconds later, an additional fist-sized gray stone appeared in Shifeng's hand. This was none other than the Mana Stone. Awesome. After successfully synthesizing a Mana Stone, Shifeng quickly added more magic crystals into the Philosopher's Stone. Starting the second round of alchemical synthesis at the same time, Shifeng had also contacted Melancholic Smile and instructed her to purchase a large stock of magic crystals immediately. With the stockpile Zero Wing possessed, he wouldn't have enough to synthesize 21 mana stones. Even if the synthesis rate was 100%, he would need 1,050 magic crystals for 21 mana stones. With only a 50% rate, he would need at least 2,100 magic crystals. Shifeng had previously used quite a lot of magic crystals, and he only had 508 remaining. By Shifeng's estimation, he would need at least 2,000 more magic crystals. Guild leader, please tell me you're joking. You want to purchase 2,000 magic crystals? The current market value for them is 8 silver coins each, 160 gold for 2,000 pieces. Moreover, this is the best and lowest cost. If we buy them in bulk, the prices in White River City will soar. When that happens, we'll need to pay at least double or triple the current price. Making a rough estimate, we'll need to spend at least 300 gold to get 2,000 magic crystals. Although Melancholic Smile had always dealt with the purchasing of materials for the Horizon Alliance, this was her first time handling a transaction that involved over 300 gold. She struggled against her sudden anxiety. If converted to credits, 300 gold coins would be over 4 million credits. All her life, she had never even seen so much money. It doesn't matter. Just get it done quickly. Shifeng couldn't care less about the potential consequences. His class change quest took priority. Even if he had to spend 1,000 gold to purchase the 2,000 magic crystals, he would not hesitate. By the time Melancholic Smile's group of 3 could mass-produce the basic strengthened armor kits, it would only be a short time before he earned the money back. After half an hour passed, Melancholic Smile delivered 2,000 magic crystals to Shifeng. She had experienced the pleasure of being a wealthy tycoon. Meanwhile, during this period, Shifeng had also kept himself busy. After using 500 magic crystals, he had an additional 6 mana stones. In addition, he had also produced some basic mana armor kits for his guild, as well as slightly raising his own forging proficiency. Hopefully my luck won't be too bad. Shifeng took the 2,000 magic crystals and started the alchemical synthesis. Once more he used 100 pieces, 200 pieces. The new stock of magic crystals continuously diminished after using 1,650 magic crystals. Shifeng had finally managed to collect 21 mana stones. Chapter 375. I'd like to borrow someone. Now that I've got 21 mana stones, I only need the 3 Tier 4 NPCs. Shifeng thought about where he could find these NPCs as he collected the 21 mana stones and Philosopher's Stone from the table. There were only 3 Tier 4 powerhouses currently residing in White River City. If Shifeng wanted to gather all 3 of them, even if Shifeng were 10 times stronger than he was now and became a Count of White River City, he would not possess the authority to gather all 3 of these NPCs to help him. I guess I can only try my luck in the capital city. Starmoon City possessed the most high-tiered NPCs in Starmoon Kingdom, and it was where Shifeng would most likely get the help of 3 Tier 4 NPCs, following which, Shifeng left the Starstreak trading firm and ran towards the bank. His personal warehouse in the bank was the safest location to store the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone dropped upon death, and Shifeng did not want to lose the treasure under any circumstances. While walking down the middle of the street, Shifeng could hear many players discussing Overwhelming Smile. Say, how do you think Overwhelming Smile became so powerful? They actually claimed the first clear of a 50-man team dungeon so quickly. I heard that their guild didn't have many experts. Yeah, I'm confused too. Originally, I thought either Ouroboros or Zero Wing would be the first guild to claim a first clear. After all, the snow goddess, Gentle Snow, leads the team herself. Although Gentle Snow had neither accomplished any amazing feats nor is she a great expert ranked on the God's Domain experts list, everyone knows about her frightening battle records. She's probably no weaker than Black Flame. Now, however, both of these amazing guilds lost to a second-rate guild like Overwhelming Smile. I heard that the equipment dropped in a 50-man hard mode team dungeon is amazing. The attributes on the equipment are far superior than the equipment found in other dungeons. Now that Overwhelming Smile has equipment from Bone Ruin, they will have a much easier time raiding level 20 large-scale team dungeons. I heard that Overwhelming Smile has already become the overlord of Maple City. Moreover, they are currently mass recruiting players, and the benefits they offer are insanely good. There is also proof posted online showing that someone recently invested 1 billion credits for the guild's development. Just thinking about that much money makes me drool. I have never heard of any guild receiving such a large investment. I'm somewhat tempted to head over to Maple City to join them. Players on both sides of the street were talking about Overwhelming Smile. Overwhelming Smile had destroyed the previous momentum. Zero Wing had garnered. Shifeng could only smile bitterly at this sudden shift. He had to admit that Overwhelming Smile's timing of obtaining the first clear of a large-scale team dungeon was perfect. Only had Overwhelming Smile managed to spread their name throughout Starmoon Kingdom, but it had also suppressed Zero Wing's fame. However, this was only natural compared to individual strength. Players were more concerned about dungeons. After all, dungeons were the main source of equipment in God's Domain. It was especially true for high-quality equipment. Just after Shifeng returned the Philosopher's Stone to his personal warehouse, the system notified him of a voice communication request. It was Gentle Snow. Miss Snow, how are you? Shifeng greeted her warmly after answering the call. Although the situation of Overwhelming Smile's first clear had impacted Zero Wing, the one most affected by this result should be Gentle Snow. In order to claim the first clear of the Land of Death, she had paid a huge price. Other guilds could not compete with the advantages she possessed. Yet, just as she was about to harvest the fruit of her efforts, Overwhelming Smile stole the Glory Guild leader Black Flame. I wish to discuss something with you. Gentle Snow's tone was indifferent. Only she understood her current state of mind. Miss Snow, please, speak your mind. Shifeng said, smiling. I'd like to borrow someone. Gentle Snow said, borrow someone? Shifeng was confused. Ouroboros had many experts. They should not lack personnel. That's right. I wish to borrow Yifeng. Gentle Snow nodded, resolving Shifeng's confusion. As for the price, I am willing to pay 5 million credits. Borrow Yifeng? Shifeng nearly stumbled. Just what was going through Gentle Snow's mind? Borrow Yifeng? Didn't that mean she was trying to borrow him? Since when did he have such great charm to attract the attention of the snow goddess? Moreover, Gentle Snow even offered an astronomical price of 5 million to borrow him. That was the equivalent of a famous gaming expert's annual salary. and she only wanted his help with a single matter? Wasn't Gentle Snow's opinion of him a little too high? I know that this is somewhat abrupt. Honestly, I initially considered asking you, Guild Leader Black Flame. However, not only are you the Guild Leader of Zero Wing, but you are also very famous in Starmoon Kingdom. The implications for obtaining your help are too grave to ignore. Hence, my only option is to ask for Yifeng's help, as he is only a member of Zero Wing. However, I doubt he will help me without your explicit permission, Gentle Snow explained. If she had any other choice, she wouldn't be asking. However, now that Overwhelming Smile had claimed the first clear of a large-scale team dungeon, this was her only option. Listening to Gentle Snow's request, Shurfeng could guess that Gentle Snow needed experts. However, these experts could not be too famous, and the more hidden they were from the public eye, the better. Thus, she thought of the now-forgotten Yifeng. Although I wish I could agree to your request, Yifeng is currently busy an extremely important task. I'm afraid he can't help you right now, Miss Snow. How about the other experts in Zero Wing? Although Shurfeng wished to help Gentle Snow, his class change quest took priority. Other experts? Gentle Snow fell silent for a moment, considering the idea. She then said, "It is possible if they are as skilled as Yifeng. I'm afraid they have yet to reach that level," Shurfeng said, definitely setting aside techniques. If speaking purely in terms of weapons, equipment, and skills, nobody within the guild could even come close to being a match to him. In terms of techniques, though, Fire Dance, Aqua Rose, Violet Cloud, and Cola might catch up to him in the future. It was especially true for Violet Cloud, who had improved leaps and bounds with each passing day. If Shurfeng hadn't had his decades worth of experience campaigning in God's domain, Violet Cloud would have left him in the dust by now. I am afraid they won't do if they are not as strong as Yifeng, Gentle Snow said, disappointed. However, when she gave it more thought, how could great experts such as Yifeng be easy to find? She then asked, "Guild Leader Black Flame, how long will it take for Yifeng to complete his task?" Normally, an ordinary class change quest required 2 to 3 days to complete. Meanwhile, Shurfeng's class change quest should be a lot more difficult. At the very least, he would require 3 to 5 days, around 5 days. Shurfeng said, giving a conservative estimate. 5 days. Huh? Gentle Snow's brows wrinkled slightly. After thinking for some time, she slowly asked, "Guild Leader Black Flame, will 5 days really be enough?" MHM. Shurfeng nodded. Shurfeng could tell that Gentle Snow was carefully considering a very important decision. "I'll have to trouble Guild Leader Black Flame to pass on the message. Then, I'll transfer 5 million credits into your account immediately." Gentle Snow sighed in relief upon hearing Shurfeng's confident answer. She then disconnected the call after thanking him. Chapter 376, Great Divine Official. Based on Gentle Snow's tone, Shurfeng did not think that things were as simple as he had first imagined. After experiencing a decade of battles and socializing between various guilds in God's domain, Shurfeng was no longer the young and immature student that he had been in the past. This was merely the first clear of a large-scale team dungeon. At most, Ouroboros would lose the chance to earn some fame. Such a loss would not greatly affect the strength of the guild itself. In other words, Gentle Snow must have made some sort of personal bet regarding Overwhelming Smile being the first guild to claim the first clear of a large-scale team dungeon. However, she had obviously lost 5 days. Huh? It seems that I can't slack off. Now that Shurfeng had agreed to help, he would not go back on his word. Unfortunately, even Shurfeng was not completely confident that he could gain the help of 3 Tier 4 NPCs in Starmoon Kingdom. He needed to waste a lot of time to earn their assistance. It was not easy to ask NPCs for help. It was especially true for high-tiered NPCs, following which, Shurfeng took out the pass to Blackwing City, teleporting immediately. Being a neutral zone as well as a famous city in God's domain, Blackwing City was many times stronger than Starmoon Kingdom. Naturally, a lot of high-tiered NPCs would reside there. If luck would have it, he might even meet a Tier 5 powerhouse. One could not meet such an NPC even in the capital city of Starmoon Kingdom. It had been quite some time since the launch of God's domain. The population of the game had increased rapidly. The number of players who had obtained Blackwing City passes had also increased. As Shurfeng walked down the wide streets of Blackwing City, he discovered far more players than before. Among these players, a majority were the upper echelons of guilds. Like Shurfeng before, these upper echelons were here to trade with each other. They mainly traded hard stones, taking advantage of the price difference to make a huge profit. However, as more players began visiting Blackwing City, the potential profits would start to dwindle. This was also why Shifeng had stopped Aqua Rose from sending her subordinates to cooperate with other guilds. He planned to save the Blackwing City passes, only using them to attend the Blackwing City auction or purchase special tools such as the frost grenades. In reality, aside from being a trade hub, Blackwing City had one other fascinating feature: the city's beautiful scenery. In the past, when God's Domain was in its middle stages, many upper echelons of guilds would frequently visit Blackwing City for leisure. Nothing could beat the stargazing tower of Blackwing City. The stargazing tower's interior was like a dream world. It looked absolutely stunning. In the past, many players even longed to spend the rest of their lives living inside the stargazing tower. It's been a long time since I entered the stargazing tower, Shifeng muttered as he gazed at the distant tower that pierced the sky. The stargazing tower was one of the architectural symbols of Blackwing City. Meanwhile, the reason Shifeng had come to Blackwing City this time was none other than to visit the stargazing tower. Based on Shifeng's understanding of God's Domain's history, the stargazing tower of Blackwing City was older than the city itself. Blackwing City was established here because of the stargazing tower. The stargazing tower was a monument that had existed in God's Domain before the Great Destruction. As for exactly when it had been built, not even Shifeng knew that. If there were anywhere in Blackwing City where one could find 3 Tier 4 NPCs at the same time, aside from the City Lord's Mansion and Magic Tower, the Stargazing Tower would be it. The City Lord's Mansion was self-explanatory. As for the Magic Tower, it was the residence of many mage NPCs of God's Domain who single-mindedly pursued the limits of magic. Meanwhile, high-tiered NPCs had guarded the Stargazing Tower since ancient times. Hence, all 3 of these locations housed many high-tiered NPCs. However, players could not easily gain access to the City Lord's Mansion and the Magic Tower. Only a sightseeing spot like the Stargazing Tower permitted players to enter and leave as they wished. The moment Shifeng set foot inside the Stargazing Tower, he was met with cute little elemental sprites hovering and dancing around in the air. The center of the main floor contained a spiraling staircase leading to the top floor of the tower. Despite the absence of sunlight inside the Stargazing Tower, a faint blue glow illuminated the interior. Moreover, the walls looked like the starry skies at night, glimmering starlight covering the pitch-black walls to create a mesmerizing sight. In addition, the Stargazing Tower also possessed another mysterious effect: calming heart. Any player that entered the Stargazing Tower, even those filled with burning rage, would find tranquility inside this place at this moment. However, Shifeng did not have the time to appreciate the view. Immediately, he ascended the spiral staircase until he arrived at the Weeping Moon Pavilion of the Stargazing Tower. Before Shifeng could enter the Weeping Moon Pavilion, the 2 level 180 Tier 2 Black Robe Knights guarding the entrance stopped him. Outsiders are not allowed entry into the Weeping Moon Pavilion. This humble one is called Yifeng, a demon hunter. I wish to meet Lord Aslan Heartbaru. Can I trouble you to inform the Lord? Shifeng immediately flashed his identity as a demon hunter to the 2 knights. As for his identity as the Viscount of White River City, it was utterly worthless. Here look, another fool is trying to enter the Weeping Moon Pavilion. I bet that he's a newcomer who has just arrived in Blackwing City. Everyone in Blackwing City knows that the Weeping Moon Pavilion is the most important place in the Stargazing Tower. It's where many power NPCs reside. I heard that there are many high-level quests available inside as well, and many experts have attempted to get in. But even after wasting a lot of time to become citizens of Blackwing City, the knights guarding the entrance still chased those experts away. Does that newcomer think he can get in just by asking? The Stargazing Tower was well known in Blackwing City. If a player visited the city often, they would know that the Weeping Moon Pavilion was off-limits to players. Hence, when the players inside the Stargazing Tower saw Shifeng's presumptuous actions, they all started ridiculing him. Outsiders are forbidden from entering the Weeping Moon Pavilion. The knights ignored Shifeng's identity as a demon hunter. The gaze they directed at him was as cold as before. They then moved to chase Shifeng away. However, before these Black Robe Knights could take action, a voice came from inside the Weeping Moon Pavilion. Let him in. I know him. The 2 Black Robe Knights immediately halted their assault. They then opened the doors to the Weeping Moon Pavilion. allowing Shifeng to enter. What the hell? Damn, that player actually got in. The players who had come to enjoy the show were all stupefied. Until now, not a single player had been allowed into the Weeping Moon Pavilion. Now, however, a newcomer actually got in. The first floor of the Weeping Moon Pavilion was a large and spacious hall. The hall was filled with books and crystal tools. Meanwhile, the ceiling was made of a gigantic water mirror that reflected the starry skies of the outside world. You're late. You've kept me waiting for a long time. How are you going to pay me for my time? A crisp and melodious voice reached Shifeng's ears. Turning around, Shifeng noticed a female priest in white robes walking down the staircase at a distance. Meanwhile, this female priest who emitted a sacred aura was none other than the divine official Charlene. Listening to Charlene's accusatory tone, Shifeng suddenly recalled the scene back at the city hall of White River City. Back then, Weissman had told him that Charlene would wait for him in the stargazing tower. However, as he had been preoccupied at the time and had completely forgotten about it, watching Charlene's slowly approaching figure with a saintly smile plastered on her face, a sense of foreboding bloomed in Shifeng's chest. Moreover, Charlene was no longer the Tier 3 divine official that Shifeng had known now. She was a Tier 4 great divine official. Chapter 377 Unknown. Shifeng stared at Charlene's information, dumbfounded by what he saw from a level 8 NPC in Redleaf Town. Charlene had first jumped to become a level 20 Tier 3 divine official. Then she grew from a level 20 Tier 3 divine official to a level 180 Tier 3 divine official. Now, she had grown even further, becoming a level 200 Tier 4 great divine official. She was now on the same level as the Tier 4 wizard, Weissman. Lady Charlene, I heard that you have been looking for me. May I know how I may be of service to you? Shifeng reluctantly asked after calming down. Whenever Shifeng encountered Charlene, he feared for his wallet. It was especially true when Charlene revealed that saintly smile of hers. Shifeng suddenly felt that he had come to the wrong place. If he had known that he would meet Charlene here, he would have definitely gone to Star Moon City instead. I do have something I need you to help me with. But this matter can only be addressed inside the Weeping Moon Pavilion. Unfortunately, the Weeping Moon Pavilion does not permit entry to outsiders. You should know that I am taking a big risk by allowing you in. Seeing as we are acquaintances, I can help you pay half of the 1,000 gold security deposit, but you will have to pay the remaining 500 gold yourself. Otherwise, these black-robed knights will escort you out. Even I am helpless about this rule. Charlene sighed and shrugged. A helpless look on her face. Shifeng immediately cast a scornful glare at Charlene again. She was trying to take his money again. This was the first time he had heard about a security deposit for entering the Weeping Moon Pavilion. He had only brought around 700 gold with him this time. Yet, in just a moment, Charlene had relieved him of 500 gold. However, even though Shifeng's heart ached, he had no choice but to pay before Charlene. Shifeng was like a helpless little boy. Charlene's senses were simply too sharp, and she would sniff out his weaknesses every time they met. This time as well, in order to find 3 Tier 4 NPCs to help him, he had to enter the Weeping Moon Pavilion no matter what. Although he had other plans he could use to try to enter the Weeping Moon Pavilion, there was no guarantee that those plans would succeed. Moreover, those plans would demand a lot of his time. Reluctantly, Shifeng took 500 gold coins from his bag and handed them over to Charlene. Why are you looking at me like that? This is only a security deposit. It's not like you won't get it back, Charlene said. At this moment, her eyes were completely glued to the glittering gold coins in Shifeng's hands. With a slight wave of her delicate finger, the gold coins flew into her pocket. Inwardly, Shifeng flipped her off. Since this is a security deposit, why are you pocketing the money instead of the administrator of the stargazing tower? As if having read Shifeng's thoughts, Charlene smiled faintly as she took out a silver moon emblem and pinned it to her chest. The words carved onto this silver moon emblem were, Stargazing Tower Administrator. Damn, just how many jobs does she have? When Shifeng saw the silver moon emblem on Charlene's chest, Shifeng understood one thing. He would never see that 500 gold again. There was not even a trace of hope of getting his money back, in which case, he had not just paid a security deposit, but an entrance fee. Moreover, it was an entrance fee of 500 gold. Humph. Little dummy, did you really think that I'd lie to you? Charlene tapped the silver moon emblem on her chest, chuckling. All right, let's go then. Sighing helplessly, Shifeng followed Charlene up the pavilion. As for the sword in the stone, it would not be too late to ask for Charlene's help after accepting her quest. The second floor of the Weeping Moon Pavilion consisted of a single wide corridor with many tightly locked rooms. It looked like an apartment complex. Massive stone doors loomed at the end of the corridor. Numerous images were carved onto the stone doors, and each image carried its own meaning and story. Charlene pointed towards the distant stone doors, smiling as she said, "Beyond those doors lie the deepest secret of the stargazing tower. Do you want to go in and have a look? Can I?" Shifeng had always been curious about the stargazing tower. In God's domain, any monument that survived the ancient era was a massive treasure, not to mention a monument that had survived the Great Destruction. If a player could explore the secrets hidden beyond those stone doors, their path towards godhood would definitely become much easier. Unfortunately, Shifeng had not been strong enough in the past, and he simply had not qualified to explore the secrets beyond those doors. Of course not. I should remind you that, without sufficient strength, you are better off not knowing certain things. Just like how you open the entrance to the endless abyss. Now, not only do you carry a stigmata on your body, but you also plan to gather the 7 treasures. You are looking to get yourself killed. Do you know how many years the War God's Temple has spent trying to gather those treasures? Meanwhile, you haven't even obtained your Tier 1 class. Do you think it is even possible for you to accomplish something the War God's Temple cannot? They are only trying to. Forget it. There are some things you are better off not knowing. Charlene sighed as she looked at Shifeng, emotions such as pity and anger filling her eyes suddenly. Shifeng realized that Charlene was a unique NPC. It was no longer a matter just high intelligence. Charlene was almost human following which, Charlene led Shifeng to her own room. Charlene's room was very simple. Other than a place to rest, bookshelves covered the remainder of her room. Rare, ancient books crowded the shelves, all of which would normally be impossible to find anywhere else. Charlene made a wave with her finger. In the next moment, a wooden chair appeared behind Shifeng. I've called you here because I have something I need you to do for me. People such as myself cannot complete this particular task. Only heaven-blessed individuals like you can accomplish it. However, this task is extremely dangerous. Will you accept it? Of course, if you do, I can give you a chance to obtain an advanced legacy. This would help your growth immensely in the future. If you can complete this task, I can even make you the lord of a city. You will possess your very own fiefdom. Charlene's words stunned Shifeng into a silence. He could obtain an advanced legacy just by accepting the quest? Moreover, if he could complete the quest, he could even become the lord of a city. Just what rank was this quest? System. Do you wish to accept Charlene's unknown quest? It seems that I won't know anything about the quest if I don't accept it. Shifeng felt uncertain when he saw Charlene's grave expression, and the unknown quest. Shifeng was very clear about the iron law of God's domain equivalent exchange. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Would beta advanced legacy alone was no trivial matter, let alone the reward of becoming the lord of a city. Although he could afford to ignore the advanced legacy, the reward was something he could not ignore. Opportunity seldom knocks twice. It was now or never. The term becoming the lord of a city did not mean that players would be allowed to take control of a city controlled by NPCs such as White River City. To begin with, these NPC cities would never accept the rule of players. When Charlene spoke of becoming the lord of a city, it meant that she would reward Shifeng with his own fiefdom, qualifying him to establish his own city. Normally, when a guild wished to establish their own city, it would first need to capture a town not governed by any kingdom or empire. The second option was starting it from scratch and establishing a town from nothing. However, that was much more difficult, and the resources needed would also be several times higher than if the guild just captured a town. On the bright side, the guild could determine the location and geographic advantages of the town. Meanwhile, once they obtained a town, a guild would have to develop the town over a long period before it could become a city. Moreover, the conditions for a town's promotion to become a city were numerous and very demanding. However, Charlene's reward would allow Shifeng to establish a city directly, eliminating many of the challenges one would normally face. Chapter 378, Immortal Crown. A city completely under his control. This was a dream for Zero Wing. Shifeng had once led Shadow, a guild that owned 10 city-states, so he knew how valuable and how great the advantages were for owning his own city. Although Zero Wing was developing well at the moment, its lack of a stable source of income for credits was a major flaw. Their first-rate and second-rate guilds had support from wealthy corporations. These corporations would provide funding to their partnered guilds, allowing these guilds to develop steadily without worrying about a shortage of credits. Although Shifeng had many ways to earn coins in God's domain, it was not easy to support a guild with coins alone. Moreover, along with the guild's development and the influx of new members, its demand for coins would increase as well. Converting large sums of coins into credits was not a suitable long-term plan to develop a guild. However, it would be a different story if Shifeng possessed a city of his own. Why were large corporations willing to invest so many credits into a guild? Wasn't it to earn money? However, how were they going to earn money? The answer was a player-established autonomous city. If a guild possessed an autonomous city, it could start seeking investors to rent out shops and such in its city. Through these investors, the guild could then earn a large amount of credits and coins, thereby solving the problems of the guild's future development. Thus, Shifeng was determined to obtain the rights to establish his own city. Even if he had to pay a huge price in the process, he would. After a moment of silence, Shifeng answered, "Lady Charlene, I accept your conditions." "Good. I really did not choose the wrong person. Since you've agreed, the contract between us will be established from this moment onward." Charlene nodded and drew a silver rune in midair. She then imprinted the rune on the back of Shifeng's hand and said, "This is a spirit seal, and it can be used to absorb immortal souls. What I want you to do is to collect 10,000 immortal souls." "Collect immortal souls?" Shifeng said, unable to suppress his shock. "You want me to kill 10,000 heaven-blessed individuals?" When NPCs spoke of heaven-blessed individuals, they were referring to players. Players were immortal existences in God's domain, and they could resurrect infinitely at the cost of some levels and EXP. This was all due to the souls of players being immortal. Meanwhile, Shifeng could only obtain the immortal soul from the corpse of a player. Moreover, Shifeng needed to meet a few requirements before he could absorb the immortal soul of another player. First, he could not be 5 levels higher or lower than the target player. Second, he needed to kill the target player personally. Lastly, upon the target player's death, the distance between Shifeng and the player could not exceed 10 yards. If he failed to meet any of these conditions, he would not absorb the player's immortal soul. For the NPCs of God's domain, absorbing the immortal souls of heaven-blessed individuals was taboo. If Shifeng were discovered doing so, no one, NPCs or players, would hold back from killing him. As to why players would try to kill Shifeng as well, it was because any players who lost their immortal souls would be barred from logging into the game for a long time. It was a punishment more severe than the penalty for death. Hence, there was no leeway for Shifeng if he were caught in the act. "I never thought you would know about immortal souls." "That's right. I require you to kill heaven-blessed individuals and collect their immortal souls," Charlene stated, slightly surprised that Shifeng actually knew about immortal souls. However, she had not planned to hide this fact to begin with. "I know that I am making things very difficult for you by requesting such a thing, but we cannot repair the immortal crown without immortal souls." The immortal crown was originally a divine artifact used to suppress all evil beings. However, the crown was damaged the last time it was used to suppress the endless abyss. Meanwhile, the Stargazing Tower has already collected the other materials required to repair the immortal crown, and right now we are only missing immortal souls. Initially, I called you here to help me collect immortal souls gradually. However, I had not expected the endless abyss to escape its confinement so soon. The endless abyss is simply too powerful. Without the immortal crown, we have no chance of resisting the invasion of the endless abyss. Since you started this scourge, naturally you will have to take responsibility for it. In order to repair the immortal crown quickly, we need a large number of immortal souls. However, I do not want others to know of this, so I have no choice but to ask you to complete this task by yourself. The magic array that keeps the endless abyss in place will not last long. By my estimation, it will hold out for another 3 months. In 3 months, we will have no choice but to face the endless abyss directly. Hence, you must collect 10,000 immortal souls within that time. However, it won't be easy, which is why I asked you to meet me here. There are many legacies within the Stargazing Tower. As long as you can pass the test of one of those legacies, you will have a much easier time collecting the immortal souls. System. You have accepted the epic hidden quest, Immortal Crown. Quest details. You are required to collect 10,000 immortal souls within 3 months. If you fail to do so, your soul will be cursed and barred from logging into God's domain for 1 month. In addition, your soul will enter a weakened state for 3 months, decreasing your attributes by 90% during this period. Shurfeng's head started to ache after reading this quest notification. To put it simply, failure meant hell. Failing this quest would deal a heavy blow. If he could not log into God's domain for a month, just how far would he fall behind? Also, even after he could log back into God's domain with all of his attributes decreased by 90%, how was he even supposed to play the game? With your current level, you already qualify to accept an advanced legacy. Will you the advanced legacies trial right now? Or do you wish to challenge it after taking some time to prepare? Charlene asked patiently as she watched Shurfeng. Oh, I should remind you that advanced legacies are extremely precious. Even with my status, I can only give you 1 chance. You must be careful. If you are not confident in succeeding, it is best to challenge it at another time. The trial of an advanced legacy is no less difficult than an epic quest. If you think that an advanced legacy will be too difficult for you, I can offer an intermediate legacy. Not only will the difficulty decrease, but you will also have 3 chances to complete it. Charlene explained the options patiently. Shurfeng understood her intentions in God's domain. A class change was the equivalent of obtaining the legacy of a higher-tiered class. Meanwhile, a majority of the players in God's domain would normally receive their class change quest from the class association in their respective city. By doing so, players would be challenging basic legacies. Intermediate legacies were 1 rank above basic legacies. Intermediate legacies were relatively rare in God's domain, and normally, these legacies allowed players to obtain a common hidden class. Advanced legacies were 1 rank higher. Advanced legacies were extremely rare, and players could take on a rare, hidden class. Astromancer was one of these rare, hidden classes. Peak legacies were 1 rank higher than advanced legacies. In God's domain, peak legacies were like phoenix's feathers. Even the Stargazing Tower should not possess such a legacy. In Shurfeng's decade of playing God's domain, he had only seen a few people obtain peak legacies. After giving it some thought, Shurfeng said earnestly, Lady Charlene, can I pass this chance to another person? To Shurfeng, an advanced legacy held little significance. After all, he possessed the sword in the stone, a legacy item containing a peak legacy. How could he give up on a peak legacy to accept an advanced legacy? Chapter 379 Awaken. Shurfeng's question stunned Charlene. She looked at Shurfeng, surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. What were advanced legacies? A heaven-blessed individual could only come across an opportunity like this if they were lucky. They'd never find an advanced legacy by searching alone. Even if one tried to trade 10 epic items, they could never afford it. Even she, the manager of the Stargazing Tower, had paid a massive price to obtain this 1 chance to challenge an advanced legacy. Yet Shurfeng wanted to give this precious chance to someone else. The legacies of the Stargazing Tower cannot be passed to others. If you do not wish to accept the legacy, I can give you an epic item as compensation instead, Charlene said, shaking her head. The words epic item were tempting. However, Shurfeng was not satisfied. Lady Charlene, may I exchange the advanced legacy for a favor from you? Shurfeng asked once more. A favor? Charlene grinned. Chuckling, she said, Little dummy, do you know how valuable an advanced legacy is? And you want to trade it for a favor? Don't tell me you want Big Sister to. Looking at Charlene's blushing cheeks, sweat streamed down Shurfeng's forehead. Hurriedly he said, Don't get the wrong idea. You mustn't misunderstand me. I only want you to awaken an item for me. Only tier 4 classes can awaken it. Awaken an item? Charlene was suddenly interested. She then focused on Shurfeng, thoroughly scanning his body from top to bottom. Her eyes widened in surprise when her gaze landed on the bag hanging from Shurfeng's waist. With a teasing laugh, she said, I don't see anything on your body that needs to be awakened, though. You can't be asking me to wake that withered dragon hanging from your waist, right? Based on Charlene's comment, Feng had finally confirmed something. Charlene could see the contents of his bag. This was how Charlene could always squeeze him dry every time they met him? She hasn't discovered it? Feng felt that something amiss when he saw Charlene's ridiculing smile since she could see the contents of his bag. Why didn't she discover the extraordinary power within the sword in the stone? If a Tier 0 player like himself could see it, how could a Tier 4 great divine official not? Thus, Feng removed the sword in the stone from his bag. Charlene, who had still been chuckling, immediately became serious upon the appearance of the sword in the stone. She was no longer laughing. Indescribable emotions flashed in her eyes as she fixed her gaze on the crystal-encased sword in Feng's hands. Charlene reacted, as if the sword in Feng's hands had suddenly appeared out of thin air. Just what is this? It actually escaped the detection of my eyes of God. Charlene was momentarily surprised. Even as she looked directly at the sword, her eyes of God could not discern any information. It was as if the sword before her did not exist. Eyes of God was a Tier 3 advanced detection spell, and even legendary items could not escape its detection. Yet, the sword in the stone had actually... Can I have a closer look at it? Charlene asked, her curiosity reaching its peak. Feng did not reject Charlene's request, handing the sword in the stone over to her. The moment Charlene received the sword, she immediately cast over a dozen spells in quick succession. Every time one of her spells faded, Charlene's expression would grow slightly more serious. Amazing. It seems that I'll have to use my true abilities. Charlene smiled. Suddenly, a terrifying amount of mana burst forth from her body, and in the next instant, Charlene's holy light domain had devoured the room simultaneously. 2 golden magic arrays appeared on both the ceiling and the floor. Feng immediately felt his body grow heavy, the mana in the room rendering him immobile. Charlene's holy light domain was much stronger than the Tier 4 Sky Piercer Weissman had used against the Mechanical Slayer. At this moment, Feng had finally realized just how powerful Charlene was. It was no wonder why she could casually offer him the qualifications to establish his own city. However, Charlene was not done after summoning the twofold magic array, as her hands continuously drew line after line of divine runes in the air. After a short moment, the twofold magic array became a fourfold magic array, before finally becoming a sixfold magic array. At this moment, magic arrays covered all 6 sides of Charlene's room. The Tier 4 Sky Piercer Weissman had used only required a fourfold magic array to channel it. Yet, the spell Charlene channeled now required a 6-fold magic array. At the very least, Charlene's spell should be a peak Tier 4 spell. Although Feng did not know what Charlene was trying to do, he felt incredibly fortunate. It seemed that asking Charlene to help him was the right choice after all. If Charlene could summon such a powerful magic array, her position in the Stargazing Tower should be relatively high. She might even be able to invite 3 Tier 4 NPCs to help him awaken the sword in the stone. At this moment, the runes Charlene drew seeped into the stone in the sword, which floated in midair. After another few minutes had passed, the golden divine runes separated from the stone in the sword and flew into Charlene's palm, forming a golden ball. Following which, the magic arrays disappeared from the room, and the stone in the sword landed in Charlene's hand once more. However, Charlene paid no attention to the sword in the stone. Instead, she focused the ball of divine runes, seemingly studying it. How could this be? Charlene muttered in utter disbelief. Not even divine appraisal, a peak Tier 4 spell, can analyze this sword. To think that you have such an item, I have really underestimated you. Even after exhausting every option I have, I still can't uncover a single thing about this item. How did you learn that this thing requires Tier 4 classes to awaken it? Charlene asked. By this time, she had completely given up on analyzing the stone in the sword eye. Feng wondered the same thing. I have simply used omniscient eyes. Charlene couldn't uncover even basic information about the sword in the stone. Just what kind of item was this? Omniscient eyes? Impossible. I couldn't analyze the sword even when I tried using the eyes of God. Charlene shook her head, slightly surprised by Feng's answer. However, she suddenly thought of a possibility. Don't tell me you have a golden stigmata. Feng nodded no wonder. Charlene revealed a faint smile. Why didn't you tell me earlier, little dummy? Throughout God's domain, the omniscient eyes of the golden stigmata is only inferior to the eyes of truth. I really did not expect the War God's Temple to be so generous as to give you a golden stigma to tell me. Then, what are the conditions to awaken this item? Charlene inquired as she pointed at the sword in the stone. 21 mana stones and 3 tier 4 classes are needed to awaken the power slumbering within this sword. Shurfeng recited the information he could see using the omniscient eyes. Little dummy, don't tell me you have 21 mana stones inside that bag of yours. Even big sister here doesn't have that many of them. Charlene's eyes glowed as she looked at Shurfeng. Stretching out her jade-like hand, she said, "Out with them then. I only have 21 pieces." Shurfeng instantly panicked. What kind of person do you take me for? Charlene rolled her eyes at the sight of Shurfeng's caution. She then said, "Relax. I won't rob you. I just want to awaken the power inside this sword." It needs 3 tier 4 classes to awaken this sword, Shurfeng reminded. Unwilling to hand over the mana stones, I know. However, do you think tier 4 powerhouses have the time and energy to help you? Charlene said, disgruntled. This sword is no trivial matter. Fortunately, you met me. Otherwise, even if you found 3 tier 4 powerhouses, they wouldn't help you. Their answers wouldn't change even if you offer each of them a fragmented legendary item. Chapter 380, Destroyer of Immortality. They won't help me even if I offer each of them a fragmented legendary item? Shurfeng was taken aback. He did not think Charlene was lying. He had personally witnessed how extraordinary the sword in the stone was. Even Charlene, a tier 4 great divine official, could not uncover its secrets. Meanwhile, he had only obtained the golden stigmata due to luck. Otherwise, he would have never known that the sword in the stone was a legacy item. Fortunately, I made the trip here. Otherwise, I would have missed my chance. Shurfeng inwardly celebrated his luck as he looked at the sword in the stone. Originally, Shurfeng had thought he only needed to hire 3 tier 4 NPCs to help him. Now, it would seem that even if he found 3 tier 4 NPC powerhouses, there was no price he could pay to gain their help based on Charlene had said. However, even if he could afford the price, he still couldn't awaken the power within the sword in the stone. Alright, let's begin. I too want to see just what sort of item this is. Little dummy, stand back. Charlene was greatly interested in the sword in the stone right now. After saying so, Charlene tossed the 21 mana stones into the air and started chanting an incantation. The 21 mana stones suddenly split up and flew in all directions. Fortunately, Charlene's room was sufficiently large. After the mana stones flew 20 yards, they immediately stopped, hovering in the air. The mana stones then started to spin slowly. In the next moment, silvery white light shone from under their feet. Shurfeng immediately distanced himself from the magic array that appeared, watching silently from afar as the 21 floating mana stones rotated. The sword in the stone hovered in the center of the magic array. Charlene then shouted. Suffocatingly dense mana filled the room, buzzing as if unable to withstand this immense pressure. The 21 mana stones immediately shattered into dust, forming clouds of gray smoke that flowed into the sword in the stone. When the sword in the stone completely absorbed one of the mana stones, the legacy item emitted a thumping sound that resembled a heartbeat. Shurfeng even wondered if his ears were playing tricks on him at first. However, as more mana stones fused with the sword, the thumping became much louder and more powerful. It was as if the disintegrated mana stones were waking an ancient beast from its deep slumber. However, as mana stones continued to drift into the sword, Charlene, who currently stood inside the magic array, grew weaker. By the time the 7th mana stone fused with the sword, Shurfeng could clearly feel that only half of the terrifying mana that filled the room remained. At this moment, Charlene had also greatly weakened. As the 14th mana stone melded with the sword, Charlene began to grow pale. When the 21st and last mana stone fused with the sword, Charlene wavered. A gentle breeze could send her tumbling to the floor at this moment. Shurfeng finally realized that it was not easy to awaken the sword in the stone. Channeling a single magic array had weakened a tier 4 powerhouse to such a degree. It was no wonder why Charlene had said that no tier 4 powerhouse would agree to aid him. Even if offered a fragmented legendary item, Charlene's power stunned Shurfeng. She had managed to complete a task that required 3 tier 4 classes. Her strength was simply too frightening. Just who is she? Shurfeng grew curious about Charlene's identity. It was impossible for an ordinary NPC to grow so quickly. Moreover, Back in the god's grave, Shifeng saw a woman who looked exactly like Charlene. Although Charlene's strength could not compete with that slumbering woman's, the aura the two gave off felt exactly the same. The intensity was the only difference. While Shifeng pondered Charlene's identity, the awakening ritual had come to an end. The silver magic array that covered the floor vanished. Boom. The sword in the stone hovering in the air suddenly fell, half its blade sinking into the floor sharp. Charlene, who was currently unstable from the drain of mana, could not hold back her shock when she saw the blade slide smoothly into the floor. Not even the Great Destruction had managed to destroy the stargazing tower. The strongest and highest quality materials had gone into this monument's construction. Magic arrays reinforced the building further. A full-powered blow from a Tier 4 sword emperor armed with a legendary rank sword could not even scratch the floor. Yet, the hovering sword in the stone sunk effortlessly into the would-be. Now, the transparent crystal encasing the sword had completely disappeared. Only a sword with a golden hilt and guard remained, with a blade that was as pure and clear as a diamond. Impossible. This is actually the destroyer of immortality. Charlene was tongue-tied when she read the sword in the stone's information, which was now fully visible. Destroyer of immortality. A creation born of nature, containing unrivaled power. Although it was greatly damaged during the war between the ancient gods, it had absorbed some of their powers. If one can master this blade, they will obtain a trace of the ancient gods' powers. Class restriction. Berserker and Swordsman. Destroyer of immortality? Shifeng was puzzled. He had never heard this name before reading the item's introduction. Apparently, its origin was quite amazing. The ancient gods had actually used this weapon. Shifeng knew a little about the ancient gods. The ancient gods were born from nature, and they had the power to decimate the heaven and earth. Even the Tier 6 god-ranked classes of God's domain were no more than ants before an ancient god. They were practically invincible. However, all of these ancient gods had perished in the great ancient war. You must have heaven-defying luck. It is no wonder you didn't want an advanced legacy. Charlene smiled. She then explained, the Destroyer of Immortality is one of the 10 great saint legacy items in ancient records. Moreover, the legacy is unique. Not even the peak legacy of the Stargazing Tower can compete with it. 10 great saint legacies? Shifeng was at a loss. The highest legacies he had heard of in the past were peak legacies. This was the first time he had heard of the 10 great saint legacies. I, too, have only read about the 10 great saint legacies. Today is my first time actually seeing one in person. However, I don't know any details about them. Even so, I will remind you not to look down on these saint legacies. A peak legacy is already as difficult as a legendary quest. At the very least, the trial of 10 great saint legacies should be just as difficult. If you are not confident in succeeding, you should not recklessly attempt to challenge it. You might lose your life, even if you are a heaven-blessed individual. Charlene was extraordinarily serious when she looked at Shifeng, even more serious than when she gave the Immortal Crown quest to Shifeng. When she spoke of death, she had even paused for a moment. Shifeng could clearly discern the kindness in Charlene's tone. And he, too, knew how dangerous and difficult the trial of a saint legacy would be. God's domain's law of equivalent exchange held true everywhere. Naturally, there was danger in challenging the trial of a legacy. Take basic legacies, for example. If a player failed to clear the trial of a basic legacy, they would lose 3 levels, be weakened for 3 days, and be barred from accepting the trial again for 10 days. Meanwhile, the penalty for failing an intermediate legacy was much harsher. Players would lose 5 levels, be weakened for 7 days, be barred from accepting the trial for 20 days, and permanently lose a small portion of their attributes for advanced legacies and peak legacies. Shifeng was 90% certain that he could complete an advanced legacy. As for a peak legacy, Shifeng had around 50% to 60% certainty of success. However, the legacy he had eagerly looked forward to turned out to be one of the 10 great saint legacies. Shifeng had never even heard of a saint legacy, so he was not too sure how well he would fare. Chapter 381, Attacks from Above and Below. Charlene was a Tier 4 Great Divine Official. The information she had access to would definitely surpass a player like Shifeng. The fact that she knew about the Destroyer of Immortality proved this point. Should I wait a little longer? Shifeng pondered in silence as he looked at the translucent sword that penetrated the ground. Now that the Destroyer of Immortality had awakened, he could take on the legacy trial anytime he wanted to. He could slowly build his strength before challenging the trial. That way, he would have a higher chance of successfully clearing it. After all, as one of the 10 great saint legacies, the consequences of failure would be severe. It might turn out just as Charlene had guessed death. Heaven-blessed individuals were immortal existences, being able to resurrect infinitely. Yet, despite knowing this, Charlene had still made such an ominous claim. This proved that the penalty of failure would be unbearable, and players would have no choice but to delete their accounts and start all over again. The wisest choice for Shifeng right now was to first increase his strength before challenging the Saint Legacy's trial. However, after campaigning in God's domain for a decade, Shifeng understood one thing clearly: life in God's domain was like a boat sailing against the current. Either he kept going forward, or he would fall behind. Pursuing stability constantly was not enough. Sometimes one needed to take risks to achieve a breakthrough. Moreover, Shifeng did not have too much time to waste. Risks and opportunities coexisted. The sooner he obtained the Saint Legacy, the smoother his path towards godhood would be. Originally, Shifeng had not been certain that he could become a Tier 5 class in this life. To do so, he had to plan and prepare carefully. As for becoming a Tier 6 God-ranked class, that was nigh impossible. That was the apex of God's domain. How could something like that be so easy to achieve? Shifeng was aware of his own capabilities. His current performance right now was only amazing due to his decade of experience playing God's domain. It was not possible to walk the path toward godhood just by having a few additional years of experience. However, if he gained one of the 10 great saint classes earlier on, coupling it with careful planning and preparation, he would have a better chance of becoming a god. Shifeng stepped up to the destroyer of immortality. He then grabbed the golden hilt of the sword. When he tried to pull the translucent blade out of the ground, however, it did not budge. No matter how much strength Shifeng exerted, the sword remained firmly stuck in the floor. Instead, the sound of a system notification reached his ear system. Do you wish to accept the legacy trial? Remaining time, 23 hours 54 minutes. Well, shit. Shifeng bitterly smiled. The destroyer of immortality never intended to give him a chance to raise his strength, sighing. Shifeng accepted the trial suddenly. The destroyer of immortality released a divine golden light, enveloping Shifeng. In the next moment, both the destroyer of immortality and Shifeng vanished from the room. Space transfer. Charlene's eyes flashed with surprise at both Shifeng's and the destroyer of immortality's sudden disappearance. A powerful barrier protected the stargazing tower, and all forms of teleportation magic were rendered ineffective here, regardless of whether said magic was used to enter or leave the tower. Yet, the destroyer of immortality had effortlessly accomplished this feat. Hopefully, that little dummy can pass the trials. Charlene smiled faintly, gazing at the spot where Shifeng had stood a moment ago. Awakening that sword drained me to such a degree. I'll have to rest for a long time. I let him off too lightly by taking only 500 gold. The next time we meet, I'll collect this debt with interest. At this moment, Shifeng was at a complete loss. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in a dimly illuminated field. Swords were everywhere, from the sky to the earth. This place was literally a world of swords. In the distance, Shifeng could see a mountain piercing the sky. A faint, silver glow radiated from the mountain's peak, and it was the only source of light in this dim world system. You have discovered the origin sword domain. System. You are in a unique realm. All forms of communications have been sealed. You are unable to make contact with the outside world. It would seem that this origin sword domain is independent of God's domain. Shifeng tried to call up the system map. However, the map was blank. Shifeng then took a look at his surroundings. As far as the eye could see, other than the mountain in the distance, there was nothing but flatlands. Moreover, the further one traveled from the mountain, the darker it would become. It looks like the only exit is at the peak of that mountain. Shifeng then examined the swords stabbed into the ground, all of which were immovable. Some even resembled buildings and plants. Unlike flowers and trees, however, Shifeng would receive damage if he touched these blades. To put it simply, he needed to avoid these swords as he advanced. As for the swords suspended in the sky, so long as he did not fly, they weren't a threat. However, this world only took a moment to correct that assumption. After Shifeng took a few steps forward, several swords descended from the sky. One of them just happened to slice past his arm, causing -200 damage crap. Raining swords. Shifeng looked at the swords around him, realizing why so many swords pierced the ground. Moreover, the swords that descended from the sky dealt a lot more damage than the swords on the ground. I am guessing this trial requires players to avoid the swords on the ground while dodging the swords descending from the sky. Shifeng remained still for the moment. He silently observed his surroundings, searching for the best path towards the mountain. He chose to stand still because the moment he moved, the swords in the sky would start to fall. Most likely, the swords in the sky were set to fall based on the player's movements. Sure enough, this world is trying to kill me. After waiting for a moment, Shifeng discovered that the swords in the sky had not fallen. However, before he could rejoice over this discovery, the swords in the ground started trembling, and one after another, these swords sunk into the ground, vanishing completely. Feeling that something was amiss, Shifeng kept his gaze on the ground beneath his feet. Suddenly, tens of swords sprung up from the ground beneath him, soaring into the sky. Reacting quickly, Shifeng performed a backflip, dodging these blades. However, due to his backflip, the swords above plunged towards him. This is a joke, right? Shifeng immediately unsheathed the abyssal blade and Purgatory's shadow, defending against the incoming flying swords. One after another, blades of light struck the flying swords, scattering them. After these attacks, Shifeng finally realized that this world intended to toy with him until he died. If he rested, the swords on the ground would attack him after a short time. If he moved, the swords hovering in the sky would rain down on him. Such an attack pattern allowed him little to no time to rest or recover. Keeping him on guard, Shifeng also discovered something else. The swords that descended from the sky were growing more accurate and faster as he advanced. Is this place trying to exhaust me to death? Shifeng's lips curled up slightly with amusement. Immediately, he switched out the aura of space on the 7 luminaries ring for the aura of wind, increasing both his movement speed and attack speed by 40% and agility by 30%. He then dashed towards the distant mountain. The moment Shifeng moved, the countless blades in the sky began their assault. They all turned their blades towards Shifeng and shot towards him. However, Shifeng was like a gust of wind. Relying on his movement speed alone, he avoided most of the attacks. In addition, his increased attack speed allowed him to strike down the remaining swords effortlessly as he darted onward. However, after running for a few minutes, the ground in front of Shifeng suddenly split apart. In the next moment, bone knights in silver armor crawled out of the fissure, every one of them emitting frightening killing intent as they rushed towards him. Skeleton warrior, undead creature, elite rank, level 25, HP 20, 000/20, 000. Chapter 382, Legacy Chapter. The silver suits of armor shone brilliantly under the dimly lit sky, creating an exceptionally conspicuous sight. The assault from all directions forced Shifeng to an abrupt halt. Facing such intense attacks, Shifeng had no choice but to stop. Even he was not confident of defending against so many attacks on the run. This won't do. I won't last long at this rate. I need to move faster. Looking at the swords decorating the sky, an idea, inspired by his years of experience, struck Shifeng. Purgatory power. Shifeng's attack speed rose by 100%. He then brandished the abyssal blade and the Purgatory's shadow, sending blades of light at the incoming swords and striking them down. After continuing this process for 3 seconds, Shifeng successfully deflected all of the swords that attacked him, scattering them around him. Undead creature? Shifeng activated omniscient eyes and examined the distant skeleton warrior. Shifeng could not learn anything about these undead monsters if he faced them one-on-one. Shifeng was confident that he could defeat such a monster with ease. If he had to face a group of them, however, even he was not certain that he would win. Moreover, the swords in the sky still posed a huge threat. When the two combined, Shifeng's very life was at risk. However, Shifeng did not know if death meant failing the legacy trial. If it did, then he would truly be finished. As a precaution, Shifeng did not immediately move after fending off the flying swords. Instead, he stopped to think of an appropriate countermeasure. Changing my path isn't possible. For now, let's put these skeleton warriors to the test. The only exit was at the mountain's peak. Naturally, Shifeng could not retreat. However, charging forward rashly and accidentally losing his life was unwise. Hence, Shifeng activated Phantom Kill, sending his doppelganger charging towards the skeleton warriors to test their strength. By doing so, not only could he buy himself time to come up with a defense against these undead monsters, but he could also avoid falling into any traps. After all, this was the trial of one of the 10 great saint legacies. He could not afford to be careless. The doppelganger possessed 70% of Shurfeng's attributes. It was more than enough to deal with a single skeleton warrior. The doppelganger dodged the swords from above while approaching the skeleton warriors. However, when only a distance of 40 yards remained between them, the skeleton warriors still showed no signs of taking action. Instead, the monsters only focused on the doppelganger's every movement, killing intent oozing from their entire bodies. It looked as if they would explode at any moment. Disregarding the skeleton warrior's lack of a reaction, the doppelganger threw the blazing meteor at the closest undead creature. The weapon struck the monster's thigh, causing -816 damage. It would seem that the skeleton warriors only possessed mediocre defense. However, the instant the skeleton warrior was struck, it started moving and charged at Shurfeng's doppelganger. The skeleton warrior that had been hit was not the only one to move. The surrounding dozen or so undead creatures charged at the doppelganger as well. Although the skeleton warriors wore full sets of silver armor, their movement speed was extremely fast. It took them less than 5 seconds to close the 40-yard gap. However, Shurfeng's doppelganger did not stay idle as these undead creatures charged. Instead, it attacked with the blazing meteor again. As it retreated swiftly in terms of speed, the doppelganger clearly held the advantage. Despite needing to dodge the constant stream of attacks from the sky, it was still a thread faster than the skeleton warriors. As this game of cat and mouse continued, the HP of the skeleton warrior leading the charge gradually decreased. Everything proceeded smoothly, and Shurfeng, who stood in the distance, did not discover any other traps hidden in this field. Moreover, the skeleton warriors possessed low intelligence. Aside from carrying out some basic defensive maneuvers, the group of undead creatures single-mindedly chased the doppelganger. After a short moment, the doppelganger killed its first monster. Although a skeleton warrior had died, other than a tiny amount of skill proficiency, Shurfeng received nothing at all. He did not receive even a tiny amount of EXP. Even after the dozen or so skeleton warriors were wiped out, Shurfeng did not receive anything. Fortunately, he didn't really care. He was in a legacy trial right now. His only goal was to clear the trial. As for whether or not he could earn EXP or items, that was not very important. With the doppelganger's probing, Shurfeng's advance became much easier. There were no other traps in the surrounding area. The skeleton warriors also did not possess high intelligence or troublesome skills. As long as he dealt with the attacks from the sky properly, he could deal with these skeleton warriors by kiting them. What the doppelganger could do, Shurfeng could do better. Shurfeng's movement speed was too fast. Unlike the doppelganger, not only could Shurfeng attack using the blazing meteor, but he could also cast AoE skills such as Thundering Flash and Earth Splitter to deplete the skeleton warriors' HPs, while maintaining the distance between them. When the arcs of lightning weaved across the skeleton warriors, they dealt damages of -1,242, -1,784, and -2,439 to the undead creatures. Some of the skeleton warriors who received critical hits lost over half their HP in less than 10 minutes. Shurfeng had reduced the hundreds of skeleton warriors into piles of pearly white bones scattered across the plains. What's going on with these bones? Just as Shurfeng was about to depart from this field of bones, he noticed the bones begin to tremble. The bones then gathered in the blink of an eye. These bones transformed into an entirely new monster. This monster was 3 times the size of the skeleton warriors from before. It wielded a skeletal giant axe in one hand and a thick black chain in the other. Dark green flames burned in its empty eye sockets. Emitting an angry roar, it charged at Shurfeng with massive, thudding steps. With every step this monster took, the land beneath its feet would crack and shatter. One could see just how powerful this monster was. Skeleton giant, undead creature, chieftain rank, level 30, HP 250, 000/250, 000. Why is it a level 30 chieftain? Shurfeng was stunned. He instantly activated Windwalk and escaped. There was no way he could face a level 30 chieftain head-on while dealing with the incoming attacks from the countless swords in the sky. Moreover, with the skeleton giant's strength, a direct hit with its axe was all it needed to end Shurfeng's life. Even if Shifeng dodged the monster's attack, the descending swords were no laughing matter. Each sword could deal -200 damage currently. Shifeng's HP was only slightly over 3,000. If 16 swords to hit him, he would lose his life all the same. Although the skeleton giant was colossal, it was frighteningly quick. Despite having activated Windwalk, Shifeng still could not shake off the skeleton giant, the distance between them never increasing however. Shifeng also had to endure the rain of swords as he escaped. To avoid the blades, he was oftentimes forced to take action and strike back, affecting his speed as a result. Sometimes, in order to dodge a more densely packed attack, Shifeng had no choice but to dodge sideways, making a 90-degree turn however. After Shifeng turned, the skeleton giant behind him would stumble. Its speed greatly fell when it changed directions, allowing Shifeng to widen the gap between them. Moreover, due to the skeleton giant's large frame, the sudden turn helped Shifeng block a few of the flying swords. When the sword struck the skeleton giant's body, the monster also received -200 damage from each attack. How could I forget? Due to their joints, skeletal monsters have difficulty dodging and turning. Shifeng smiled faintly upon seeing the skeleton giant's situation. Not only was the skeleton giant slow to react, but it would also receive damage from the swords above. Moreover, the skeleton giant's huge frame made the perfect shield considering the situation. A plan formed in Shifeng's mind. Following which, he made a 180-degree turn and charged directly at the skeleton giant's back to deal with Shifeng. The skeleton giant had no choice but to turn around as well. Although its body spun relatively quickly, its feet could not keep up with its body. By the time the skeleton giant had stabilized itself and started swinging its giant axe, Shifeng had arrived beside its feet. As the swords in the sky cascaded down towards Shifeng, due to the skeleton giant being in the way, the monster suffered the full brunt of the rain of swords now. Not only did the swords in the sky no longer pose a threat to Shifeng, but they also benefited him. Seeing as his plan's success, Shifeng began to attack the skeleton giant. Meanwhile, no matter how many times the skeleton giant turned its body, Shifeng would always appear behind it. Faced with the continuous assault from Shifeng and the swords, the skeleton giant's HP fell rapidly. Half an hour later, the skeleton giant crumbled. Even until its death, it had not landed a hit on Shifeng. On the contrary, it had become his shield, blocking the falling blades. This fellow dropped an item? Shifeng noticed a golden piece of paper with divine runes laying beside the skeleton giant's remains. When Shifeng picked it up and tried to check its information, he only received an unknown in reply. Hence, Shifeng used the Omniscient Eyes Legacy chapter, 7th page, a scattered page that has fallen out of a legacy book written by the ancient gods. This legacy book holds records for one of the 10 great saint legacies. It has a total of 50 pages. After gathering all of the pages, the saint legacy contained within the legacy book will become available. Class requirements: Berserker Swordsman. Chapter 383, Blade Demon. So, this is it, huh? Reading the item's information, Shifeng got a general understanding of the situation. Even if he ran to the mountain and reached its peak, that wouldn't mean he passed the trial. He needed to collect all 50 legacy chapters to pass. However, now that he knew what he needed to do, this trial would be much easier to defeat. He just had to search for skeleton warriors and kill skeleton giants to obtain legacy chapters. So, Shifeng began hunting around the fields for skeleton warriors. Although the swords in the sky were a nuisance, Shifeng gradually understood their attack patterns and could dodge them more efficiently. Soon, they were no longer much of an issue. Even when dealing with a large group of skeleton warriors, these swords would nick him a few times at most, dealing negligible damage. After killing 12 skeleton giants in a row, Shifeng discovered a problem: not every skeleton giant would drop a legacy chapter. In fact, the drop rate was very low. After killing 12 skeleton giants, he only obtained 2 legacy chapters. None of the monsters Shifeng killed gave him any EXP either. He also needed to dodge the swords from above constantly. Hunting these skeleton giants was truly exhausting, both physically and mentally. If not for the fact that one of the 10 great saint legacies beckoned him, Shifeng would never tolerate such a strenuous and unrewarding task. While Shifeng searched for skeleton warriors all around the mountain, an incident occurred in White River City. Dark Star, a guild that White River City had already forgotten, suddenly declared its dissolution. This news came as a great shock to everyone. Some of the guilds who had previously allied themselves with Dark Star simultaneously announced their dissolution as well. Originally, everyone had thought that White River City was on the path of becoming the overlord of Starmoon Kingdom. However, no one could have expected the following development. Half a day after the dissolution of these guilds, a branch guild of Overwhelming Smile suddenly appeared in White River City. More shockingly, Lone Tyrant, who was originally the guild leader of Dark Star, had become the vice leader that led Overwhelming Smile's branch guild. Furthermore, the benefits that Overwhelming Smile offered were impressive, at least twice as valuable as what Dark Star had previously offered. It was a blatant display of wealth. The members of the dissolved guilds promptly joined Overwhelming Smile's White River City branch. Within half a day since Overwhelming Smile's branch guild's establishment, its member count had already reached 30,000. Moreover, that number was still increasing. It continuously recruited new members, thinking of ways to steal players from Zero Wing. Big Sis Aqua, Overwhelming Smile thinks too little of us. Instead of recruiting in their hometown of Maple City, they ran all the way here to fight us over members. The guild leader also suddenly disappeared and cannot be contacted. If we allow Overwhelming Smile to continue, by the time we start our recruitment tomorrow, they will have stolen all the good saplings. Big Sis Aqua, why don't we start recruiting right now? Snow Goose asked anxiously. It had been Zero Wing's fame that had attracted players from other cities. Yet now, Overwhelming Smile had come to steal the fruit of victory. It was truly despicable. Overwhelming Smile is truly ambitious. They've only obtained the first clear of a large-scale team dungeon, yet already they're hungering after White River City. Aqua Rose's eyes flashed with rage. Although she was not afraid of losing potential guild members, she could not stand Overwhelming Smile's arrogant attitude. They were clearly trying to provoke Zero Wing. Does Overwhelming Smile think it is so easy to weave a web in White River City? Let's start advertising our recruitment right now. I want to see how a second-rate guild without a guild residence plans to compete with Zero Wing in terms of benefits. Once Zero Wing began to prepare for its recruitment fervently as well, White River City exploded with activity. On one side, there was Overwhelming Smile, a guild that had claimed the first clear of a large-scale team dungeon and annexed Dark Star, one of the top 6 guilds of White River City. On the other side stood Zero Wing, a guild that possessed a guild residence and was led by Starmoon Kingdom's #1 expert. Many players on the forums were also discussing which guild they should join. Big Brother Shadow Sword. White River City is truly interesting. Despite only being the 5th-ranking city of Starmoon Kingdom, it is now contested over by the 2 most popular guilds in the kingdom. Which guild do you think these independent players will join? The female Guardian Knight, Turtledove, asked the berserker beside her. Shadow Sword, with an amused smile on her face. I don't know what others will choose, but my goal from the very beginning has been to join Zero Wing. Shadow Sword wasn't interested in the competition between the 2 guilds. His only thoughts right now were of passing Zero Wing's assessment and polishing his strength by learning from the experts in Zero Wing. He also hoped to learn from Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. He had no interest in anything beyond that. Meanwhile, after spending an entire day at the Origin Sword domain, Shurfeng had collected 21 legacy chapters. Oh, what's that monster? At this moment, Shurfeng, who stood at the foot of Sword Peak Mountain, discovered a monster of steel slowly descended the mountain. This steel monster seemed to be patrolling its territory, although this monster was not large, only twice as tall as Shurfeng. All 4 of its limbs were blades. The rest of its body was made of pitch-black steel, decorated with spikes. It looked like a machine of slaughter. Although Shurfeng wanted to know this monster's information, he only received an unknown when he attempted to identify it. Even observing eyes failed to yield any results. Hence, Shurfeng had no choice but to use Omniscient Eyes. Blade Demon, Demonic Creature, Chieftain Rank, Level 30, HP 300, 000/300, 000. Shurfeng's interest suddenly grew upon discovering that the Blade Demon was a chieftain-ranked monster. Since the chieftain-ranked skeleton giant had a chance to drop legacy chapters, the chieftain-ranked Blade Demon before him might drop the item as well. Fortunately, dealing with a single Blade Demon was much easier than destroying hundreds of skeleton warriors in addition to a skeleton giant. Moreover, the Blade Demon only had 300,000 HP. At most, it would only be slightly stronger than the skeleton giants. If so, Shurfeng could defeat it easily. Of course, Feng would not rashly charge to his death. The only reason he had defeated the skeleton giants so easily was due to the monster's dull reactions and the aid of the swords in the sky. On the other hand, not only was the blade demon a stronger monster, but it also wasn't that large. Feng didn't expect its reaction time to be as slow. If Feng confronted the blade demon directly, he would only seek his own death. Hence, he needed to identify the monster's weakness. If it's a demonic creature, then the Demon Hunter title will suppress its strength. Let's use the doppelganger to test things out first, then. Thinking so, Feng switched out his Might of 1,000 title for the Demon Hunter title. The Demon Hunter title reduced the attributes of all Darkness-type monsters within a 100-yard radius by 10% and increased Feng's damage towards Darkness-type monsters by 10%. Demonic creatures were considered Darkness-type monsters, following which, Feng used Phantom Kill and sent his doppelganger charging forward. When the doppelganger was 40 yards away from the blade demon, it threw the blazing meteor at the monster. A red glow instantly crossed the distance between the doppelganger and the blade demon. Just as the blazing meteor was about to hit the blade demon's back, a black streak of light flashed over, striking the blazing meteor out of its path. What? Is it that amazing? Does it not have any blind spots? Feng muttered in shock. Feng's doppelganger had clearly launched its attack. Yet, as if the blade demon had eyes in the back of its head, it deflected the flying projectile. Moreover, the blade demon's reaction was astonishingly quick. The skeleton giants paled in comparison, however. Feng did not believe that the blade demon had no blind spots. The doppelganger activated Windwalk and circled to the other side of the blade demon. Once again, it threw the blazing meteor, launching a series of attacks in quick succession. The blazing meteor shot at the blade demon again and again. However, no matter which angle it approached, the blade demon easily deflected it. Moreover, the monster moved extremely fast, leaving afterimages wherever it passed. In just a moment, the blade demon stood in front of Feng's doppelganger Shua. Shua! Shua! In the blink of an eye, the blade demon had launched dozens of attacks. Despite the doppelganger having already activated defensive blade, the demon broke through the skill almost instantly. The doppelganger only managed to block a few attacks before losing its life. Feng's eyes widened as he watched his doppelganger's death. However, after a brief moment of shock, Feng suddenly discovered that the blade demon had not returned to its wandering after killing the doppelganger. Instead, it turned around and charged directly at him. Chapter 384, Unique Set Equipment. Despite also being a level 30 chieftain, the blade demon was far more powerful than the skeleton giant. Realizing that he could not face the blade demon directly, Feng immediately activated Windwalk and ran. He wanted to break away from the combat area as quickly as possible. However, after running for over 100 yards, the blade demon was still on his tail. Although Feng's movement speed was much higher than the blade demon's, with the countless blades in the sky restraining him, Feng was not actually much faster than the blade demon. The distance between the two hovered around 30 yards. The blade demon was determined to chase Feng to the ends of the world. As long as the blade demon caught up to Feng, he would have to deal with the attacks from both the blade demon and the swords descending from the sky. At that time, his fate would be sealed. I need to find a way to deal with it. I'll be in trouble if it catches up. Feng examined the surrounding terrain. The area around him was the very definition of flatlands. The fields were endless, and there was nothing that he could use to his advantage. However, as Feng moved further away from Sword Peak Mountain, the number of swords that descended from above increased. It was as if they were reminding Feng that he was not allowed to move away from the mountain. However, Feng couldn't care less right now. If he stopped, only death awaited him. Hence, he continued running at full speed while enduring the countless swords raining down on him. After running for a certain distance, Feng suddenly noticed that, whenever the blade demon behind him touched the densely packed swords that had fallen to the ground, damages of -100 would appear above its head. Due to the hindrances in its path, the blade demon's speed also slightly decreased. Feng's troubled expression transformed into a wicked smile. Just before the effect of Windwalk was about to disappear, Feng took out a speed scroll from his bag and used it. He then continued running away from Sword Peak Mountain. This time, however, Feng purposefully zigzagged. This way, if the blade demon wished to approach him, it would definitely collide with the swords on the ground. As a result, not only would the blade demon's speed decrease, but it would also receive a continuous stream of damage. The Blade Demon had a total of 300,000 HP. With its battle recovery, it could regain 3,000 HP every 5 seconds. Shifeng could not kill the Blade Demon by relying only on the scattered swords. Hence, Shifeng occasionally threw the blazing meteor at the monster. However, the Blade Demon's defensive capabilities were simply too powerful. Out of all of Shifeng's attacks, only 10% struck the Blade Demon. Shifeng also used skills such as Thundering Flash and Earth Splitter, dealing over -1,000 damage with each hit. Overall, the damage the Blade Demon received barely surpassed its battle recovery. If Shifeng wanted to kill the Blade Demon, he would need to spend a very long time to do so. It seems that I can only drag things out. Shifeng had no other options. The only fortunate thing about this situation was that the Blade Demon could eventually die. Time passed, bit by bit, while Shifeng played his game of cat and mouse with the Blade Demon. White River City had become extraordinarily lively. Zero Wing had finally started its recruitment. The independent players who had waited eagerly for this moment were incomparably excited. As everyone arrived at Zero Wing's recruitment location, anticipation overwhelmed them. The Purple Sun Mansion, the real estate that occupied the largest landmass and best location in White River City, was actually Zero Wing's guild residence. I am not seeing things right. Isn't this the Purple Sun Mansion? Zero Wing isn't even giving the other guilds a chance. Damn! Zero Wing's guild hall is huge. It won't have any problems holding several thousand players at a single time. That's nothing. I have a brother in Zero Wing. I hear that it's even more amazing inside. Aside from having a high-class bar, many NPCs appear every day to issue guild quests. The number and variety of guild quests they get far surpass those available at the Adventurers Association. Not only can members of Zero Wing obtain a lot more EXP, but the item rewards they can get from the quests are also much more abundant. Some quests even reward secret silver items. Also, if members rest inside the guild hall, they can accumulate a double EXP buff. There are private rooms available for rent, too. For a time, everyone began forming a long queue outside Zero Wing's guild residence, enthusiastically applying to Zero Wing. From a glance, the number of players in line had already exceeded 30,000. The many benefits such as high-level quests, double EXP buff, private rooms, and more had sent all the independent players into a frenzy. Meanwhile, when news of Zero Wing's guild residence spread, the various guilds throughout Starmoon Kingdom tumbling into a turmoil. Originally, these guilds didn't think much of a guild residence. However, they never expected a guild residence to provide such significant benefits. All this time, they regarded a guild residence as only a symbol of a guild's establishment, a place where guild members could gather and chat. Now that they realized what a guild residence could do, the upper echelons of these guilds felt a chill crawl down their spines. A guild residence was simply too terrifying. Not only could it increase the leveling speed of guild members, but it could also provide a source of coins for the guild. Now that Zero Wing possessed its own guild residence, the guild would no longer have to purchase coins using credits or form teams to specifically farm coins. The guild residence also had other aspects that could allow a guild to develop quickly. How could guilds like theirs that did not possess a guild residence compete with Zero Wing now? At this time, the first-rate guilds who were not originally concerned with Zero Wing had to reevaluate their opinions. Young Master Feng. Now that Zero Wing has revealed their guild residence, everyone in Starmoon Kingdom has shifted their attention back to them. Overwhelming Smile's achievement can no longer hamper Zero Wing's recruitment. Should we focus on solidifying the branch guild in White River City? I have really underestimated Black Flame. However, don't think that I am out of options. Feng Xinyang sneered. Since you dare challenge me, you will only have one ending. Tell Overwhelming Smile this. Don't worry about spending money. Just steal as many players from Zero Wing as possible. I want to see just how a guild without many members can develop. Shortly after Feng Xinyang gave his command, Overwhelming Smile took action. Overwhelming Smile shocked the various guilds in White River City. Overwhelming Smile has gone insane. Snow Goose shouted when she read the latest information on Overwhelming Smile. In order to attract independent players, Overwhelming Smile had increased the benefits it offered once again. At this moment, it offered 4 times what Dark Star had in the past. Normal members alone would be treated far better than even elite players of other guilds. The benefits offered to Overwhelming Smile's elite members was beyond comparison. Overwhelming Smile even began to publicly poach Zero Wing's normal members, promising them threefold what the other guild members received if they joined the guild originally. Overwhelming Smile's increase in the benefits was already shocking. Now that they took it a step further and offered another threefold raise, how could the members of Zero Wing not be tempted? In fact, some members already considered withdrawing from Zero Wing and defecting to Overwhelming Smile. Is Overwhelming Smile planning to destroy us with money? Aqua Rose smiled bitterly, her expression turning grim. This move was truly vicious. Zero Wing had only established recently. This funding had never been abundant. They had no chance against the large funding Overwhelming Smile possessed. While Overwhelming Smile was in the midst of waging a poaching war against Zero Wing, Shifeng had finally reduced the Blade Demon's HP to its last vestiges die. Abruptly spinning around, Shifeng dashed towards the low HP Blade Demon. Abyssal Bind. Flame burst. Abyssal Bind immediately tethered the Blade Demon in place, following which the scorching Abyssal Blade slashed at the demonic creature's body 12 times in a row. Every slash dealt over -2,000 damage to the Blade Demon, devouring the monster's remaining 20,000 HP. As the Blade Demon died, Shifeng noticed a piece of paper falling beside the monster's body. He originally thought that it was a legacy chapter. However, upon picking it up, Shifeng froze. At that moment, he even thought he might be hallucinating. Broken Steel Forging Design Fragment. Epic Rank Unique Set Equipment. Set consists of a total of 6 pieces. Current fragment count, 1/18. Chapter 385. Professional Level. No way! Shifeng struggled to calm himself even after staring at the forging design in his hand for a long time previously. When he obtained the fine gold rank Dragonscale set equipment back in the God's Grave, he had believed it to be the top set equipment currently available, second to none. However, with Shifeng's current forging standards, he could not forge the Dragonscale set equipment. He needed to become an advanced forger before he could attempt it. However, a lot of time was required to advance to an advanced forger, time that Shifeng did not have yet. Now, the forging design for an epic set equipment had fallen into his hands. If he could equip an epic set equipment, killing players would be as easy as slicing vegetables. He would truly be invincible among fellow players. Originally, Shifeng's head had ached thinking about ways to deal with the 5 cities controlled by Underworld. Now, however, this fragment swept those concerns away. As long as he could don the complete Broken Steel set equipment, he alone could become enough of a nuisance to disturb those guilds. Now that Shifeng knew the Blade Demons dropped the forging design for the Broken Steel set equipment, even if he had to exhaust himself for a few days, he would obtain all the forging design fragments. Shifeng was suddenly brimming with enthusiasm. Turning around, he charged towards Sword Peak Mountain in search of another Blade Demon. Unknowingly, another day had passed in God's domain before Shifeng logged out of the game. He had killed several dozens more skeleton giants and blade demons. In the 2 days he had spent in the Origin Sword domain, Shifeng had obtained a total of 33 legacy chapters and 8 broken steel forging design fragments. He was not far from completing both the legacy book and the broken steel set equipment forging design. Shifeng had lingered in God's domain for 2 natural days without logging out to rest. As his body had been in the virtual gaming cabin all this time, the moment he stepped out of the cabin, his stomach growled a hungry complaint. However, his body did not feel any discomfort after laying motionless for 2 days. On the contrary, he felt extremely relaxed as expected of a virtual gaming cabin. It even assisted my body's absorption of the S-rank nutrient fluids. Shifeng clenched his fists and stretched. Revealing a faint smile, he thought, my punching power should be around 320 kilograms now. Originally, Shifeng had needed 5 days to absorb a bottle of S-rank nutrient fluids, allowing the liquid to restore his body's vitality and repair broken cells. Now, however, only 2 days had passed, and Shifeng had already absorbed the S-rank nutrient fluid. Shifeng judged that, based on his body's current condition, he should barely meet the standard of a professional fighter. His current body had already far surpassed his body in his previous life. At the very least, his physical fitness was no longer inferior to the apex experts of God's domain. Being young really is great. If I started training my body only after I turned 25, it wouldn't really make a difference. Shifeng was satisfied with his current physical fitness. As long as he continued his training, his physical fitness would continue to improve. At that time, he could exert more of his brain's potential, allowing him to break through the boundaries he had never been able to cross. Although Shifeng was hungry, he did not immediately look for something to eat. Instead, after leaving the virtual gaming cabin, he walked towards his fridge and retrieved a bottle of A-rank nutrient fluids. He then filled his empty stomach with the cold liquid after having not eaten for 48 hours. Although he had the protection of the virtual gaming cabin during this period, filling his stomach with solid food would negatively impact his body. It was best to drink nutrient fluids first and let his stomach gradually adapt. After a few hours, he could have a proper meal looking at the bottle of A-rank nutrient fluids in his hand. Shifeng felt like he was dreaming. Over 10 days ago, he had lamented spending 10 credits on a meal. Now, however, despite drinking a bottle of nutrient fluids that cost 10,000 credits, he felt nothing at all. Although his reincarnation was part of the reason, it was more due to his change in mentality brought about by strength. Suddenly, his doorbell rang. Accessing the doorway monitor through his quantum watch, Shifeng discovered Blackie standing outside his door. For some reason, Blackie looked panicked. It looked like he had some very urgent news. Shifeng promptly disabled the lock to his front door using his quantum watch. Brother Feng, where have you been these past 2 days? I haven't been able to contact you all this time. I even wondered if you were in some kind of accident. As Blackie burst into the apartment and saw that Shifeng drinking a bottle of nutrient fluids, he unconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. What could possibly happen to me? Shifeng chuckled. Did something happen while I was gone? Of course, something happened. Overwhelming Smile had been poaching our members. Although our guild's member count has increased steadily, the benefits Overwhelming Smile is offering are too enticing, and many have started considering defecting to Overwhelming Smile. I initially thought of increasing the benefits Zero Wing provides as well. However, Sister Aqua said no. Although Sister Fire Dance only focuses on the guild's core team, she agreed with Aqua Rose's opinion. However, at this rate, more members will leave the guild. If we allow this situation to continue, it will negatively impact Zero Wing as a whole. We need to think of a solution for this quickly. I have been trying to contact you all this time, but you haven't answered any of my calls or messages. I had no choice but to visit you personally. Blackie then explained the general situation to Shifeng. Overwhelming Smile sure is intent on destroying us with money. Shifeng smiled bitterly. Brother Feng, you too? Sister Aqua said something similar. Blackie was somewhat astonished. I understand the situation. However, I am still tied up with my quest. Go back and tell Aqua to continue recruiting members. The benefits we offer will stay the same, but loosen the entry requirements a little. Shifeng also showed his support for Aqua Rose's decision. Let's see just how many players you can steal from us. How much money do you plan to burn? Taking Blackie's advice and increasing the benefits that Zero Wing offered was not a long-term solution. Moreover, Overwhelming Smile could simply counter by increasing the benefits it offered again. If this trend continued, the situation would soon snowball out of control and grow into an all-out economic war. At that time, the side with the most funds would be the final victor. Meanwhile, Feng Shenyang, who quietly supported Overwhelming Smile, aimed for just that. If he had to increase the benefits Overwhelming Smile offered dozens of times, he would. He was confident he could destroy Zero Wing this way. Meanwhile, although Zero Wing could cause Overwhelming Smile to suffer greater losses by raising the benefits it offered, they would still lose. Zero Wing did not have the support of a large corporation. It also did not have the funds to contend with Overwhelming Smile. If Zero Wing increased its offer, it would dig its own grave. Shifeng had seen many of such situations in his past life, and he had considered his options long ago. The best thing was to bide their time and stay on course. However invincible the opponents might seem, he would forever remain true to himself. Moreover, when Shifeng had established Zero Wing, he had intended to establish a guild that was pure, rather than one where its members would leave because of a little enticement. Zero Wing did not need such shallow people at this moment. Instead of cursing, Shifeng wanted to thank Overwhelming Smile for ridding the scum from his guild. Shifeng's reply left Blackie speechless. However, since Shifeng had already decided, he would fully support his guild leader. In truth, Blackie knew that increasing the benefits the guild provided would only increase the burden of Zero Wing. However, he still could not help his panic. Now that he had obtained Shifeng's reply, his anxiety began to fade. Chapter 386, Tier 1 skill. After receiving Shifeng's confirmation, Blackie gave his report regarding Zero Wing's recent recruitment despite their plans. Overwhelming Smile's appearance did not negatively affect Zero Wing's recruitment. Instead, Overwhelming Smile had made Zero Wing even more popular than before, driving more players to apply to Zero Wing. Some players from other guilds even withdrew from their respective guilds to join Zero Wing as a result. The entrance of Zero Wing's guild residence was crowded with a sea of players. Those who did not fully understand the situation even thought that Zero Wing had already become White River City's overlord. Though, those who knew the situation silently ridiculed the players rushing to join Zero Wing after 2 days of chaotic recruitment. Zero Wing had grown from around 5,000 members to having over 10,000. If not for Overwhelming Smile's interruption, Zero Wing would have no problem surpassing the 30,000 member threshold. Unfortunately, many of the players who had been accepted into Zero Wing then defected to Overwhelming Smile almost immediately. By doing so, they could enjoy triple the benefits of the ordinary members of Overwhelming Smile, which was 12 times the treatment normally offered by other guilds. How could anyone resist such a tempting offer? Zero Wing will only suffer if this continues. I need to think of a plan quickly. Shifeng frowned as he listened to Blackie's report. If the situation continued to evolve like this, Overwhelming Smile would have to waste astronomical sums of money. However, Overwhelming Smile's poaching of Zero Wing's members would also increase its prestige, increasing the guild's strength in White River City. Others might not know that Overwhelming Smile had underworld support from the shadows, but Shifeng knew. In addition to Maple City, Underworld had also taken control of 4 more cities surrounding White River City. If Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile went to war in the future, Zero Wing would be surrounded by enemies. After Blackie finished his report, he hurried back to Zero Wing's workshop, whereas Shifeng started working out. Now that Shifeng's body had finished absorbing the S-rank nutrient fluids, it was the perfect time to improve his physical fitness further. However, instead of focusing on strength training like before, Shifeng now focused more on control over his own body. When noon arrived, Shifeng called for a takeout. After finishing his meal, he dove back into the world of God's domain. Shifeng had not come up with any good ideas to counter Overwhelming Smile's suppression through wealth. The only thing he could think of right now was increasing his strength. After logging into the game, Shifeng continued his hunting operation through his previous 2-day search. Shifeng had grasped the general respawn time for the monsters surrounding the Sword Peak Mountain. As for the location with the highest spawn rate, that would be on the Sword Peak Mountain itself. However, Shifeng had not climbed the mountain throughout this period. He doubted that the legacy trial of one of the 10 Great Saint Legacies would be so easy to clear. Although the skeleton giants and blade demons were indeed challenging, a legacy trial that was supposed to be as difficult as a legendary quest should not be so simple in Shifeng's opinion. The true danger of the Origin Sword domain waited for him on the Sword Peak Mountain. Hence, Shifeng had yet to set foot on the mountain. Instead, he had searched for monsters around the foot of the mountain all this time, silently increasing his strength in the Origin Sword domain. Shifeng did not obtain any EXP from the monsters he killed. The drops he obtained were also limited to the legacy chapters and broken steel forging design fragments. However, there was one other immediate benefit to killing these monster skill proficiency. The monsters here were all elites above level 25. Shifeng's main targets, the skeleton giants and blade demons, were even level 30 chieftains. These chieftains exceeded Shifeng by 8 levels. Whenever Shifeng used a skill on these 2 monsters, he would receive bonus skill proficiency points, receiving around 5 or 6 with each use in the outside world. There was a limit to high-level chieftains available for players to kill. Hence, Shifeng was able to raise his skill levels quickly here. In the Origin Sword domain, Shifeng had upgraded the skills that he normally needed a lot of time to upgrade in just 2 days. At this point, all of his attack-type skills had risen to level 10 or above, with some reaching level 11. When he upgraded a skill beyond level 12, it would become a Tier 1 skill. Although players had weapons and equipment that could increase their skill levels, that particular increase would not allow a skill to undergo a qualitative change. Only the skill's level would change. For a skill to reach Tier 1, players needed to raise the skill past level 12 personally. Meanwhile, as long as Shifeng could grasp a Tier 1 skill, his combat power would explode. This was why Shifeng diligently killed the monsters outside the Sword Peak Mountain with this goal in mind. Shifeng continuously searched for monsters and used his skills repeatedly, allowing his skill proficiency to soar. However, as Shurfeng killed more monsters, he discovered something odd. The drop rate of legacy chapters and design fragments plummeted. In the beginning, Shurfeng could claim a drop in every 4 or 5 kills. Now, he would only get a single drop after killing over a dozen chieftains. The more legacy chapters and design fragments Shurfeng obtained, the harder it became to collect them. If Shurfeng did not increase his killing speed, it would be impossible for him to gather the required items within 5 days. On the bright side, where players in the outside world normally needed over a week of effort, Shurfeng only needed a few hours to upgrade a skill from level 11 to level 12. His efficiency was staggering. After just half a day's worth of effort in God's domain, Shurfeng had already promoted Chop to a Tier 1 skill. Chop, action type, requires sword. Tier 1, level 1, proficiency 0/30, 000. Additional 600 base damage. Deals up to 3 consecutive hits in 1 second. If attacks land in the same location, damage increases by 50%. Attack range, 6 yards. Cooldown, 3 seconds. Compared to the Tier 0 level 12 Chop, the base damage had not increased much. However, when using the Tier 1 level 1 Chop, Shurfeng could swing his sword 3 times in 1 second. Moreover, if his attack struck the same location, his damage would increase by 50%. Not only did Tier 1 skills increase a player's power, but they also increased a player's freedom of attack. In other words, the more skilled a player was, the more damage they could deal. This was why, despite being the same level, Tier 1 players were far more powerful than Tier 0 players. Tier 1 players also possessed much higher attributes and a larger variety of skills. Tier 0 players had no chance of contending with Tier 1 players of the same level. It's been a while since I've used the Tier 1 Chop. Let's use you as a warm-up. Shurfeng dashed towards the skeleton giant's side before him and used the Tier 1 Chop. A sharp aura covered the abyssal blade. In the blink of an eye, Shurfeng brandished the weapon 3 times, sending 3 sword auras slashing at the skeleton giant. The 3 sword auras combined, forming an even sharper and more powerful sword aura that slashed at the skeleton giant's joint. 1, 376, minus 2048, dash 2, 062. Aside from these 3 high damages, the skeleton giant, which had remained unperturbed by Shurfeng's attacks, had suddenly fallen to the ground. The power of the Tier 1 skill was clear after the skeleton giant fell. Shurfeng had a much easier time attacking it. Following which, Shurfeng used one skill after another on the undead creature. If the skeleton giant stood up, Shurfeng would use Chop to attack its joints, knocking it to the ground once more. A short moment later, Shurfeng had slaughtered the skeleton giant effortlessly due to the Tier 1 Chop. Shurfeng's battles between the skeleton giants and blade demons had become much easier and took less time than before. Moreover, as Shurfeng's efficiency grew, he used his skill more frequently. After spending another 2 days, Shurfeng finally upgraded Thunder Flame Explosion to Tier 1 as well. Now, Shurfeng's attack type skills that required skill proficiency were all Tier 1 skills. Compared to when Shurfeng had just entered the Origin Sword domain, his combat power was far more frightening. It should be about time to climb the Sword Peak Mountain. Chapter 387 Magic Night. Shurfeng had already stayed in the Origin Sword domain for 3 days now. After killing a large number of chieftain-ranked skeleton giants and blade demons, the number of legacy chapters and broken steel forging design fragments he could obtain from these 2 monsters had also reached its limit. No matter how many of these monsters Shurfeng killed, they no longer dropped any items. If not for the fact that Shurfeng wanted to upgrade all his attack type skills to Tier 1 skills and raise his current combat power to its utmost, he would have long since charged up Sword Peak Mountain. Although he could still continue trying to upgrade the tier of his skills, the amount of skill proficiency required to raise a skill from Tier 1 to Tier 2 was simply too much. This was a feat that could not be accomplished within a short amount of time. In addition, Shurfeng did not have much time left. Shurfeng had promised to help Gentle Snow in 5 days' time. Hence, he had no choice but to proceed with the legacy trial. Moreover, during this period of time, another major incident had occurred in White River City. After taking the first clear of the large-scale team dungeon in Maple City, Overwhelming Smile had gone on to claim the first clear of the Land of Death, the large-scale team dungeon in White River City. Meanwhile, Ouroboros' team, which was led by Gentle Snow, was a step behind, becoming only the second team to clear the Land of Death. Although Gentle Snow was only a step behind, it was a world of difference. The reason being, only the first team to clear a large-scale team dungeon would have its achievement announced. There was nothing waiting for second place. If Gentle Snow wished to have an announcement of her own, then she would have to clear the Hell Mode Land of Death. However, the Hell Mode of the Land of Death was much more difficult than Hard Mode. She would require a large amount of time to raid the Hell Mode Land of Death, making it not worth her effort at all. It was much better for Gentle Snow to place her focus on raiding level 20 large-scale team dungeons, especially 100-man team dungeons. Compared to going from level 10 to 20, the time span between level 20 and 30 was much wider. Leveling in God's domain took much longer the further one went. After reaching level 20, players would find themselves taking far longer to level up. Hence, guilds would have much more time to challenge dungeons than before on Sword Peak Mountain. Shurfeng had not met with any danger throughout his entire journey. He also did not meet a single monster on the mountain. However, the closer he got to the light at the summit, the faster the swords in the sky descended. Moreover, the number of swords that shot at Shurfeng also greatly increased. Raising the difficulty of the ascent is the difficulty only this much? Shurfeng felt very surprised. Although these dropping swords were indeed giving him some trouble, he would have no problems reaching the top of the mountain through dodging and blocking. After spending 4 days in this place, Shurfeng had collected a total of 49 legacy chapters and 17 design fragments. He was only one piece away from completing both items. As the only exit of the Origin Sword domain, the peak of the mountain definitely held the final legacy chapter and design fragment. What's that? Shurfeng suddenly discovered a majestic-looking armored knight standing at the mountaintop. The knight's hands gripping a great sword. This armored knight was different from the skeleton giants and blade demons, the reason being, this great sword-wielding knight was not a monster but an NPC. Instead, Doran Paley, Tier 1 Magic Knight, Level 30, HP 300, 000/300, 000. Level 30 Tier 1 NPCs were much harder to deal with compared to Level 30 chieftains. Meanwhile, the Tier 1 NPC in front of Shurfeng was clearly not an ordinary existence. Although Doran Paley only possessed 300,000 HP, the same amount as the Level 30 chieftain-ranked Blade Demon, the skills and intelligence he possessed would definitely be far stronger and higher than the Blade Demons. To players, Doran Paley was a nightmare. However, Shurfeng no longer had a path of retreat right now. He could only advance. After making his preparations to confront the Magic Knight, Shurfeng charged forward while dealing with the swords raining down on him. Yet, the moment Shurfeng stepped onto the stone platform Doran Paley stood on, the swords in the sky also stopped attacking him, as if declaring that Shurfeng had completed the game of cat and mouse challenger. Since you have managed to arrive at this place, it shows that you indeed possess some strength and are qualified to fight me. As long as you can defeat me, you will be allowed to continue advancing. When Doran Paley noticed Shurfeng, instead of entering battle immediately, he revealed an excited expression and explained, "Starting now, you have 5 minutes to prepare. 5 minutes later, I will start attacking. Of course, you are also allowed to initiate an attack ahead of time. I hope that you do not disappoint me." A one-on-one duel? Shurfeng looked at his surroundings but failed to discover any other traps or monsters. However, after giving it some thought, Shurfeng found nothing strange about this situation. The NPC before him was a Tier 1 class. Doran Paley was definitely not an opponent ordinary players could contend against. Since Shurfeng was given 5 minutes to rest, he would certainly not waste it. He promptly sat down on the stage and took out a delicious steak to eat. Not only would he recover stamina and HP this way, he would also receive some bonus attributes. Although running and dodging for long periods of time did not greatly affect a player's body, it was a massive drain on their mental power. Meanwhile, 5 minutes was plenty of time for Shurfeng to restore himself to peak condition. However, Shurfeng did not just spend his 5-minute rest drinking and eating. He also carefully observed the surrounding environment, as well as studied the NPC named Doran Paley. Shurfeng had seen the class known as Magic Knight before in his previous life. It was considered a rare hidden class, and advanced legacy Magic Knights and Astromancers were classes notorious for being unorthodox. Attacks of Astromancers were known for being strange. Attacks of Magic Knights were known for being violent compared to a Tier 1 swordsman. A Tier 1 Magic Knight had more variety in their attacks. The reason being they incorporated various sorts of magic. In other words, their attacks inflicted a combination of physical and magic damage. Not even Tier 1 shield warriors could endure the attacks of a Magic Knight. However, this hidden class also suffered from a very glaring weakness. In order to increase their attack power, Magic Knights had discarded their life-saving skills. Hence, they were very poor in terms of survivability. The seconds and minutes quickly passed by. Of course, Shurfeng would not wait until the 5 minutes were up to attack Doran Paley. In this kind of battle, the first person to strike held the greatest advantage. Hence, Shurfeng took the initiative to start the battle. When Shurfeng was only 40 yards away from Doran Paley, he suddenly took out the blazing meteor and threw it at the Magic Knight's vital point. Doran Paley simply scoffed at Shurfeng's attack. He retrieved the silver greatsword from his back and lightly swung it. Immediately, blades of flame shot out from Doran Paley's greatsword. These blades of flame collided with the blazing meteor, striking it down, before proceeding towards Shurfeng. However, when these blades of flame were only about halfway to their target, Shurfeng suddenly appeared behind Doran Paley and initiated a Tier 1 chop at the Magic Knight's back. Doran Paley suddenly smiled. He spun around abruptly, the flames covering his greatsword growing even more prominent. With a swing of his greatsword, he sent a flame tornado clashing against Shurfeng's abyssal blade. When the two swords collided, sparks splattered the surroundings. After clashing swords for dozens of times in a row, Shurfeng concluded that, in terms of strength, he was no match for the Magic Knight. On the other hand, his speed was superior to Doran Paley's. Despite having to retreat before the Magic Knight's every blow, Shurfeng managed to avoid receiving any fatal damage. However, under the circumstances, the battle would eventually end in his defeat. After all, Doran Paley possessed 300,000 HP, whereas Shurfeng had just slightly more than 3,000 HP. In a situation where both parties were equally skilled, the side with more HP would naturally emerge the victor. To begin with, Shurfeng's combat power was inferior to Doran Paley's. As a Tier 0, you indeed deserve praise for being able to fight against me. However, what do you think of this move? Doran Paley revealed a faint smile. Suddenly, the flames surrounding his greatsword disappeared. In the next moment, cold air wrapped around the silver greatsword with a light swing. The area 40 yards around Doran Paley turned into a land of extreme frost. Inside this domain of frost, both Shurfeng's movement speed and attack speed declined greatly. In the blink of an eye, Shurfeng lost his speed advantage. Chapter 388, Flame Dragon's Dance. Shurfeng hurriedly retreated upon seeing this scene, wanting to escape Doran Paley's frost domain. He had not expected Doran Paley's intelligence to be high enough to actually grasp a player's weakness. This sort of NPC was an extremely rare sight in the current God's domain. Only in the later stages of God's domain would players be able to frequently see such NPCs. Moreover, these NPCs were usually Tier 3 NPCs and above. Meanwhile, Doran Paley was only a Tier 1 NPC higher intelligence. I won't stand a chance with the status quo. Shurfeng's expression turned solemn when he saw Doran Paley's figure charging at him. If Doran Paley were only an ordinary Tier 1 NPC, even if he had 300,000 HP, Shurfeng would have been confident of defeating him before leaving White River City. Shurfeng had armed himself with over 100 Tier 2 magic scrolls from the guild warehouse. Meanwhile, most of these Tier 2 magic scrolls came from the Bloodhand Association's stronghold, with the rest from the dungeon raids carried out by guild members. The Origin Sword domain was different from the 12 trials Shurfeng had previously undergone. In the 12 trials, Shurfeng had not been allowed to use any tools to assist him. However, the Origin Sword domain did not impose such a restriction. He could use as many magic scrolls as he liked. Here, if he had over 100 Tier 2 magic scrolls, it would be an easy task to deal with an ordinary level 30 Tier 1 NPC. Even if Doran Paley had 300,000 HP, he would still die under the might of so many Tier 2 magic scrolls. However, the situation was different now. In the past, Shurfeng had crossed swords with many high-tiered NPCs, so he knew very clearly that NPCs who possessed higher intelligence were extremely sensitive towards magic scrolls. Players required some casting time, however short, when using magic scrolls. Meanwhile, when higher intelligence NPCs noticed this, they would either hurriedly withdraw to escape the effective range of the magic scroll, or they would decisively charge up to interrupt the casting process, not giving the player any chance to attack using the magic scroll. Seeing Doran Paley charging at him, Shurfeng immediately brandished the Abyssal Blade and cast Abyssal Bind at the Magic Knight. 9 pitch-black chains suddenly emerged from the stone floor. In response, Doran Paley simply snorted and stabbed his greatsword into the platform. In the next moment, a golden magic array rose up from underfoot and quickly enveloped his entire body. The magic array released a faint golden glow, and when the pitch-black chains touched this golden glow, They instantly turned into smoke and vanished. Feng immediately recognized the golden glow covering Doran Paley's body. This skill was called Free Will. Upon activation, the skill made the user immune to all control effects, rendering a control skill like Abyssal Bind completely useless. Feng gritted his teeth and activated Wind Rider, increasing his movement speed by 150% as well as gaining the ability to fly temporarily. He escaped out of Doran Paley's frost domain right after. However, when the battle began, a magic barrier had formed around the combat platform, enclosing it completely. Hence, although Feng could fly now, he could not get too far. When the 20-second duration of Wind Rider ended, Doran Paley would still catch up to him. At this rate, Feng would still die sooner or later. The seconds passed by quickly, and from beginning to end, Doran Paley fervently chased Feng. As a magic knight, Doran Paley might possess great destructive power and an absolute advantage in a direct confrontation, but he was sorely lacking in life-saving skills and control skills. Hence, Doran Paley was utterly helpless against Feng's extreme speed, and he grew furious at this situation within his frost domain. Doran Paley could clearly finish Feng off with just a few hits. Yet, as if Feng was a lively rabbit, not only was he very agile, his ability to escape was also first-rate. I want to see just how long you can stay in the air. The moment you descend will be the moment I end your life. Doran Paley lightly snorted, glaring at Feng, who was hovering in the sky. Meanwhile, Feng was also silently observing Doran Paley from midair. When in a desperate situation, the most important thing to do was to remain calm. That was one of the basics of surviving in God's domain, no matter how one looked at the situation. A Tier 0 player simply had no chance to defeat a level 30 Tier 1 higher intelligence NPC. Not to mention, said NPC was even a magic knight that possessed 300,000 HP. If it were anyone else standing in Feng's place right now, they would have long since lost their lives. Despite his dire situation, Feng remained very calm. The reason being, he knew very clearly that legacy trials would not mercilessly toy around with players. Feng firmly believed that the trial should have given him a lifeline. However, where was this lifeline? The entire stone platform was currently enveloped by a magic barrier. Moreover, the platform was completely flat, with a range of activity of only 100 by 100 yards available. The entire platform was paved with black stone slabs with strange patterns engraved all over them. Meanwhile, the patterns on these dozens of stone slabs came together to form magic patterns that Feng had never seen before. Other than those, there was nothing else on the stone platform. Is my lifeline these magic patterns? Feng had a certain amount of understanding in regard to magic patterns. However, he only grew confused when he looked at the magic patterns engraved into the stone slabs. Just what function did these magic patterns have? Soon, Wind Rider's duration ended and Feng descended back to the stage. Doran Paley immediately charged at him. Feng hurriedly activated Purgatory Power and abruptly jumped. As he raised the abyssal blade up high, raging flames and golden lightning emerged around the blade of the silvery gray weapon. Feng then swung the abyssal blade down at Doran Paley's head. Suddenly, as if the space surrounding Doran Paley solidified, the Magic Knight's movements turned sluggish. Not only did the Tier 1 Thunder Flame explosion possess a wider effective range, the duration of the fainted effect had also increased to 6 seconds. In addition, upon activation of the skill, enemies within a 10-yard radius would also receive a slowness effect. Enemies affected by this effect would have their speed reduced to only a sixth of their original, only recovering 1/6 of their speed with each passing second. Doran Paley snorted and activated Free Will once more, immediately shaking off the slowness effect. He then sent a flame cross slash to counter Feng's thunder flame explosion. When the two skills collided, countless sparks flew to the surroundings. Cracks also appeared on the stone platform. Meanwhile, the impact sent Feng flying backward, his body slamming heavily onto the ground. Feng's entire body went numb, and his HP started madly decreasing as well. In the blink of an eye, his HP had fallen below 1,000. And it still showed no signs of slowing down. Panicking, Feng hurriedly retrieved an intermediate recovery potion from his bag and emptied its contents. His HP soon stopped decreasing, barely staying above the 800-point threshold before slowly rising. In the end, his HP recovered to over 100. Thunder Flame Explosion was a skill that possessed frightening destructive power. Yet, despite both being Tier 1 skills, Just the impact between Doran Paley's flame cross-slash and his thunder flame explosion had caused him to lose over half of his HP. If he went through another clash like that, he would definitely die. Currently, Shifeng felt numb all over. Even moving his arm was a challenge. He would not be able to defend against Doran Paley's next volley of attacks for a short period of time. However, something strange happened. Instead of immediately initiating another offensive at Shifeng, Doran Paley actually stood there motionless. What's going on? Shifeng was surprised at this moment. Doran Paley was glaring at him with eyes filled with killing intent. It did not seem as if the Magic Knight wanted to give him a breather. Yet Doran Paley just kept looking at him. Wait. His armor. Shifeng discovered cracks on Doran Paley's black armor. However, these cracks were in the midst of slowly mending themselves right now. Is it because my attack has damaged his armor? Shifeng's heart was filled with uncertainty, and he thought of trying it once again. Currently, Shifeng had difficulty moving about. Seeing that Doran Paley gave no indication of taking action, Shifeng took out a Tier 2 magic scroll, Flame Dragon's Dance, from his bag. Chapter 389, Legacy Book. Shifeng needed some time to activate a Tier 2 magic scroll. If he were dealing with an ordinary player or boss, this short time he needed wouldn't be an issue. However, against higher intelligence NPCs and expert players, this small amount of time was enough for the opponent to either dodge the magic scroll or take his life. As Shifeng unrolled the magic scroll, Doran Paley's armor finished repairing itself. At this moment, the Magic Knight gazed at Shifeng with mockery. Lifting his silver greatsword, Doran's legs abruptly pushed against the ground, launching himself at Shifeng with frightening speed. However, Shifeng, who was in the midst of activating the magic scroll that contained the Flame Dragon's Dance, could not afford to move. Otherwise, his efforts would go to waste faster. Hurry up! At this moment, Shifeng's heart pounded with anxiety as he watched the slow progression of the Flame Dragon's Dance's activation. When Doran was only a few yards from Shifeng, he abruptly jumped into the air. Raising his great sword above his head, he swung it down towards Shifeng. As the weapon of mass destruction descended, deep red flames resembling snakes emerged and coiled around the blade, the moisture in the air evaporating upon the emergence of these flames. At the moment of Shifeng's imminent peril, the activation bar of the Flame Dragon's Dance finally completed. Suddenly, raging flames emerged from the crimson magic scroll, transforming into a serpentine dragon that shot towards the sky. Doran Paley smiled disdainfully at the sight of the flame dragon bearing its fangs at him. Surprisingly, the Magic Knight made no effort to dodge the incoming dragon. Instead, he tightened his grip on his greatsword and added more power into his slash. The snake and dragon collided. The Flame Dragon's Dance was a Tier 2 spell, and in terms of power, it was far superior to Doran Paley's attack. In the next moment, the flame dragon devoured the fire snake. The dragon then threw Doran, a damage surpassing -10,000 points appearing above his head. However, 10,000 damage was merely a scratch to Doran, an NPC with 300,000 HP. After Doran Paley struck the ground, he stood and charged at Shifeng once again without the slightest pause. His current performance had completely changed. Moreover, Doran's armor wasn't even scratched. What is going on? Shifeng frowned at the Magic Knight. Confused, the Flame Dragon's Dance was clearly far more powerful than his Tier 1 Thunder Flame Explosion. The spell had even inflicted over 10,000 damage. Yet, not only was the NPC's armor intact, but Doran also brimmed with fighting spirit. Considering the situation, Shifeng quickly came to a realization. The cracks in Doran Paley's armor had not been due to damage. Watching the Magic Knight charge at him once again, Shifeng suddenly thought of a possibility. Let's hope this works. Shifeng's body was still slightly numb. Even if Doran did not activate his frost domain, Shifeng could never outrun him. Shifeng had also exhausted his arsenal of escape skills. Shifeng then raised the Abyssal Blade and activated Earth Splitter. When the skill had fully charged, Shifeng swung down his viciously sharp blade. However, Shifeng's target was not Doran Paley this time. It was the black stone slab beneath him. Upon witnessing this attack, Doran's eyes widened with shock, and his expression became extremely ugly. He suddenly increased his speed again. However, no matter how much faster Doran became, he was not fast enough to counter Shifeng's attack on the stone slab like a hot knife through butter. The silvery gray abyssal blade sliced apart the black stone slab beneath Shifeng's feet. The slash also split several other stone slabs, creating a deep, long fissure following which, a crack also appeared on Doran Paley's armor bingo. Shi Feng inwardly rejoiced. If he attacked and damaged the black stone slabs under his feet, he could force Doran Paley to halt his assault momentarily. He could then activate Tier 2 magic scrolls without worry despicable challenger. Doran Paley was no longer as carefree as before. With bloodshot eyes, he glared at Shi Feng and bellowed, "Your corpse will decorate this ground for eternity." Although larger cracks began to appear on Doran Paley's armor, the Magic Knight showed no signs of stopping. Instead, he charged up to Shi Feng and swung down his greatsword flame cross slash. Before Shi Feng could grasp the situation, he instinctively used parry to defend himself. Pung. Shi Feng retreated 4 steps before he managed to stabilize his body. Although Shi Feng had been forced back and had to use his life-saving skill, parry, he revealed a joyous smile on his face originally. Even if he negated the damage from Doran's attack, the impact would have sent him flying back over a dozen yards. Now, although his hands were slightly numb, he had only been forced to take 4 steps backward. This showed that Doran Paley's strength had greatly weakened indeed. Just as Shi Feng had guessed, damaging the black stone slabs would weaken his adversary. Previously, Doran had not immediately dashed forward and attacked Shi Feng because he was worried that Shi Feng would discover this secret. Hence, he decided to hold back and allow his armor to repair itself. However, the display of his armor's recovery had been another facade. In reality, Doran had tried to hide the black stone slab's recovery. Previously, Doran's position had just so happened to block Shi Feng's vision, preventing Shi Feng from seeing the damaged stone slabs behind Hima's. To why Doran had launched himself up to attack Shi Feng the second time. It was to prevent the flame dragon's dance from damaging the black stone slabs once more. Unfortunately, Doran's attempt at repeatedly disguising this fact could not escape Shi Feng's beast-like insight naturally. After Doran Paley realized that his secret had been exposed, he no longer attempted to hide it. Instead, he began a vicious assault on Shi Feng, hoping to annihilate his opponent sooner. However, a known secret was no longer a secret. Now that Shi Feng knew Doran Paley's weakness, he activated Defensive Blade and used Thundering Flash on the stone. Beneath them, streaks of blue lightning shot out from the abyssal blade. In the next moment, the lightning transformed into hungry wolves that dove into the black stone slabs, charring them. Doran Paley's rage flared as he swung his greatsword at Shi Feng desperately. However, Defensive Blade deflected every slash. Most importantly, with each consecutive slash, Doran's attacks grew weaker. When Defensive Blade was almost exhausted, Shi Feng switched out the Aura of Wind on the 7 Luminaries ring for the Aura of Water. Aura of Water. Received healing increased by 60%, cast consumption reduced by 30%, activatable skill dash. Life Bloom. Heals selected target for 20% HP every second for 40 seconds cooldown. 1 minute 30 seconds. Currently, Shi Feng had less than 1,100 HP. Even if Doran Paley had grown weaker, Shi Feng would still not survive more than a few hits from the Magic Knight. Hence, he cast Life Bloom on himself in the blink of an eye. Shi Feng recovered more than 1,000 HP. For the next 40 seconds, he would also receive over 1,000 HP every second, following which Shi Feng began to confront Doran head-on while defending against Doran Paley's attacks. Shi Feng also made sure to attack the black stone under his feet. Shi Feng could not help but admit that Doran Paley was indeed very powerful. Despite losing so much of his strength, the NPC could still inflict over -1,500 with Flame Cross Slash. Fortunately, Flame Cross Slash had a long cooldown. By the time Doran could use the skill again, Shi Feng's HP would have long since fully recovered. During Life Bloom's 40-second duration, Shi Feng had destroyed over half of the stone slabs of the platform. Meanwhile, not only had Doran Paley's strength sharply decreased, but his speed had also fallen by quite a bit. Shi Feng now had a much easier time facing the NPC occasionally. Shi Feng also used Phantom Kill, allowing his doppelganger to pin down Doran, while he used a Tier 2 magic scroll from the side to destroy the black stone slabs. Unfortunately, although this infuriated Doran Paley, he could do nothing to stop Shi Feng. As soon as Shi Feng had shattered all of the stone slabs on the combat platform and was about to focus his attacks on Doran Paley, suddenly, Doran Paley's armor shattered, the metal shards scattering across the ground. Doran Paley then gripped his head with both his hands and let out an agonized scream that echoed throughout the Sword Peak Mountain. In the next moment, Doran Paley's full HP bar emptied. His body transforming into particles of light and vanishing, 4 items dropped to the ground in place of Doran's body. There was a pitch-black key with a faint blue glow, a silver stone tablet, and the final legacy chapter and broken steel forging design fragment before Shurfeng could pick up the drops. All of the legacy chapters he possessed flew from his bag and combined with the legacy chapter Doran had dropped, forming a thick and heavy ancient book. Golden divine runes decorated its cover. If translated to the language of players, these divine runes would read as Legacy Book. Chapter 390 Secret Sword Technique. Shurfeng sighed in relief when he saw the dazzling golden book of legacies. With this, the trial should be over, right? Shurfeng picked up the drops before walking towards the hovering golden book before him, then clicked on the Book of Legacies, checking its information system. Completion rate 70%. Do you wish to open the Book of Legacies and accept the legacy within? What? Only 70%? Shurfeng was surprised. Taking another look, he was sure his eyes were not playing tricks on him after defeating a Tier 1 magic knight like Doran Paley, which was no easy feat. He had only completed 70% of the trial. Legacies in God's domain were categorized into different ranks. Similarly, there were differences within each rank, and these differences were based on the completion rate of the legacy trial. Completion rates between 51%, 60% would be given a C rank evaluation. At C rank, players would obtain the basic skills of the legacy. Completion rates between 61%, 70% would be given a B rank evaluation. At B rank, players would obtain the basic skills of the legacy in addition to 1-3 legacy skill points. Completion rates between 71%, 80% would be given an A rank evaluation. At A rank, players would obtain the basic skills of the legacy in addition to 5-9 legacy skill points. Completion rates between 81%, 90% would be given an S rank evaluation. At S rank, players would obtain the basic skills of the legacy in addition to 10-18 legacy skill points. Completion rates between 91%, 100% would be given an SS rank evaluation. At SS rank, players would obtain the basic skills of the legacy in addition to 20-36 legacy skill points. Legacy skill points would unlock the class skills in the legacy book. Moreover, the more powerful a class skill was, the more legacy skill points would be required to unlock it. The number of powerful skills a player possessed was important in determining their combat power. It was especially true for powerful class skills, hence, legacy skill points were extremely important. However, it was not easy to obtain legacy skill points. After obtaining the legacy book, aside from receiving 1 legacy skill point every 3 levels, players could only obtain more points by completing special quests and challenges. In general, legacy skill points were an extremely rare commodity right now. Shurfeng's completion rate would only give him a B rank evaluation, and he would, at most, receive 3 legacy skill points. This was unacceptable. He had only obtained one of the 10 great saint legacies after much difficulty. So why would he be satisfied with just 3 legacy skill points? Moreover, he only needed 1% more to boost his evaluation up to A rank and receive a minimum of 5 legacy skill points. He would need to level up 6 times to bridge this small gap. Is it because I killed Doran Paley by exploiting his weakness? Shurfeng silently pondered his situation as he rejected the offer to open the legacy book. Based on Shurfeng's recollection, one needed to complete certain tasks in order to increase the legacy trial's completion rate. However, since arriving at the Origin Sword domain 4 days ago, Shurfeng had constantly observed and searched for anything special in the realm. He had done so precisely because he wanted to avoid missing anything, resulting in a low completion rate. Yet, after 4 days of careful observation, Shurfeng had not discovered anything special. He had the same results after he explored the entire mountain. Just what did I miss? Shurfeng thought that he had performed perfectly in this legacy trial, and he should not have missed anything suspicious. He had even completed the broken steel forging design. As for the skeleton warriors, skeleton giants, and blade demons below the mountain, they would respawn indefinitely. It was not possible to eradicate them. Does it have something to do with these items? Shurfeng stored the legacy book before retrieving the pitch-black, sword-shaped key and the silver tablet. Doran's key. This is a strange key. It exudes a faint trace of ancient magic secret sword technique. The pattern engraved on this tablet is too vague and incomplete, and no information can be obtained from this pattern. However, some kind of divine power hides within this pattern. If one gathers all of the stone tablets, this vague and incomplete pattern can be restored. Current tablet count, 1/6. This was the first time Shifeng had seen or heard of an item like the secret sword technique. However, judging from its description, it should not be related to the legacy trial. After all, 6 tablets were required to restore it, and no matter how he thought about it, there should not be any more enemies as strong as Doran Paley. Hence, Doran's key was the only possibility as the final boss of Sword Peak Mountain. His key would have something to do with the Sword Peak Mountain itself. Since there's a key, there must be a lock here somewhere. Shifeng put away the key and tablet and began to explore every inch of the mountain carefully. While Shifeng was in the Origin Sword domain, Starmoon Kingdom had undergone many changes. The large-scale dungeons of the various cities in Starmoon Kingdom had been conquered, one after another, generating one system announcement after another. Moreover, due to Zero Wing's incitement, the various guilds throughout Starmoon Kingdom had also rushed to earn reputation, hoping to obtain their own guild residence. When Zero Wing had publicized its guild residence, Overwhelming Smile spent an astronomical sum of money to poach Zero Wing's members. However, despite this being a significant blow, Zero Wing had not stopped developing. On the contrary, they grew stronger with each passing day. Now, Zero Wing's member count approached 20,000. Moreover, Zero Wing's members sported high levels currently. Most average players in White River City were only level 18 or 19, while elite players of guilds were around level 21. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's ordinary members were level 20, while its elite members were all level 22 or above, though there was only a difference of 1 level between the elite members of Zero Wing and the other guilds. The necessary EXP to surmount this gap was intimidating. The majority of the NPC-commissioned guild quests found inside the guild residence were high-level quests. Not only did these quests reward a ton of EXP, but the item rewards were also impressive. Most importantly, the monetary rewards of these guild quests were much higher than the guild quests available at the Adventurers Association. As a result, the income of Zero Wing's members was at least twice as much as players of other guilds. This was also why Overwhelming Smile's high-price poaching could not defeat Zero Wing. Snow, are you really planning to do this? The Flame Witch Zhao Yueru asked worriedly. This isn't what I want, either. However, I have to take this risk. Otherwise you, too, know how things will end, Gentle Snow said, frowning as she quietly read the report she had just received. Zhao Yueru wanted to persuade her friend but soon shut her mouth, holding back her protests. She knew that, no matter what happened, there would be a battle in the end. Only, this final battle had arrived too early, catching them unprepared. Snow, you've read the latest report. With our strength, we are no match for them. Rest assured, I would not take such a risk if I were not certain. Gentle Snow smiled faintly as she recalled Yi Feng's figure. Zhao Yueru was surprised by Gentle Snow's expression. Facing such a desperate situation, she never thought Gentle Snow could still smile with such confidence. Meanwhile, back on Sword Peak Mountain, after spending most of the day searching, Shifeng finally discovered a pool on the mountainside. This place is somewhat suspicious. Slowly, Shifeng walked towards the pool of water. Dipping his hand into the pool, Shifeng immediately realized that ice had formed over his hand, freezing it solid. The water inside this pool was icy. If he dove into this water, he would freeze to death. Chapter 391, Underwater Mysteries. This pool of water seems interesting. Not only is the water so cold, but it is also light as air, weightless. Moreover, even with 60 points in ice resistance, it still freezes my hand, Shifeng muttered, shocked as he examined his frozen hand. Just what is this water? With 60 points in ice resistance, players could withstand most cold environments in God's domain. However, Shifeng's resistance was useless against this water. It was astounding, following which, Shifeng took Doran's key from his bag, hoping the key would trigger some sort of reaction. However, despite making a full circle around the pool while holding the key, nothing happened. He did not discover any kind of lock. Either is it inside the pool? Shifeng was fairly confident that was the case according to the statistics collected on God's domain in the past. Most chance encounters and treasures were normally found in treacherous lands. Only a few treasures and encounters occupied safe areas, and these normally required players to possess sufficient status or luck. As for the so-called treacherous lands, players also knew them as forbidden lands. Unless players had ways of dealing with the threats, their deaths were all but guaranteed upon entering these forbidden lands. Meanwhile, the small pool before Shurfeng was clearly one such forbidden land. If he entered the pool without a plan, he would freeze to death. If not for his 60 points of ice resistance, he would have received a large amount of frost damage the moment he came into contact with the water. He might have even frozen to death instantaneously. Furthermore, even though it was only his hand that had frozen, it still took over a dozen seconds before it thawed completely. If Shurfeng jumped into the water, although he might not receive any damage due to his ice resistance, the water would still freeze his body. With how light the water was, he would surely sink to the bottom of the pool once the ice encased him. In the end, he would still drown. What should I do now? Shurfeng gazed at the cold water and meditated quietly. It would be great if I could increase my magic resistance. It had never been easy for players to raise their magic resistance. It was also impossible for players to come into possession of equipment that could raise magic resistance at this stage of the game. Even if they had such equipment, the effects would be minimal. Shurfeng only managed to accumulate 60 points in ice resistance due to the Ice Blue Devil Flame and the Golden Stigmata. For ordinary players, they'd be lucky if they had 10 points of ice resistance at this stage of the game. Of course, the quickest way to raise one's magic resistance was to consume a magic resistance potion. Even a basic magic resistance potion could raise one's magic resistance significantly. If Shurfeng could consume an intermediate magic resistance potion, adding that to his own magic resistance, he might be able to cope with the frosty water. However, Shurfeng did not have any magic resistance potions on him at the moment. The recipe for basic magic resistance potions only dropped in level 20 maps and above. Meanwhile, the recipe for intermediate magic resistance potions only dropped in level 40 maps and above. Obviously, Shurfeng could not obtain any of these recipes right now, not to mention the recipe for the specialized ice resistance potion. However, if he could not enter the pool, how was he supposed to obtain the remaining 30% completion rate? If he entered the pool, he would become an ice sculpture. Unless he could get his hands on an ice resistance potion, he had no way to combat the powerful cold within the pool. This freezing effect is truly troublesome. I wonder if Fantasy World's magic damage immunity will work? Shurfeng touched the water and allowed his hand to freeze once again. He then tried the activatable skill of the Aura of Illusion. Fantasy World, however, even after activating Fantasy World, the freezing effect had not dispelled. If Aura of Illusion won't do, what about Aura of Space? Unwilling to give up, Shurfeng waited for another minute before switching to the Aura of Space and submerging his hand into the pool water once again. This time, a miracle actually happened. Although Shurfeng could still feel an unbearable, biting cold, his hand did not turn into a solid block of ice as expected. Heaven will always leave a door open. As long as he dealt with the pool's effect, which bound his movements, he would have an easier time dealing with the water. So what if he had to endure a little cold? Shurfeng was confident that he could tolerate it, following which, Shurfeng activated Phantom Kill and had his doppelganger remain by the poolside as insurance. Within 40 seconds, if his life were threatened, he could immediately swap positions with his doppelganger. Shurfeng then dove into the pool, creating a loud splash. As the water was extremely light, Shurfeng managed to sink quickly with little effort. Moreover, the deeper he sunk, the darker it became. Soon, darkness devoured Shurfeng's surroundings. It was as if he had fallen into a bottomless pit. Currently, Shurfeng felt as if he had suddenly been thrown into the Arctic North, naked. The slightest movement stung painfully inside this chilling water. If any normal person were in his place, they would have definitely screamed in pain. However, from beginning to end, Shurfeng only gritted his teeth and remained silent. As Shurfeng sunk deeper into the pool, the stinging sensation became more intense. At this moment, even someone with a strong will, such as Shurfeng, could no longer cope with the pain. His complexion had paled, and his eyes were bloodshot. The pain was so unbearable that he could not even scream if he wanted to. Why haven't I reached the bottom yet? Shurfeng's anxiety grew as he looked at the time. 10 seconds had passed since he jumped into the water. Although he had not received any actual damage thus far, the pain took a huge toll on his mental strength. He had greatly underestimated this water. He did not think that the water below would become so cold. Shifeng was already approaching his limit after spending 10 seconds in this pool. He was also surrounded by darkness, so he could not see anything below or around him. Struggling, Shifeng activated Ice Blue Devil Flame. Even while underwater, the Ice Blue Devil Flame burned brilliantly as it wrapped around Shifeng's body, causing the temperature of the surrounding water to rise rapidly. The light from the flames also illuminated Shifeng's surrounding. Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief at the effects of the Ice Blue Devil Flame. The rise in temperature allowed him to recover from the cold and pain, and the chill was just barely tolerable as Shifeng observed his surroundings. He suddenly discovered that the pool of water was much larger than he had imagined. Previously, he could not see anything due to the darkness. Now that he had the Ice Blue Devil Flame, he could see everything clearly. How was this a pool? There was actually a courtyard beneath him. Hence, Shifeng started swimming downward. Hastening his descent, the courtyard at the bottom of the pool looked ancient. Its architectural style was completely different from the buildings he had seen in the current god's domain. It looked like the Elysium spoken of in legends. It was fascinating. Although this place was very beautiful, Shifeng could sense great danger. Moreover, whether it was in this life or his previous life, this was the strongest sense of danger he had ever felt. System. You have discovered the eternal courtyard. That should be the place. Shifeng swam towards the spiral building with a shut gate that he had seen from the courtyard. Even the stargazing tower paled in comparison to this beautiful and mystical place. If not for the danger Shifeng felt, he would have stopped and admired the scenery. The tightly shut gate was made of gold, and many drawings had been engraved on it. These drawings seemed related to the destruction of the ancient gods. Shifeng had even discovered the image of an ancient god that he knew of. The Twilight Goddess. Some sort of power protected the Golden Gate, and it was impossible to destroy it with external forces. Currently, Shifeng was not of the mind to study the images as he had discovered a keyhole on the gate. Meanwhile, this keyhole was centered in an image of the sun. Shifeng then took out Doran's key and inserted it into the keyhole, twisting it gently. Chapter 392, God's Will. Sure enough, it works. Upon turning Doran's key, Shifeng noticed the blue glow surrounding the key flow into the Golden Gate. Suddenly, the gate released a brilliant golden radiance. As if it were the sun, the gate illuminated the eternal courtyard. The gate clanked as it slowly opened, following which, a surge of cold air bubbles rushed out of the gate. Reacting quickly, Shifeng immediately jumped backward. However, as Shifeng was currently underwater, he could not move as fast as usual. As a result, the bubbles blasted him backward. Shifeng only felt a stinging pain before his HP instantly fell by 2,000 points. The cold air here is so powerful. Shifeng looked at his HP bar in disbelief. Fortunately, his ice resistance was sufficiently high. Otherwise, that air bubbles would have killed him. Shifeng then took out an intermediate recovery potion from his bag and drank it, recovering some of his lost HP. Despite having 60 points in ice resistance, he had still lost 2,000 HP instantly. How cold was it beyond this gate? Fortunately, after the gate finally opened, the cold air scattered, and the spiraling tower was no longer as cold as before. After Shifeng entered the temple, he was immediately greeted by a large hall containing golden statues of various ancient gods. Among the many statues, there was one particularly eye-catching statue that depicted a valiant man raising up his sword. That man stood in the very center of the hall, and high-grade swords littered the area around him. A simple glance told Shifeng that there were over 1,000 swords stabbed into the ground. Meanwhile, every sword seemed like it was submitting to the Shifeng could even faintly feel the abyssal blade in his hand grow restless, as if it, too, wanted to go forth and submit to that. Shifeng was astounded. That man in the center of the hall was simply a statue. Yet, the abyssal blade that Shifeng feared even showed signs of submission to him. Just how powerful had he been when he was alive? Meanwhile, a dark blue crystal ball sat below the statue. This crystal ball emitted an intense cold. Upon seeing this crystal ball, Shifeng came to a realization. The reason the pool of water containing the eternal courtyard was so cold was that of the crystal ball before him. Shifeng's heart suddenly trembled at this discovery. If the crystal ball was capable of lowering the temperature of this large pool to such a degree, it was definitely a treasure. Following which, Shifeng quickly swam towards the crystal ball, hoping to claim it. However, before Shifeng could reach the crystal ball. A sharp pain shot through his fingers, a damage of -1,000 points appearing above his head. Shifeng had no choice but to back off. Shifeng silently lamented as he gazed at the dark blue crystal ball. Despite such a powerful treasure sitting right before him, he could not take it as his own. Just as Shifeng was about to move on and look for other treasures, a system notification rang out. System: the will of an ancient god drifts around this eternal hall. Are you willing to surrender to this will? Before Shifeng could react, majestic voices suddenly assaulted his mind. Submit to me. I can give you unparalleled strength and make you the most powerful man in this world. Even gods will tremble before your might. Submit to me. I can give you eternal life and make you into the eternal master of this world. Listening to the tempting voices in his mind, Shifeng was suddenly dazed and decided to submit to this will. However, just as Shifeng was about to reply, memories from the past suddenly surfaced in Shifeng's mind. In the past, because he chose not to submit to world dominators, Shadow had forced him out of God's domain. Even so, he still refused to submit and had planned to start all over again in this life. When he faced Martial Union, Dark Star, and Underworld, as long as he bowed down, he could live a better life. Yet, he still refused. He would no longer allow others to dictate his life. Becoming someone's puppet, how could he possibly give in now? Just as Shifeng was about to refuse, the majestic voice spoke once again. Don't you wish to become the master of this world? If you submit, I will give you anything and everything you want. Since it is the case, I only want the ability to say no. Can you give me that? Shifeng refused to submit. Foolish mortal. You will regret your decision today. Since you do not wish to become my servant, die. Seeing as it had failed to delude Shifeng, the will of the ancient god grew furious, and the entire hall became stifling. Suddenly, the thousands of swords that had been thrust into the ground rose into the water. Aiming for Shifeng, every one of these swords shot towards him in response. Shifeng hurriedly attempted to use Replace Doppelganger to swap positions with his doppelganger. However, he discovered that he had been silenced, the debuff preventing him from using the skill now that he could not swap positions with his doppelganger. Shifeng tried to raise his swords to defend against the incoming attack. However, he discovered that not only were his skills sealed, but he also couldn't move at this moment. He could only watch the thousands of swords slice through the water towards him. However, just as the swords were about to pierce Shifeng's body, the dark blue crystal ball suddenly released a silver radiance. The swords flying at Shifeng immediately froze. At this moment, it looked as if time had come to a halt. A second later, the thousands of swords shattered like glass, the metal shards drifting to the floor, after which a loud bang echoed throughout the space of the hall. Black cracks began to appear around the hall, and soon, the space inside the hall shattered as well. Along with the shattering of space, the stifling pressure Shifeng felt before also vanished, his body regaining its freedom. Damn! You actually dare spoil my business. Although this heaven-blessed individual has rejected me, I can still look for others. You cannot stop me forever. Meanwhile, this despicable heaven-blessed individual will die here. The will of the ancient god's rage grew, and even the hall trembled. The golden gate suddenly closed as the hall began to collapse. At this moment, as if having lost its power, the crystal ball darkened. It no longer released the astonishing cold as it had moments before, although Shifeng did not know what was going on. When he heard the will claim that this heaven-blessed individual would die here, he knew what he needed to do: escape. Shifeng immediately grabbed the dark blue crystal ball and placed it into his bag before activating Replace Doppelganger in the blink of an eye. Shifeng appeared outside the pool. The doppelganger had only been 1 second away from disappearing when Shifeng activated Replace Doppelganger. It had truly been a close call. That was close. A second later and I would have been dead. Shifeng inwardly celebrated his escape as he watched the pool of water suddenly explode. Replace Doppelganger was truly a godlike escaping skill. Although Shifeng had come very close to losing his life, he also managed to obtain a treasure from his excursion into the pool. At the very least, he had not returned empty-handed. When Shifeng recalled the frightening might that the crystal ball had displayed, his heart pounded with excitement. The crystal ball could actually break the seal of the will of an ancient god. It was no ordinary treasure. With this thought, Shifeng impatiently opened his bag, wanting to investigate the dark blue crystal ball. Even legendary items had such frightening abilities, however. When Shifeng tried to check the crystal ball's information, it revealed nothing. Shifeng then used omniscient eyes to Shifeng's shock. However, the omniscient eyes, which could analyze even the destroyer of immortality, also revealed nothing. Moreover, Shifeng could not even touch the crystal ball now, as he instantly lost 1000 HP the moment he tried. Shifeng felt utterly helpless. He had no choice but to set aside this treasure for now. If he wanted to use this crystal ball, at the very least, he needed to raise his ice resistance to 100 or 200 points. Although Shifeng could not do anything about the dark blue crystal ball, the legacy book had a surprise for him indeed. Just as Shifeng had guessed, the Eternal Courtyard where he could raise the legacy trial's completion rate now, instead of a 70% completion rate, the legacy book displayed a 92% completion rate. Shifeng had obtained an SS rank evaluation. Chapter 393 Blade Saint. SS rank was the highest evaluation achievable in a legacy trial in the past. The legacy Shifeng had accepted was only a basic one. Even so, Shifeng had spent a lot of time and effort to achieve an A rank evaluation and obtain 7 legacy skill points. Now he that had an SS rank evaluation, he could obtain between 20 and 36 legacy skill points. The thought of so many legacy skill points alone was enough to excite Shifeng. Although Shifeng had not achieved 100% completion rate, he was very satisfied with this result. Now that he thought about it, the condition to achieve a 100% completion rate might have been submission to the gods. Well, since he chose not to submit, this was probably the highest completion rate he could achieve. System completion rate 92%. Do you wish to open the Book of Legacies and accept the legacy contained within? Without hesitation, Shifeng clicked Accept. The legacy book suddenly released a golden flash. The book then flipped open, and a purple ray of light shot out of the book and pierced Shifeng's forehead. The moment the purple light touched him, Shifeng felt his mind clear, as if no secret in the world could hide from him. As the legacy book faded out of existence, Shifeng's body began to emit a faint and flickering purple glow. After the flickering continued for a few more seconds, the purple glow subsided, and Shifeng returned to normal after successfully receiving the legacy. Shifeng felt his entire body brim with power. His mind was clear and unburdened as well. Right now, Shifeng was confident that he could face a Tier 1 Magic Knight without necessarily suffering defeat. Of course, that was if the Magic Knight did not possess so much HP. System. Congratulations on obtaining one of the 10 Great Saint Legacies. Rewarding 20 free Mastery Points. System. Congratulations on becoming a Tier 1 Blade Saint. Rewarding Blade Saint title. Blade Saint. All attributes plus 20. All resistances plus 15. Attack power increased by 15%. Attack speed increased by 20%. All attributes increased by 30%. Although Shifeng was still level 22, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. His base attack power alone exceeded 1,200 points, and his HP had reached 4,650 points. His HP even surpassed Tier 1 MTs now. Moreover, after being promoted to a Tier 1 class, players could receive 8 free attribute points with each level up, whereas Tier 0 classes would only receive 4 free attribute points. Shifeng also had the Abyssal Blade, which provided him with 2 additional free attribute points every time he leveled. The Golden Stigmata also increased all of his basic attributes by 5 points and gave him 10 free attribute points with every increase in 5 levels. In other words, where other Tier 1 players would receive a total of 40 attribute points with each level up, Shifeng would receive a total of 85 points. Ordinary players could not compete with Shifeng. In addition, after completing his class change, Shifeng also gained 2 basic skills and 1 passive skill. Sword Dominator, passive skill, can freely swap out sword-type weapons in both combat and non-combat states. Blade Dance, action type, requires sword. Tier 1, level 1, proficiency 0/30, 000. Allows simultaneous control of up to a maximum of 5 sword-type weapons for both attack and defense for 10 seconds. Each weapon has 80% user's strength and 50% user's damage range. 40 yards. Cooldown, 1 minute. Illusory Shadow, action type. Requires sword. Tier 1, level 1, proficiency 0/30, 000. Upon activation, players' next 6 attacks cannot be blocked, and each attack will deal 40% attack damage cooldown. 40 seconds. Shifeng was shocked upon reading these skills descriptions. The basic skills of the Blade Saint were already so powerful. Although Blade Dance was inferior to the Abyssal Blade's 9 Dragon Slash in terms of the number of weapons and burst damage, 9 Dragon Slash could only attack, not defend. Moreover, as the weapons summoned by 9 Dragon Slash were phantoms, they did not possess any impact force. However, Blade Dance was different. The 5 controlled weapons were tangible and possessed 80% of Shifeng's strength. This feature was far more valuable than just high damage. Through the consecutive attacks of the 5 swords, Shifeng could break his opponent's balance and create a gap in his opponent's defense. If Shifeng could not defend against an attack by himself, he could also use the 5 swords to boost his defense. Meanwhile, Illusory Shadow was even more amazing. It was perfect for PvP and PvP2 battles in God's domain. When both sides were equally strong, the opponent would usually block over 90% of the attacks. However, if one side possessed an unblockable skill, it would upset the balance. It was especially true if Illusory Shadow were used when both sides were nearly dead. Such a trump card could determine the outcome of a battle. The Blade Saint is indeed worthy to be called one of the 10 great saint legacies. If I use these skills in PvP, dealing with a magic knight with the same attributes as myself will be easy. After reading the descriptions of the Blade Saint's basic skills, strategies for future battles began to surface in Shifeng's mind. Originally, Swordsman was a balanced class. Although swordsmen were not as durable as shield warriors or had the endurance of a guardian knights, the frightening power of berserkers, the long-range capabilities of rangers, or the burst damage and dexterity of assassins, the class didn't have any shortcomings. The class was just as strong or just as weak against all other classes. Meanwhile, the Blade Saint was simply the enhanced version of the swordsman. Every aspect of a swordsman had increased. It was probably the most formidable class in God's domain, following which, Shifeng called up the system interface. There was now a new tab called Legacy Skills Menu in the system menu. Selecting this tab, the Legacy Skill menu that appeared reported that Shifeng had 31 legacy skill points available. As well as plenty of skills that he could learn. There were over 100 skills listed in the menu. However, there were only 6 Tier 1 skills Shifeng could learn right now, and 2 legacy skill points were required to unlock a Tier 1 basic legacy skill. Meanwhile, among these 6 Tier 1 skills, there were 2 that made Shifeng's eyes shine. One of them was Skywheel Sword. The other was Blade Liberation. Skywheel Sword, action type, requires Sword. Tier 1, Level 1, Proficiency 0/30, 000. Inflicts 1000 base damage plus 200% attack damage to all enemies within 20 by 20 yard. Also seals all enemies within range, preventing them from leaving the area for 4 seconds cooldown. 1 minute 20 seconds. Blade Liberation, action type, requires Sword. Tier 1, Level 1, Proficiency 0/30, 000. Grants player unparalleled strength for 20 seconds. Effect obtained varies based on the weapon's unlocked potential. After the duration, player is weakened. All attributes decrease by 80% for 3 minutes cooldown. 10 hours. Skywheel Sword was one of the extremely rare AoE control skills. Whether it was used in PvP or PvE2, it was indispensable. Meanwhile, Blade Liberation belonged to the Super Burst skill category. It could be a trump card when Shifeng was in a desperate situation. It was also indispensable. However, when Shifeng saw the points required to unlock these 2 skills, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and very nearly cursed. Skywheel Sword required 10 points to unlock, while Blade Liberation required an astonishing 20 points. With the total points these 2 skills demanded, Shifeng could learn 10 basic class skills. However, these high requirements also made Shifeng aware of just how extraordinary Blade Liberation was for an AoE control skill such as the Skywheel Sword. The demand of 10 legacy skill points was not odd. However, Blade Liberation needed twice that amount to unlock. With 20 legacy skill points, Shifeng could even learn a Tier 3 class skill. Chapter 394. Times have changed. The legacy trial had given him a total of 31 legacy skill points. Anyone would hesitate over spending 30 points on only 2 skills. However, Shifeng did not. With his mind made up, Shifeng clicked to learn both Skywheel Sword and Blade Liberation. Suddenly, his stock of legacy skill points plummeted to 1 to an expert in God's domain. Nothing was more important than a powerful skill. A powerful Tier 1 skill had a lot of versatility, so it was not easy to master. However, if mastered, it would not be surprising if a player's combat power increased by several-fold. As the saying went, a bird in the hand was worth 2 in the bush. Although Shurfeng could learn more skills if he spent the 30 legacy skill points on less costly skills, the skills he learned would not contribute as much to his overall combat power during dangerous moments. In particular, the Super Burst skill, Blade Liberation, would be far more useful than a dozen other ordinary Tier 1 skills. After learning the 2 class skills, Shurfeng used a return scroll and teleported back to White River City. At this moment, White River City buzzed with activity. Overwhelming Smile's high-priced poaching had boosted White River City's development. A flood of independent players had migrated to White River City with the intention of joining Overwhelming Smile based on the statistics offered by the official game developers. The player population in White River City had exceeded 3 million. White River City was now the most populated city in Star Moon Kingdom's eastern region. It was also the 3rd most populated city throughout Star Moon Kingdom. Looking at the situation, Shurfeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Originally, he had intended to make White River City the most popular city in Star Moon Kingdom. After all, Zero Wings Guild residence was in White River City, so it had the home field advantage here. However, he never thought an enemy like Overwhelming Smile would actually help him achieve that plan. Fate truly knew how to toy with people. If Feng Shenyang, the mastermind behind the situation, knew Shurfeng's thoughts right now, he would most likely pop a vein or 2 out of anger. However, Shurfeng also could not help but admit that Feng Xuanyang's plan of desperately throwing money away was very effective. Currently, Overwhelming Smile had become the undisputed #1 guild in White River City. The branch guild in White River City already had over 80,000 members. Among them, there were also quite a few elite players. Compared to the other guilds in White River City, Overwhelming Smile was far superior. Moreover, during this period, Overwhelming Smile had continuously raided large-scale dungeons around White River City. As if they were on steroids, Overwhelming Smile's raiding speed far surpassed Gentle Snow's team. They were on completely different levels. In addition, Overwhelming Smile had also offered to purchase information regarding reputation quests at a high price, apparently intending to become the 2nd guild in White River City to own a guild residence. In contrast, Zero Wing showed no signs of movement at all. The guild's member count held steady around 20,000, if not for the high-level quests and double EXP buff available from the guild residence. Most of Zero Wing's members would have long since defected to Overwhelming Smile. Brother Feng, you're finally out. Have you completed your class change? Not long after Shurfeng returned to White River City, Blackie contacted him. Yeah. How has the guild been recently? Shurfeng asked, not bothering to discuss his new class. What do you think? The entire guild has been spiritless these past few days, and everyone is just focusing on quests. Many in the guild have also started complaining and asking why the core team hasn't moved against Overwhelming Smile yet. Overwhelming Smile's suppression has them feeling resentful. Moreover, those Overwhelming Smile bastards have also started ridiculing Zero Wing publicly, claiming that we're all bark and no bite, Blackie said, feeling slightly indignant. Brother Feng, since you've returned, why don't we start raiding a level 20 large-scale dungeon and show those punks from Overwhelming Smile Zero Wing strength? Currently, the level 20 dungeons in White River City were only 10 and 20-man team dungeons. However, in the 50-man large-scale team dungeon, Sarek Dungeon, Overwhelming Smile had not managed to even meet the first boss of normal mode before suffering a team wipe. Meanwhile, if Zero Wing could obtain the first clear of Sarek Castle, it would rain on Overwhelming Smile's parade. Not only would it extinguish their arrogance, but it would also increase Zero Wing's reputation. As for whether or not they could actually raid Sarek Castle, Blackie didn't doubt their success. Others might not realize how strong Zero Wing's core team was, but Blackie was well aware. Moreover, with Shurfeng around, it would be a simple task to clear the level 20 large-scale team dungeon. Sarek Castle. How many people in the guild have completed their class change? Shurfeng agreed with Blackie's plan, but Sarek Castle was not easy to dominate. There are 39 members who have completed their class change. Among them, Sister Aqua was the first to obtain her Tier 1 class, while Sister Fire Dance was second, Blackie said, a hint of fear surfacing in his eyes as he said, class change. He had never expected that the class change quest would be so difficult. If not for the fact that he possessed the epic-ranked staff Mavis's guard, he might not have completed the quest. Fortunately, he passed his class change and obtained an A-rank evaluation. While he waited for Shifeng's return, he had familiarized himself with the combat style of a Tier 1 class precisely because the class change quest was not simple. Many core members of Zero Wing had failed it. As these members had to wait a few days before they could challenge the quest again moreover, as everyone had been busy with their respective class change quests, the levels of Zero Wing's core members had fallen behind. Now, Zero Wing no longer occupied all of the top 100 spots on the White River City ranking list. Others had even claimed a few of the top 10 ranks. This had been a huge blow to Zero Wing's morale and reputation. 39? Not bad. Once we have more than 50, I guess we can make a trip to Sarek Castle, Shifeng said with a faint smile. In truth, he was somewhat surprised by Blackie's report in the past. Even when most players were around level 24 to 25, most guilds in White River City had not had more than 20 Tier 1 players. Currently, the average player in White River City was only around 18 to 19. Yet, Zero Wing already possessed 39 Tier 1 players. Although part of this reason was that Shifeng had leaked some information about the strategy to challenge a few basic class changes. The number of players that had succeeded was still astonishing. The difference in combat power between Tier 1 players and Tier 0 players was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was not something that could be measured by levels regarding the White River City ranking list. Ever since Zero Wing's guild residence had been established, Shifeng no longer troubled himself with it. After all, the future was the era of high-tiered players, not high-leveled players. Brother Feng, do you really mean it? Blackie suddenly grew excited. During this period, the oppression he had suffered from those bastards in overwhelming smile frustrated him. Look at how excited you are. Of course, I mean it. However, I still have something I need to attend to right now. For now, have everyone familiarize themselves with the combat style of their Tier 1 classes, Shifeng said, chuckling. Although everyone had already evolved to a Tier 1 class, the freedom a Tier 1 class possessed had also become much higher. If players could not properly adapt and display their strength, their combat power would not improve much. Okay. Leave it to me. I'll let everyone know, Blackie said excitedly before disconnecting the call. He then proceeded to contact those who had already changed classes. Meanwhile, Shifeng took a look at the time, noticing that he still had quite some time before his appointment with Gentle Snow. He then retrieved Siliora's communication crystal from his bag. The Grandmaster Forger had given him this item herself, and it allowed him to contact Siliora at any time. Previously, Shifeng had helped Siliora become a Grandmaster Forger, resulting in Siliora's favorability towards him to increase greatly. Moreover, in order to search for materials to produce an epic item, Siliora had gone on a journey. Shifeng had obtained the forging design for the epic-ranked broken steel set equipment back in the Origin Sword domain. However, if he had to forge an epic item by himself, who knew how long it would be before he could achieve such a feat? Since he had a connection with a Grandmaster Forger, why not use it? Chapter 395, Broken Steel Legacy Set Equipment. Shifeng then used the communication crystal to contact Siliora. Hello, Miss Siliora. I am Yifeng. I have something I would like your help with. I wonder if you have any time to spare right now? Shifeng carefully asked. Ultimately, his current status was far from comparable to Siliora's. Although they had a good relationship, basic courtesy was still required. If he wished to ask her for a favor, oh, it's you. I'm very busy right now, so make it quick. Although Siliora did not immediately reject him, she still did not show any sign of interest to Siliora. Nothing was more important than collecting epic-ranked forging materials right now. If not for the favor she owed Shifeng, she would have directly rejected his request. Instead of taking the time to listen to him, Shifeng was aware of this point. After all, he was extremely familiar with Siliora's personality. Someone who was wholeheartedly focused on forging, without the slightest bit of interest in anything else. This was also why she had managed to become a Grandmaster Forger at such a young age. Shifeng then chuckled and said, I have a forging design for an epic set equipment. What? Epic set equipment? Siliora's eyes suddenly shone. She hurriedly demanded, Why didn't you say so earlier? Meet me at my smithy right away. Feng shook his head and laughed when he heard Silura's impatient tone to NPCs. Epic-ranked forging designs, much less a forging design for an epic set equipment, were extremely rare. It was the dream of countless forgers to produce a set of epic equipment. Meanwhile, to players, epic-ranked forging designs were much more difficult to obtain. In the past, Shadow had only managed to get a few pieces. As for epic set equipment forging designs, Feng had only heard about them occasionally and had never personally seen one himself in God's domain. Set equipment were half a rank stronger than discrete equipment of the same rank. In other words, the quality of an epic set equipment was above that of epic equipment, but below that of fragmented legendary equipment. To players who could not get their hands on fragmented legendary equipment, epic set equipment was the best equipment available in this life. Feng was truly fortunate to have obtained the forging design for an epic set equipment. Half an hour later, Feng arrived at Silura's smithy in a horse carriage. At this moment, the door to her smithy was still shut tight, and it did not seem she planned to do business at all. Feng walked over and knocked on the door. The thick wooden door then slowly opened, and a surge of scorching air rushed out of the house in the next moment. Silura walked out from within before quickly dragging Feng into the house despite having not seen each other for some time. Silura looked exactly the same, still fully garbed in black leather clothing. That large V-shaped collar revealed her snow-white skin. Her black leather pants tightly hugged her slender legs. Silura currently exuded an enchanting charm. Hurry up and let me see it. Silura pushed Feng against a table, her body very nearly sticking to his. Her eyes shone with excitement as she spoke, failing to notice how lethal her impure actions were. Although Feng had long since gotten used to Silura's personality in his past life, his heart still raced involuntarily every time they met. Here it is. Feng calmed down somewhat and retrieved the broken steel forging design from his bag. Broken steel set equipment. Epic rank unique set equipment. 6-piece set consisting of broken steel gauntlets, broken steel breastplate, broken steel helmet, broken steel leg guards, broken steel boots, broken steel bracers. Equipment requirement: Strength 1000, Agility 1200, Sword-related Mastery 350. Class restriction: Blade Saint. Originally, Feng had thought he could equip this broken steel set equipment immediately. However, 1,000 points in strength and 1,200 points in agility were definitely not achievable by players below level 30. At the very least, one needed to be above level 50 to possess such attributes. Meanwhile, the materials required to produce this set equipment were 12 pieces of Eternium, 300 mana stones, 1,000 pieces of Titan ore, 12 fire source crystals, 12 water source crystals, 12 wind source crystals, 12 earth source crystals, and 1 nucleus of life. The person who drew this design must be insane. Is he trying to make a legendary item? Silura gaped in shock after inspecting the forging design, not to mention Silura's. Even Feng's heart was beating madly right now. He, too, was dumbfounded by the description. Feng had previously been caught up in his joy over becoming a Blade Saint. Moreover, he knew it was impossible for him to produce the broken steel set equipment by himself and to gather the materials required to make the set. Hence, although Feng had long since completed the broken steel forging design, he never actually bothered to take a look at Ida's for the reason why Feng had come looking for Silura this time. He simply wished to know how confident she was in producing the set equipment. That way, he could make appropriate preparations for it. However, after seeing the forging materials required, Feng immediately dismissed his previous thoughts of making preparations. Just collecting a single set of materials was nigh impossible, not to mention collecting a second set previously. Feng had spent hundreds of gold just to produce 21 mana stones. Now, the set equipment actually required 300 mana stones. That was a few thousand gold, at least. However, even if he did manage to obtain the 300 mana stones, Eternium was something much rarer and more precious than even mana stones. Countless master forgers dreamt of obtaining even just one piece. Yet, the set actually needed 12 to produce. Titan ore was also a considerably high-class rare ore. At this stage of the game, nobody was capable of mining such an ore yet. As for the elemental source crystals, they were all materials highly sought after by master alchemists. Their preciousness and rarity were not one bit lower than Eternium. Meanwhile, the most inconceivable thing was that the broken steel set equipment actually required a nucleus of life. The value of that item far surpassed even the water of life, and it was something that could only be found with luck. Miss Siliora, if you have the materials, how confident are you in making it? Shi Feng asked. Originally, he had already planned on giving up on producing the broken steel set equipment. However, after giving it some thought, he still chose to inquire, you really have the materials? Siliora's expression immediately changed upon hearing Shi Feng's words. Her gaze as she looked at Shi Feng was as if she were looking at a 7 luminaries crystal mountain, and she beamed at him as if saying, Tycoon, let's be friends. I was only asking. Shi Feng smiled bitterly, shaking his head. Even if he sold everything in his possession right now, including himself, he still wouldn't be able to gather all the required materials, around 20%. If you give me more time to practice, I can raise it to 30%. Siliora rolled her eyes at Shi Feng, feeling slightly disappointed. However, her interest in producing the broken steel set equipment still burned brightly. 30%. Shi Feng had also made his own estimations before. It would be extremely fortunate if Siliora could have a 20% success rate. Most likely, only a few NPC Grandmaster Forgers could actually achieve a 30% success rate. As for players, even if Shi Feng waited until someone became a Grandmaster Forger, these players would have around a 10% success rate at most. I'll have to trouble Miss Siliora, then. I will try my best to collect the materials required. Since you have entrusted this task to me, I will continuously research this forging design while you gather the materials. As for the cost of making it, I won't charge you anything if it is unsuccessful. Siliora said happily. In God's domain, one needed to pay an exorbitant labor fee when commissioning a forger, be they players or NPCs, of master rank and above to produce an item, regardless of the final result. Now, however, Siliora offered not to charge him should she fail. It could be seen just how happy Siliora was right now. System. Siliora's favorability towards you has increased by 100 currently. Shi Feng was in no hurry to produce the broken steel set equipment. After all, even if it was produced, he did not possess the attributes needed to equip it. In order to do so, he needed to be above level 50 at the very least. During this period, he could slowly gather the required materials, following which, Shi Feng left the broken steel forging design at Siliora's place to allow her to properly study it. He then hailed another carriage and hurried to the location he had agreed to meet Gentle Snow at.